Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 1. Midnight. I prowl through the quiet corridors of our apartment building, my whiskers on high alert. Although, to be fair, my whiskers are always on high alert. I'm not your ordinary house cat. I'm Midnight, sleek, black-furred connoisseur of poorly lit hallways, reluctant witness to my human's questionable choices, and self-appointed caretaker of her neglected love life. Right now, I'm perched on the second-floor banister, observing the flicker of dull yellow bulbs that pretend to illuminate this old building. The place smells like a mix of musty carpet and last night's tacos, courtesy of our neighbors down the hall who have an obsession with overly spiced ground beef. Not exactly my idea of a 5-star scent, but I've smelled worse. My human, Camilla, is inside apartment 2C, presumably hunched over her laptop, muttering about romance plots that she refuses to live out in real life. Every day, I watch her type away, imagining improbable scenarios of star-crossed lovers who inevitably find happiness in each other's arms. She has the nerve to call her manuscripts pure fiction, when she's the biggest romantic I've ever encountered. The woman cries at vacuum commercials, yet for all her lofty ideas about love, do I see any actual kissing or moonlit confessions in her day-to-day existence? Absolutely not. Tonight, however, something interesting is happening. A moving truck is parked by the curb, and from my vantage point on the banister, I can see tall, looming shadows hauling boxes through the front door. Normally, I'd take one sniff and decide whether I approve. But this time, my ears perk up a little more. That figure passing under the dim overhead light has a distinct vibe, one that practically screams tortured poet, like he's harboring secret verses inside all that muscle. I might be a cat, but I'm capable of reading a good brood when I see it. I leap off the banister with the grace of a ballerina, land silently on my paws, and pad down the staircase to get a closer look. The new tenant has set a couple of boxes by the front door. He's rummaging around inside the truck for another load, revealing broad shoulders under a faded black t-shirt. His biceps flex as he drags out what appears to be a box of books, maybe a small library. Good sign. Books suggest either an intellectual or a devoted collector of random nonsense. He sets the box down on the ground and straightens, glancing around warily. The expression on his face suggests he's not thrilled about moving, or maybe he's worried some city raccoon is going to rummage through his stuff. Spoiler alert, I'm the only one likely to rummage, but I prefer more refined targets, like an unguarded bowl of tuna. I creep closer, careful to stay hidden behind a potted plant that's seen better days. He places his hands on his lower back, stretching. An unintentional grunt slips out, like he's definitely not used to lifting. Up until this moment, I didn't think humans could be so entertaining while performing manual labor, but the way his shirt rides up hints at abdominal muscles that would make Camilla's eyes bulge if she ever bothered looking away from her Word doc. He exhales heavily, picks the box up again, and trudges toward the door to the first-floor apartments. There's a small gold nameplate on the mailbox reading, Walsh. That must be him, Eli Walsh, the new occupant of 1C. From my vantage point, I can sense the swirl of frustration and hidden determination around him, almost like he came here hoping to rebuild or rediscover something. Whatever his personal drama might be, One thing is glaringly obvious to me. He's exactly the type of person my lonely writer upstairs needs to meet. A cold draft snakes through the foyer, ruffling my fur. I lick a paw, taking a moment to appreciate my reflection in the glass door. My fur is midnight black, hence my perfectly fitting name, and my green eyes practically glow with mischief. Camilla sometimes jokes that I have a superiority complex. It's not a joke. I am superior. I've got more sense than half the people in this building, and I have no qualms about using my feline intellect to orchestrate events. I slink to the side entrance, peeking at the new neighbor. He glances up, and I dart behind a dusty coat rack because I'm not ready for a formal introduction just yet. The last time I introduced myself to a new resident, I ended up with a broom inches from my whiskers. People are weird about cats sneaking into their apartments, but if my plan is to succeed, I'll need to know everything about Mr. I look like I read haikus in the shower. He sets down the box again and runs a hand through his blonde hair. It's the color of old straw, but in a good way, like it might catch the sun if we ever got real daylight in this hallway. His shoulders are broad but tense, as if he's carrying more than just cardboard. This is the sort of man who sighs deeply in the middle of the night while scribbling in a notebook, possibly about existential regret or the downfall of civilization. Camilla wouldn't be able to resist analyzing that, especially if those arms flex while he's doing it. With a final grunt, he pushes the door open to 1C and disappears inside. The hallway falls silent, leaving me alone with the flickering light and the near-empty truck outside. I sneak back up the stairs, slipping through the parted door to our place. It's not locked because Camilla thinks everyone in this building is basically family. Which is nonsense, of course. None of them bring us tuna. Family would bring tuna. I find her sprawled on the couch, laptop perched on a stack of pillows. She's typing furiously, probably rewriting a kissing scene for the 18th time. There's a plate of half-eaten crackers on the coffee table. The neon pink socks on her feet clash spectacularly with the polka dot pajama shorts, and there's a headscarf barely clinging to her voluminous curls. She looks like a hodgepodge of comfort and mild chaos, which sums up her entire life. I hop onto the armrest, and she gives me a passing glance. "Hey, baby girl," she says in a cooing voice that she uses whenever she's either proud of me or desperate for companionship. "You hungry again?" I tilt my head in a regal manner, as if to say, I am always open to chicken bits, but that's not the point tonight. Instead, I hop down and walk in front of the screen, forcing her to take her hands off the keyboard. She sighs. "Midnight, do you mind?" I'm working on a crucial chapter. This is the part where the hero confesses everything at sunset, and if I lose my groove now, I might never get it back. The hero confesses everything at sunset. Right. If only she could find a real hero in this building. I flick my tail, then give her an unimpressed stare. My claws tap lightly on the laptop's edge. I want her to ask me why I'm so insistent, but she just scoots me aside and resumes typing with a flourish that results in about 7 typos. "We need to talk about your personal life," I try to convey with an eloquent blink. She doesn't get it. Humans rarely do. She mutters something about deadlines and random online drama. Next thing I know, she's reading out loud. And then the hero, with a trembling heart, leaned in to whisper. She stops abruptly. "Wait, that sounds too cliché. Ugh!" She hits the backspace key, cursing under her breath. I give her leg a little nudge with my paw. She's too lost in her imaginary world to realize there's a flesh-and-blood potential hero living directly below us. Typical. I jump down from the couch, weaving around her ankles, only to realize that she's not going anywhere tonight. She's got her stance, the "I'm about to stay awake until I finish this draft" posture. That means it's up to me to take matters into my own capable paws. If I have to stage a casual run-in, I'll do it. If I have to sabotage something, well, let's just say I'm not above pulling the router cable if it leads to an awkward encounter in the hallway. I pad to the door, slip out through the small gap, and tiptoe down the stairs again. The overhead light flickers once more, It's so quiet I can hear a distant siren from the main road. It's after midnight, the perfect hour for a cat like me to roam. Humans are at their most revealing in the late hours, when they're tired but still restless. That's when they show who they really are. A faint glow seeps through the bottom of 1C's door, which means he's in there, possibly sorting out his belongings or writing cryptic poetry about the move. I press my ear, well, the side of my head, against the door, but all I detect is some shuffling, a quiet exhale, and maybe the thump of a box being dropped on the floor. I consider slipping under the door, but I'd rather not risk scaring the new neighbor at this stage. First impressions matter, and a random cat appearing in his living room might be too bold. Still, I make a mental note that the threshold has a slight gap, perfect for future infiltration. My plan is to do some reconnaissance tomorrow. Let him catch a glimpse of me in a more neutral territory, perhaps the shared hallway. I'll pretend to be lost or extra adorable, and he'll have no choice but to pay attention. Then, if I'm lucky, Camilla will pop down to retrieve me, and they'll be forced to exchange pleasantries. The mere thought of pushing them together fills me with a smug satisfaction. Camilla's been drifting for too long, burying her heart in these romance novels without letting herself enjoy a real connection. It's my duty, as the wise and elegant feline in this household, to fix that. And yes, I know what you're thinking. Cats aren't typically cast in the role of matchmaker. That's usually a job for meddling grandmothers or well-meaning best friends. But I have a sharper eye for potential than any human. I can sense an interesting story here. My whiskers are practically vibrating with anticipation. I stretch my front paws and yawn, letting my jaws part wide in a dramatic display. The corridor is chilly, and the lingering smell of that moving truck's exhaust is unpleasant. It's time to return to my domain upstairs. Camilla might notice my absence and decide I've run off to rummage through the neighbor's trash. Then she'll call my name in that sing-song voice, offering me a treat if I come back. If I'm feeling generous, I'll answer her summons. As I make my way back up the stairs, I pause by the half-broken window that looks out on the parking lot. The truck is still parked, but the main cabin light is off now. Eli must be done hauling boxes for the night. I wonder what's in them. The intangible weight he carries seems heavier than mere household goods. There's a tension in his face, a quiet determination. If he's trying to hide from something, I'm sure Camilla can coax it out of him. She's incredibly empathetic once she drops the protective shield of sarcasm. Pushing open the door to apartment 2C again, I spot Camilla rummaging in the kitchen. She opens the refrigerator, stares for a moment, then closes it with a sigh. "We have no groceries midnight," she says, voice echoing across the small living space. "I guess I'll just eat toast for dinner. Or is it breakfast by now?" I hop onto a nearby stool and watch her rummage through cupboards. The overhead light flickers. This place is always flickering. And she groans. "Great. The bulbs are dying, and I forgot to buy spares. Guess I'll do that tomorrow. Unless you can learn to place an Amazon order. If only she knew I can do much more than that. My meddling plan is set in motion, and by this time next week, I expect she'll at least have a reason to put on real clothes or consider wearing lip gloss that isn't half dried. She slices some bread, popping it into the toaster with a tired motion, then leans against the counter. "I'm stuck, Kitty," she confides, as if I'm her personal therapist. "I have this story in my head. Best friends to lovers, fireworks at the midnight festival, all that. But I can't quite feel it. My agent wants something fresh, and it's hard to say if I believe in happy endings anymore." Her voice cracks just a little on that last sentence, and I tilt my head. She's always so good at giving characters hope, but never herself. It's maddening. If I could speak, I'd tell her that there's a new occupant downstairs who, at first glance, looks like a walking storm cloud. But storms bring rain, and rain can bring new growth, or something equally profound. She'd appreciate a good metaphor if she weren't so hopelessly jaded. The toast pops up, and she slathers it with butter before sinking her teeth in. Butter drips onto her pink sock, but she's too tired to notice. With a groan, she staggers toward the couch. I'll try to write a few more lines, then maybe get a couple hours of sleep. I jump onto the couch beside her. She sets the toast on a chipped plate on the coffee table and cracks her knuckles before returning to the keyboard. She taps out something that seems emotionally charged, pausing every so often to scowl at the screen. That's her usual routine. Type, scowl, backspace, retype, scowl more. She's convinced every line has to be perfect from the start. I'd roll my eyes if cats could. My gaze shifts to the small window behind her, offering a sliver of moonlight. Tonight's sky is dark, and the moon's glow barely reaches in. Still, it's enough to remind me that I am at my strongest after midnight. That's when the world is quiet, and humans let their guard down. The perfect time to slip in, meddle, and slip out again. I watch her type with fervor, shoulders hunched, the light of the screen reflecting in her tired eyes. She thinks she's alone in her quest for a real, tangible spark, both on the page and in her life. But she's not alone. I'm here, orchestrating destiny from the shadows, and I've just discovered our missing piece. Yes, Eli Walsh, the brooding new neighbor with boxes of books and arms that would definitely make Camilla do a double take if she caught him mid-stretch. He's the perfect candidate for her next adventure. Sure, they haven't met yet, unless you count me seeing him from a distance, but that can be arranged. I already have a plan forming in my head, a series of small, carefully timed nudges that'll bring them face to face until the tension reaches boiling point. I lick my paw, smoothing down a bit of fur on my shoulder. My reflection in the dark TV screen shows my green eyes shining with anticipation. I feel a purr building in my throat, the kind that emerges when I'm particularly proud of a scheme. If I had the ability to rub my paws together like a movie villain, I'd be doing it right now. Camilla yawns and closes her laptop, massaging her temples. All right, that's it for me tonight. Midnight, if you want to stay up, be my guest, but I'm passing out. She stands, picks up her toast plate, and shuffles to her bedroom, flicking off lights along the way. I remain on the couch, letting the glow of the screen fade as she disappears. Soon, the apartment is dark, except for the faint street lamp glimmer through the blinds. My ears flick at the sound of her bedroom door clicking shut. That's my cue. Rising on all fours, I jump off the cushion and pad my way over to the window. Peering out, I see the reflection of my dark silhouette. Past that, the first floor is still quiet. Eli's lights are off now. He's either gone to sleep or busy fussing with the final arrangement of his furniture. Possibly he's lost in thought, staring at a half-unpacked bookshelf, mentally rewriting the chapters of his own life. Humans love to complicate things. I flick my tail and decide it's time to rest. Tomorrow, I'll put my plan into action. Subtle interference in Camila's routines, carefully arranged opportunities for collision, a sprinkling of forced proximity. She can try to ignore it, but I doubt she'll succeed. My human might be stubborn, but she's also lonely, and loneliness can only be cured by taking a risk, preferably one with arms like Mr. Walsh's. Operation Mate My Human begins right now. Even if Camilla doesn't realize it, she's on the verge of living out a story that might surpass any fictional romance she's ever written. And I, Midnight, intend to be the brilliant puppet master that makes it happen. With that thought, I saunter toward Camilla's bedroom, slip through the partially open door, and hop onto the foot of her bed. She's already breathing softly, her laptop resting on the nightstand, half a piece of buttered toast abandoned there too. I curl up near her feet, tail twitching in satisfaction, and let out a content purr. The night stretches before me, still and quiet, filled with possibility. In a few hours, the sun will rise, and with it, the chance to prod Camilla into crossing paths with her new neighbor. I can't wait to watch everything unfold. I am Midnight, proud orchestrator of romance and chaos, and I have a feeling tomorrow is going to be a glorious day.
Chapter 2. Camilla. I wake up to a gentle poke against my ankle, which is Midnight's usual method of prying me from dreamland. She's perched near my foot like the world's most judgmental gargoyle. Whiskers twitching with expectations I can't even begin to guess. My brain is still fuzzy, though, so I try to swat her away. She responds by stepping onto my stomach with regal composure and staring me down. All right, I mumble, rolling onto my side. You win. I push myself up, eyes still half closed, and shuffle toward the kitchen. The apartment always feels cold in the morning, as if the sun forgot to drop by. I flick the light switch, but the overhead bulb flickers before finally giving me a dim glow. Midnight trails behind, tail held high like she's leading a parade. As I open the fridge, I notice we have exactly 2 slices of bread, half a carton of almond milk, and some questionable shredded cheese that might have existed before I was born. With a sigh, I decide toast it is. Again. I glance down at Midnight, who's giving me her usual haughty expression, like she knows I'm about to commit a culinary crime. Don't judge. If you hunted me down a croissant, I'd eat that instead, I say, dropping the slices into the toaster. The cat's ears flick, but she doesn't budge. Once the bread pops up, slightly charred, I nibble on the edges, fighting the urge to dump the entire plate in the trash. I need real food, but my last effort in making my own food before my morning coffee, I set off the smoke detector. Twice. My neighbors decided I was trying to burn the entire building. I'm fairly certain I heard the guy in 3B yelling about conspiracies from his window. No wonder I stick to toast. I tiptoe over to my desk, the second most important piece of furniture in this cramped living room. The first is the couch I basically live on, but the desk is where I force myself to write romance novels that I apparently have forgotten how to feel. I plop down, open my laptop, and stare at yesterday's incomplete sentence. And then he leaned close, his breath mingling with hers until what? That's the question I can't answer. I don't know how to finish that moment in a way that feels genuine. Maybe I've seen too many romantic comedies or read one too many fanfics. Every possibility rings hollow, like I'm faking the gestures and ignoring the spark that should make it real. If only I could summon that spark in my own life. One that doesn't vanish the moment I think about practical things like grocery bills and overdue laundry. Midnight hops onto the windowsill, peeking through the blinds at the street below. She let herself out last night, probably for her usual midnight prowl, and I wonder if she saw anything interesting, like, the new neighbor who moved in downstairs. I have a vague memory of hearing heavy footsteps and muted grunts in the hallway. But my writing frenzy kept me from investigating. Not that it matters. My track record with men is so cursed that adding a brand new neighbor to the list might cause the entire building to spontaneously combust. My phone vibrates across the surface, drawing my attention from those unfortunate thoughts. A FaceTime request from Rhea, my literary agent. Perfect timing. I rake a hand through my curls, only for my fingers to get tangled. I don't have the energy to fix them, so I just tie on a colorful headscarf that probably doesn't match my tie-dye t-shirt. Then I press accept. Rhea's face appears, cheerful and bright despite it being too early for cheer. Her hair is styled into neat waves, and I silently curse how glamorous she looks first thing in the morning. Meanwhile, I'm over here with toast crumbs on my oversized t-shirt and an attitude problem. Hey girl, she sings songs. I was hoping you'd be awake. How's the new book going? I inhale, searching for a polite way to say that it's going nowhere. It's progressing, I reply, forcing a smile I'm sure looks fake. I've got some new ideas. Rhea's eyes narrow in that suspicious way she does when she smells creative desperation. You've been stuck for a while, Camilla. You promised me a partial draft soon. How are we looking on that timeline? Midnight leaps off the windowsill. and lands on the desk, her tail brushing across my forearms. She peers into the camera like she wants to greet Rhea, and Rhea, in turn, waves at her. "Hi, Midnight. Keeping your mommy on track?" Midnight meows, but it sounds more like a disapproving chirp. Typical cat response to me not delivering a book. I sigh. "I'm aiming to have something before the week's out. I just need to, well, I'm ironing out the big moment, the conflict, the resolution, everything." Rhea's eyebrows climb higher. "Right. Try not to overthink it. Your readers adore your sense of humor, your voice, all the messy emotions your characters go through. Lean on that. And hey, if you need real-life inspiration, take a walk. Talk to strangers. Flirt a little." "Flirt? Me? You're hilarious," I say with a short laugh, half expecting Rhea to crack a joke about my romantic track record. She doesn't, which is worse, because pity is far more painful than teasing. She adjusts her phone, revealing part of her home office behind her. "You're a romance author, honey? Time to live like one again. We both remember how electric your work was back when you—" Yeah, I cut in, waving my hand. "Back when I had heartbreak and poetry fueling my soul. I remember." Her voice softens. "Don't roll your eyes at me. You can't deny that your best writing came from that place of real longing." "And I can't spontaneously conjure longing," I argue, even though I know she's right. Years ago, I poured my heartbreak into a manuscript that felt raw and real, but it got ripped to shreds by an anonymous editor who told me it was too personal, too messy. The memory alone makes my pulse spike with annoyance. Rhea clears her throat. "All I'm saying is your stories shine brightest when you let yourself feel. Doesn't have to be heartbreak. Could be new attraction or, somebody who just moved into your building." I straighten, blinking rapidly. "Are you stalking me? How do you even know about that?" She shrugs. "I have my sources. Abuela might have mentioned someone hauling boxes to the first floor last night." "Abuela has an intelligence network I'll never understand," I mutter. I can picture her now, sipping cafecito and gossiping on the phone like a CIA informant. "Don't get too excited. My neighbor's probably just another single dude with a questionable relationship to laundry." Midnight meows again, then decides to rub her cheek against my face, forcing me to shift the phone. Rhea laughs at the sight. "Okay, but let's not rule anything out. You never know, Camilla. Give your new draft a chance to flow. Maybe chat with the new neighbor. You might surprise yourself." Sure, I say, which is my polite way of telling her I'm not making any promises. "I'll keep you updated, I swear." We exchange goodbyes, and she ends the call with a supportive smile that also threatens my sanity if I don't deliver. Once she's gone, I set my phone aside and lean back in my chair. The mention of heartbreak, that old rejection, everything swirling around Rhea's push for me to find real-life inspiration, it leaves me unsettled. I close my eyes for a second, attempting a calming inhale, but I'm interrupted by a loud rustling sound. Midnight has decided to explore a stack of colorful sticky notes I left on the corner of my desk. The stack teeters, then falls, scattering neon rectangles everywhere. "Oh no, I exclaim, reaching out to grab them, but the cat is faster. She leaps onto them as if they're her personal playground, swatting them in every direction. "Really?" I groan, scrambling off my chair. Yellow, pink, and green notes drift around me like confetti. Some of them have half-written plot ideas, crucial lines of dialogue, random grocery reminders, all scattered across the rug. Midnight bats at a pink note that flutters away, chasing it with laser focus. I'm on my hands and knees gathering the tiny squares when I spot something that definitely doesn't belong with my new scribbles. A folded piece of paper, covered in typed lines, peppered with harsh red pen marks. My stomach does a backflip as I realize what it is. The letter. The dreaded rejection that destroyed my confidence 2 years ago. I guess I was using it as a cautionary bookmark. I hold the paper between my fingers, half tempted to crumple it for good. Just seeing the words, "not marketable enough," and "lacks clarity and emotional arc," sends a wave of irritation through my chest. The best part is that the letter was signed with an illegible scrawl, so I never found out exactly who stabbed my dreams in the heart. Midnight meows, trotting over to me with a victorious expression, as though she thinks she's done me a favor. She plants herself on top of a bright green note that says something about Hero's final confession. That note is now partially shredded under her paw. I exhale, setting the old rejection aside. You just love chaos, don't you? I reach out and give her a light scratch under the chin. She purrs, which feels like a questionable endorsement of my distress. You're cute, but also a little evil. It's a good thing I love you. She blinks, then tries to nibble at my pinky, which makes me yelp in surprise. Her eyes gleam, and she does that cat grin, lips parted slightly, whiskers twitching. It's like she's challenging me to do something about it. I gather the rest of the notes and grumble my way back to the desk. Once I've restored some semblance of order, I place the rejection letter on top of the stack. Maybe keeping it in plain sight will remind me to push harder, write sharper, prove that anonymous editor wrong. Then again, it might just give me nightmares. Midnight hops up onto my chair, forcing me to stand. You really know how to pick a seat, don't you? She curls up, ignoring my presence entirely. Typical cat. She orchestrates havoc, then claims the throne. Move over, I mumble, gently shoving her. She refuses. Sighing, I settle for the edge of the seat, half perched, while she hogs most of the cushion. My entire left leg dangles uncomfortably, but at least I can reach the keyboard. I glance at my half-finished scene. The man on the page is on the verge of declaring his undying love in a poetic monologue. It's so corny I can barely read it. Maybe that's what Rhea means by tapping into real emotion. Instead of imagining the perfect words, I need the raw ones. The ones that come straight from the mess inside me. But I haven't felt that mess in a long time. Not since the heartbreak that fueled my ill-fated manuscript. Since then, I've been telling myself that I don't need romance to write about it. That I can keep a healthy distance and churn out sweet, funny love stories without actually letting the concept of love anywhere near my heart. I eye the rejection letter again, remembering the sting of reading that my story was too personal, too close to the bone, as if raw emotion were a flaw. Then I think of Rhea's face this morning, how she seemed convinced that I just need a spark to set me off again. Real experiences, real desire, real heartbreak, if it comes to that. That's what captures readers' hearts, apparently. You hear that, Midnight? I say, scratching behind her ears. They want me to live a little, maybe talk to that new neighbor, see if there's anything interesting about him. He could be our next muse, or he could be a dud. Either way. Midnight blinks, unimpressed. She's probably thinking that I should have introduced myself last night, instead of burying my nose in my Word doc. She's right, but I hate admitting it to a cat. I shift, trying to find a comfortable spot on this chair, and realize it's hopeless. Midnight's fully sprawled out, and her soft belly fur is too tempting not to poke. I give it a gentle rub, earning a half-hearted swat. Her claws retract quickly, though, so maybe she's in a good mood. Once I've decided the cat's not going to budge, I open a fresh document on my laptop. All right, I say, cracking my knuckles. Time to stop whining and start writing. Rhea wants a partial draft before Friday ends. That's 5 days? We can do that? Maybe. Possibly. Midnight yawns, appearing bored by my pep talk. Nonetheless, I take it as agreement and begin typing. The words don't flow quite as smoothly as I'd like, but at least I'm putting something on the screen. A new protagonist, a new premise, a new everything. I toss out the overwritten romantic scene I had earlier and try a different angle. A couple who meets in the most inconvenient circumstances and fights the inevitability of their attraction. That might be fun, right? Everyone loves forced proximity. In my mind's eye, I picture an apartment building much like this one, with flickering lights and stale carpeting. Maybe the hero is a quiet newcomer with a mysterious past. Maybe the heroine is a reluctant romantic who's sworn off men. I cringe as I realize I'm basically writing my own biography, except I'm not trying to make it that obvious. Right? When it becomes too real, I step away from the keyboard. No, I mutter, pressing my hands to my eyes. I need a break from my own life in these pages. Let's keep it fictional. Midnight responds by hopping off the chair and wandering toward the kitchen. She glances over her shoulder, clearly wanting me to follow. She's probably hungry again, or maybe she's just bored with the writing process. I can't blame her. I trail after her, noticing that my toast from earlier remains half-eaten, cold and sad on the plate. I dump it in the trash and debate rummaging through the pantry for something more edible. Nothing leaps out at me, unless you count a can of olives that might be older than me. I wrinkle my nose and close the cabinet. A knock on the door jolts me. My heart hammers. Early morning knocks are never good. Maybe it's the landlord complaining about rent or someone wanting me to sign for a package that definitely isn't mine. I shuffle to the door, peering through the peephole. Nobody's visible, but I hear footsteps retreating down the hallway. Could it be the new neighbor? Maybe he knocked by mistake. Or the mail carrier who realized they had the wrong apartment. I crack the door open and see a small piece of paper on the ground. Bending to pick it up, I notice it's a flyer for a local writers group that meets every other Saturday. Typical. Everyone's encouraging me to find real-life inspiration, and now the universe is throwing pamphlets at my door. I roll my eyes. Midnight appears at my feet, sniffing the paper, then meows in a short, dissatisfied tone. It's as if she's saying, "Don't bother. You need more than a group of crotchety writers with questionable coffee." I can't argue. I toss the flyer onto the kitchen counter and glance at the clock. Almost 9. Usually I'd have made more progress on my draft by now, but this morning has been weirdly scattered. Between the call with Rhea, the sticky note catastrophe, and that old rejection letter reemerging like a phantom, my focus is shot. I chew on my lower lip, running my thumb over the letter's edge where it's torn. The memory of that day, reading those words that tore my writing apart, still stings. The editor had praised my voice, but slammed the plot and emotional arc. They claimed it was unpolished and unconvincing. I wonder if that person ever thought about how their comments might haunt me for years. Probably not. Midnight rubs against my calf, a gentle reminder that I'm not entirely alone in this. I pick her up despite her faint protest and hold her close to my chest, inhaling the faint scent of her fur. She purrs in that deep, resonant way that always soothes me, if only she could type. I delegate half the writing to her. Setting her down, I take a steadying breath. "All right, kitty. Time to face the day. We'll get groceries, maybe check the mail. And if we happen to run into any tall, muscular neighbors carrying boxes, we'll keep our eyes open." She blinks, probably unimpressed with my plan, but I swear she flicks her tail in a way that suggests approval. I grab my phone, slip on a pair of sneakers, and tie my hair up more securely in the scarf. Glancing at my reflection in the hallway mirror, I notice the shadows under my eyes. I look tired. Still, I force a grin, hoping it'll kickstart some positivity. There's a chance, small but real, that I might bump into our new resident in the lobby or the parking lot. If I do, I'll try not to make a fool of myself. And who knows, maybe he'll be perfectly pleasant, or even interesting, enough to spark a new storyline in my imagination. Midnight trots behind me, tail swishing. As I head for the door, I cast one last glance at the rejection letter on the desk. The red pen marks look like scars. I can't keep running from them. If I want to write love stories that people connect with, I need to face my own insecurities. Maybe it starts with letting myself feel again, whether that's annoyance or attraction or something else entirely. I switch off the living room light, and we step into the hallway. The building's air is stale, but there's a hint of promise in the quiet. I don't hear any boxes being moved now, but I can sense there's someone beneath me, living their own story. Maybe tomorrow, or tonight, or even in the next hour, our paths will cross, and I'll get a glimpse of who I'm cohabiting this space with. For now, I have a toast-deprived stomach and a cat who's convinced I'm incompetent at feeding her. That's enough motivation to explore the outside world. My laptop might wait, but the words I need to write won't. They're swirling around, waiting for something to ignite them. Maybe fresh air, maybe a random encounter, or maybe just the decision to stop letting an old rejection define me. I rub my fingers over Midnight's silky ears and lock my door behind us. She meows once, and I can't help but grin. "Yes, my queen," I whisper, and we start our descent down the creaky stairs together. My heart gives a tiny flutter of excitement, and I can't quite name the reason. Maybe the universe really is conspiring to give me a new story, one that feels alive, complicated, and brimming with unexpected possibilities. And maybe I'm ready for it.
Chapter 3. Eli. I'm slumped against a stack of unpacked boxes in my new apartment, holding the last lukewarm coffee from the gas station down the street. If there's a single place that can match my current mood, mildly bitter, faintly hopeful, it's this nearly empty space with its chipped paint and questionable lighting. Half my belongings remain on the floor, shoved against the walls because I can't decide where anything belongs. Maybe I'm hoping that by leaving the boxes untouched, I'll somehow avoid confronting the reality that I'm here for the long haul. No more Manhattan skyline, no more high-pressure editorial meetings, no more frantic phone calls at 3 a.m. Atlanta wasn't on my radar until I found this listing. A cheap one-bedroom in an older building on a quiet street. It sounded like the perfect hideout, a place to vanish while I figure out the next phase of my life. Now, as I stare at the uneven ceiling and try to ignore the stale smell of leftover takeout, I almost convince myself that it's working. Outside the window, the sun finally disappears, giving me a dim reflection of my own face in the glass. My features look sharper when I'm tired. Hollow cheeks, dark circles forming under my eyes. I drag a hand through my blonde hair, letting out a breath I've been holding for too long. There's a creeping sense that moving here might have been impulsive, but I had to get away from the city. I needed quiet, space, maybe even anonymity. The overhead light flickers for the 1,000th time today, and I grit my teeth. The landlord promised it was just a wiring quirk. I flick the switch off and on a few times, hoping to reset whatever ancient circuit is misbehaving. The light buzzes defiantly but remains on. Good enough. Setting my coffee on a small side table, I rummage through a box labeled Eli's Stuff, Books. There's a heavy anthology of poetry, an ancient dictionary I've lugged around since college, and a battered notebook containing old editorial notes I'm not ready to read. I stash them in the empty bookshelf, all while refusing to think about the last manuscript I destroyed with red pen. The memory stings. After that, everything spiraled. My job, my relationships, my sense of purpose. I came here to forget, or at least to breathe. I pause when I hear a faint meowing sound in the hallway. That's odd. I didn't realize there were cats in this building, though I'm sure there are plenty of secret pets. Part of me is tempted to investigate, but I don't. If it's on the other side of the door, it's not my problem. And I'm definitely not in the market for new complications, no matter how adorable. Just as I'm shoving a box of old editing markers under the coffee table, the lights flicker again, this time more dramatically, and everything goes dark for a split second. It's enough to make me sway, scanning the shadows for reassurance. The overhead fixture flickers back on, weaker than before. Lovely. I reach for my coffee, only to sense movement near the door. A faint rustling sound like a small creature scurrying across the threshold. I freeze. My first thought is a rat, which wouldn't surprise me in an older building. Then I see a swish of black fur and two luminous eyes. It's a cat, a sleek black one, gliding across my floor as if it owns the place. "Hey," I say, voice low as if I'm addressing a burglar. "Who? What?" But the cat stops to glare at me. Its eyes narrow and a muffled hiss escapes its throat. I stand there stuck halfway between "get out" and "oh, that's kind of cute." I'm not a cat person, I'm not any animal person really, but the situation is so bizarre I can't even begin to figure out how to proceed. "Where did you come from?" I crouch slightly, extending a tentative hand. The cat interprets this as a challenge. Quick as lightning, it darts forward and swipes a paw at my boots. The leather makes a scraping sound under those claws. I jerk back with a yelp. "Okay, easy," I grumble, glaring at the new scuff on the toe. "Don't you have an owner or something?" The cat doesn't dignify me with a response. Instead, it lifts its chin in regal defiance and slinks farther into the apartment. My coffee is still on the table, dangerously close to the cat's path. I suspect trouble. Before I can reach for the cup, the cat leaps onto the side table, nearly knocking the cup over. "Hey!" I rush forward to grab it, but I'm too slow. One swish of its tail and the coffee tips, splashing everywhere. Warm liquid drips onto the rug I just bought. It was cheap, but still. I curse under my breath and yank the coffee-stained rug to the side. The cat stands in the puddle, looking at me with a face that screams, "This is your fault for leaving coffee unguarded." A second later, I hear footsteps in the hallway, rapid ones, and a voice that calls, "Midnight! Midnight! Get back here!" It's a woman's voice, frantic, a little breathless. Oh, so the intruder has a name, and apparently belongs to someone who can't keep her cat under control. Great. I yank the front door open just in time to see a tall, curvy figure rushing down the corridor. She notices me, eyes going wide, and then I realize I'm standing there with coffee all over my socks and a fierce scowl on my face. "Is that your cat?" I demand, pointing at the offender who's currently investigating a half-open box. She stutters to a stop, pressing a hand to her chest. Yeah, I'm sorry." She slips out. Sometimes her eyes flick around my messy apartment, taking in the scattered boxes and the coffee-stained rug. "Oh, wow. You really got the full welcome wagon, huh?" "Welcome wagon?" "More like Trojan horse," I mutter, pushing the door wider so she can enter. She steps in, and her gaze immediately lands on the cat, who's perched on a stack of books, tail swishing like a bored queen. "Midnight," she says in a scolding tone. "How many times do I have to tell you not to break into other people's places?" She tries to scoop up her pet, but Midnight evades capture with a quick hop. I watch this chase unfold with a mix of mild fascination and annoyance. The cat leaps from one box to another. The woman lunges, and each time, she ends up empty-handed. Meanwhile, I'm left to stew in coffee-scented socks. She corners the cat near the window. Midnight hisses, then relents, letting the woman pick her up. Cradling the cat in one arm, she tucks a stray curl behind her ear with her free hand, looking up at me with an apologetic smile. "I'm Camila, by the way. We live upstairs. I'm sorry about the coffee. And your boots." I cross my arms, half to hide the coffee stain on my pant leg. "Eli," I say, short and blunt. "So you live directly above me, I assume?" She nods. "Yeah. I didn't realize you'd moved in until I saw the truck last night." She's wearing bright leggings and an oversized sweatshirt that hangs off one shoulder, and her hair is gathered into a colorful headscarf. Her brown skin glows like the most delicious honey. There's something warm and vivid about her presence, even though she's the source of my sudden aggravation. Or rather, her cat is. Still, I can't help noticing the curve of her lips, the arch of her brow. She looks like she's trying not to laugh at the chaos her cat has caused. Midnight squirms in her grip, ears flicking in annoyance. "We'll just, get out of your hair," Camilla offers, backing toward the door. "Let me at least pay for your coffee or your rug." I glance down at the crumpled, soggy rug, then shrug. "Don't bother. It was cheap." She nods, but something in her expression suggests she feels guilty. "Maybe I can buy you a new one? Or at least treat you to a cup of coffee that's not from the local gas station." Wait a second. How does she know it's gas station coffee? I follow her gaze to the half-crushed coffee cup on the floor, the brand's logo smudged with footprints. I exhale, pinching the bridge of my nose. "You don't have to do that. Just keep your cat from sneaking into my place in the future." Her eyes narrow in a playful challenge. "I'll try. But Midnight has a mind of her own, so no promises." She shifts the cat to her other arm. "I really am sorry." At that moment, the overhead light flickers again, dimming the room. Camilla glances up, noticing the stuttering bulb. "Is your electricity stable?" "Because that's more flickers than I've ever seen around here." I shrug. Landlord claims it's old wiring. "If it stops working, I guess I'll just rely on candles." "Candles?" A small grin curls her lips. "You'd make the perfect gothic recluse. That's a total vibe. I'm completely at a loss for how to respond to that." My face probably betrays confusion because she laughs. It's a hearty, unself-conscious sound, and it echoes off the bare walls. Despite the coffee disaster, I realize there's an odd spark in the air, like the moment you plug a faulty lamp into an outlet and it buzzes with too much energy. Before I can figure out a witty comeback, Midnight starts pawing at Camilla's scarf, making her squeak. She sets the cat down, but keeps one hand on its collar. "We should get going before she trashes anything else," she says. I nod, stepping aside to let her pass. She pauses in the doorway, hesitating. "Welcome to the building, by the way," she adds, voice softer. "Despite the coffee incident, I hope you'll settle in fine. We're not all chaotic cat owners, I swear." "Noted." I cross my arms again, ignoring the warm flush of amusement creeping into my chest. "Thanks." She inclines her head in a quick goodbye, nudges the cat forward, and disappears into the hallway. I let out a long breath once they're gone, as if I've been holding it since the moment that cat broke in. I lock the door and observe the aftermath. Coffee drips, battered rug, scattered boxes. Not exactly the shining start I envisioned for my quiet life here. I fish a roll of paper towels from a kitchen box, kneel to blot the mess. My mind replays Camilla's laugh, the way her eyes lit up even in the flickering light. She seems vibrant, and more than a little exasperating. I'm also annoyed at how quickly that short exchange got my pulse pounding, reminding me that my plan to stay invisible might fail if I keep running into neighbors this compelling. After I've cleaned the spill as best I can, I dump the soggy towels in the trash and squint at my scratched boot. Midnight's claw marks leave thin lines across the leather. Great. Another reminder of my brilliant plan to move somewhere quiet and drama-free. Because obviously that's going well. With a sigh, I heave the soggy rug to the side, making a mental note to toss it later. My gaze flicks to the doorway, half expecting the cat to return for a second round of destruction. But the hallway remains silent. The only sounds are my own breathing and the low drone of the fridge. At least I got the introduction with my neighbor out of the way. Sort of. Not that I planned on any introductions. I wanted to maintain a low profile, especially given my complicated past with publishing. But it seems I'm already known in the building. Maybe not as an ex-editor, but as the unfortunate soul who was attacked by a cat on day one. That's sure to spread. Dropping onto my couch, I stare at the boxes labeled Office piled against the wall. My laptop, dusty notebooks, and piles of manuscripts are in there. The thought of reopening that chapter of my life stirs up tension in my spine. Maybe I won't unpack them yet. I'm supposed to be taking a break, right? Maybe I can find freelance work that doesn't remind me of manuscripts, deadlines, or the role I once played in someone's heartbreak. Because that's what editing became near the end, cutting into people's souls with red ink, telling them their passion projects weren't good enough. Outside, a car passes, headlights gliding across the window. I breathe out, slow and measured, letting the warmth of the lamp try to comfort me. My mind drifts to Camila again, to the way she called me a gothic recluse, as if that's an actual descriptor. There's a possibility she's just messing with me. Maybe she's a writer too, or some other creative type who can't resist turning everyday observations into sarcastic commentary. Speaking of sarcasm, I wonder if she found me as prickly as I found her cat. The annoyance is real, but there was also a flicker of something. A spark that made me hyper-aware of how messy my hair probably looked, how sweaty my palms felt. Ridiculous. I came here to escape trouble, not to flirt with someone in rainbow leggings whose cat ambushes unsuspecting neighbors. While my brain battles those thoughts, the lights give one final flicker and go out completely. The entire apartment plunges into darkness, the only illumination a faint glow from the street lamp outside. "You've got to be kidding," I mutter. Perfect timing. I wait a few seconds to see if the lights will come back. They don't. Grumbling, I fetch my phone from my pocket and switch on the flashlight. Sure enough, the overhead bulb is lifeless. I click the light switch a few times, but there's no response. I shuffle into the kitchen, open a drawer at random, and discover a single candle left behind by the previous tenant. It's shaped like a pineapple, which makes no sense to me, but at least it's something. I light the wick with the old lighter that was sitting next to it. A faint, citrusy scent wafts through the air. Gazing around the apartment by candlelight, I admit the gloom lends a certain charm to the battered walls. It's almost cozy if I ignore the pit in my stomach that reminds me I've run from my life. The flickering glow reveals a scattering of coffee stains on the floor, a silent testament to the unexpected presence of midnight. I wonder what it must be like to own a cat that brazenly inserts itself into strangers' spaces. Maybe Camila's used to rescuing her little intruder from random apartments. Maybe that's normal for them, living in a whirlwind of cat-fueled mishaps. A brief smile touches my lips at the thought of her chasing that cat around, breath catching in her throat, hair slipping from her scarf. She didn't seem embarrassed, more resigned like she'd done it dozens of times. Somehow that weirdly endearing image staves off the gloom swirling in my head. I remind myself I'm not here to make friends or even neighbors, but it doesn't hurt to acknowledge that the building has at least one interesting personality. Maybe, if I'm lucky, that cat will give me a wide berth from now on. A new message flashes in my phone. It's the landlord's number, letting me know the power's out in half the building, and they're working on it. Great. I guess I can't do anything about that. At least my phone is charged, so I can distract myself for a while. I switch off the flashlight to conserve battery and watch the candle's flame sway. My entire body feels tense from hauling boxes around, so I lean back on the couch, massaging my neck. Images from the day flash in my mind, scraping the bottom of my bank account to pay the movers, that final look I gave Manhattan as we drove away, the relief that turned into hollow exhaustion once I arrived, and now, this odd sense that I'm not alone. I mean, obviously I'm not alone, but I didn't expect to feel any kind of spark with the neighbor. I shut my eyes, letting out a measured breath. Nothing has to come of it. She's just someone who lives upstairs. She writes on sticky notes or something. Wait, that's an assumption. I saw sticky notes in her hand. Or maybe those were random scraps. Either way, it's not my business. The power surges back, lighting up the room in a sudden glare. The bulb in the ceiling zaps to life, flooding the apartment with a harsh glow that makes me squint. I douse the candle. My phone pings again. Another text from the landlord, letting everyone know that the outage should be resolved. "Welcome to Atlanta," I mutter to myself, setting the pineapple candle on the windowsill. If this is day one, I can't wait to see what day two holds. Probably more cat burglaries and unexpected neighbor run-ins. Maybe I'll invest in a giant bag of cat treats as a peace offering, or a cat repellent spray. Either might be necessary. I let out a dry chuckle, the sound echoing in this nearly empty space. Who am I kidding? The moment that cat strolled in, my peace was trashed. And if I'm honest, a part of me is strangely okay with that. It might be the first real burst of excitement I've had since everything fell apart in New York. Shaking off those thoughts, I push myself up from the couch to grab a fresh towel and wipe up any lingering coffee on the floor. The scent lingers, earthy and slightly sweet, reminding me of that chaotic minute when cat claws turned my evening upside down. My mind edges back to Camila, her quick smile, the humor in her gaze. If I'm lucky, I won't have to see her or her cat again anytime soon. But a small voice lodged deep in my head wonders if that's really what I want. Maybe there's something about starting over in a strange city that gives me permission to explore new connections, assuming my prickly nature doesn't scare everyone off. I toss the coffee-soaked towels in the trash, deciding that's enough cleaning for tonight. I'm too worn out to keep wrestling with the memory of that cat infiltration. The boxes aren't going anywhere, so I flip off the living room light, plunging the space into calmer shadows. In the darkness, I recall Camila's wide eyes, and that moment she called me a gothic recluse. It was an odd label, but not exactly unflattering. There's humor and curiosity there, and for a split second I replay the shape of her smile as she teased me. I shake my head, swallowing the spark of attraction. No, that's not what I'm here for. I left a tangle of complications behind in New York. The last thing I need is a brand new one wearing bright leggings and chasing a cat named Midnight. Still, I'm not immune to the tug in my chest when I think about that instant of connection, even if it was wrapped in spilled coffee and scratched boots. Tomorrow, I'll do the responsible thing. Finish unpacking, locate a grocery store, and maybe replace this ruined rug. If I bump into Camila again, I'll keep it polite. I don't need to share personal details, and I definitely don't need to let my guard down. She's just a neighbor. I'm just a tenant. As I stand alone in the dim living room, a quiet emptiness settles around me, broken only by subtle background noise of the fridge. A part of me, no, I refuse to phrase it that way. I don't want to romanticize my restless curiosity, but an undeniable sense of possibility hangs in the air no matter how hard I try to ignore it. Grabbing a spare blanket from one of the boxes, I spread it over the couch and lie down, adjusting a lumpy pillow behind my head. It's not a comfortable spot, but I'm not in the mood to wrestle with my still disassembled bed frame in the other room. Sleep should come easily after all the hauling and stress, but my mind stays alert, replaying that short exchange with the cat's owner. I close my eyes and attempt to drift. The building creaks, the wind taps against the windows, and I sense my heart rate slowing. Images swirl in my thoughts. Camila's startled expression, Midnight's scornful glare, the swirl of coffee hitting the floor. It's almost funny if I detach myself from my frustration. Somehow, a faint smile tugs at my lips. Perhaps tomorrow, I'll figure out how to exist in this new environment without descending into total isolation. Maybe I'll even check out that weird smell in the hallway. But for now, I let the day's tension drain away, sinking into the couch cushions and letting out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. The city's night sounds murmur in the background, and my eyelids grow heavy. Despite my attempts to maintain stoic solitude, I can't forget the spark that flashed between me and my chaotic upstairs neighbor, all because her cat decided to sabotage my life for a moment. It's ridiculous. It's kind of funny. It's also oddly thrilling in a way that unsettles me more than any coffee stains could. Eventually, exhaustion drags me under, and the last thing I remember is the faint image of that black cat's piercing eyes, as if it sized me up and decided to set something in motion I can't fully grasp. Maybe it did. Maybe that cat already has my number. All I know is that this doesn't feel like the calm, anonymous existence I came here to find. It might be something else entirely. And that realization makes my pulse kick just enough to keep me awake a few minutes longer. I sink into sleep, bracing for whatever comes next in this strange new life. Maybe, just Maybe I'm not dreading it as much as I thought I would.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyler Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promise to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylerWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life
with Miss Tyler. Chapter 4. Camilla. I wake up with my heart drumming in my ears, as though my brain decided that 5 hours of sleep was more than enough time for rest. The first thing I see is Midnight's green-eyed stare, only 2 inches from my face. She's perched on my pillow like she's the queen of everything. I'm pretty sure she's judging me. Again. "Morning, Your Highness," I mumble, nudging her off my pillow. She leaps onto the windowsill instead, tail flicking in a show of attitude. Normally, I'd be charmed by her glamorous pouting, but today I'm swamped with leftover irritation from last night. It's not even Midnight's fault. Not entirely. But she was definitely involved when she invaded the new neighbor's apartment and shredded the peace of my existence. A shiver of embarrassment ripples through me, recalling how I had to chase her around that man's living room. Eli. That was his name. Tall, blonde, apparently a connoisseur of cheap coffee. Also, super grumpy about cat scratch marks, which I get. It's not fun to see your possessions ruined by little paws of terror. Still, could he have been a bit less stiff? The way he stood there, glaring at me over the coffee-stained rug, gave me flashbacks of every stony-faced editor who's ever told me I use too many adjectives. I swing my legs off the bed, yawning as I shuffle to the bathroom. My reflection in the mirror looks unimpressed. Dark under-eye circles, curls flattened on one side from pressing into the pillow. I splash water on my face, half expecting it to jolt my creativity into gear. No dice. My head's still stuck on that moment when Eli brushed me off, refusing any compensation for the damaged rug, like he didn't want my help. As if I was the cause of his frustration just by existing. Sure, I muttered to my reflection. Like I loved chasing a cat into a stranger's apartment, wearing pajamas that definitely had a questionable cheese stain on them. I dab my face dry and glare at the mirror, silently daring it to talk back. After a quick rummage through my dresser, I pick out an old t-shirt that reads, "Plot Twist," a pair of leggings with neon swirls, and a fuzzy cardigan. Comfort is key. I glance over at Midnight, who has returned to lounge on my bed, looking as if she pays the rent. A small part of me is proud of her boldness. No fear, no shame, just maximum chaos. And yet, I also want to lecture her for making me subject to an unfiltered dose of that neighbor's scowl. "Let's see if we can avoid more drama today," I tell her while pulling on my sneakers. She blinks slowly, then yawns in my direction. "You're not sorry, are you? Not even a little?" I receive a flick of the tail in response, which feels like a personal challenge. I gather my laptop and a fistful of sticky notes, deciding it's time for a writing session in the living room. It's the only place with enough open space that I won't feel claustrophobic. Plus, I can keep an eye on the door in case certain cats decide to wander. As soon as I settle at the small desk by the window, I notice I'm short on coffee. The only thing in my cupboard is an ancient instant blend that tastes like muddy water. I shoot an evil eye at midnight, as if she's responsible for my lack of decent coffee. She tilts her head, returning my stare with her typical, "Is this my problem?" expression. "Fine," I announce, pushing away from the desk. "I'll just run to the corner cafe for a latte. Don't get into trouble while I'm gone." Her ears perk with mild interest, but I doubt she comprehends how serious I am about her not leaving the apartment. I try to block the cat door that leads to the hallway by wedging a plastic crate in front of it. That should slow her down for at least 5 seconds, which might be enough time for me to buy coffee and come back. On my way out, I hear a muffled meow, which might be a farewell or a protest. I lock the door behind me, head down the stairs, and brace for the possibility of running into my neighbor. Luckily, the hallway is empty. A flickering bulb hums overhead, threatening to plunge the staircase into darkness again. This building could use a serious upgrade. Outside, the crisp morning air clears my head a bit. I take brisk steps to the cafe, mentally listing all the reasons I have no interest in talking to the new occupant downstairs. Reason 1, he clearly thinks I'm incompetent at controlling my pet. Reason 2, there was a weird editorial vibe in his voice when he commented that my cat sabotaged his space. It reminded me of critique notes that tear your beloved chapters to shreds. I've had enough of that. I don't need more input from a random guy who can't even smile politely. Still, there's something about him that stays lodged in my thoughts, an undercurrent of tension I can't quite ignore. Maybe it's the way he looked exhausted, like the entire weight of his past was digging into his shoulders. Or maybe it's just that I can't recall the last time I felt a spark of irritation that also felt invigorating. His scowl was aggravating, but I also kind of wanted to poke him in the chest and see if he'd crack a grin. Dangerous territory. I reach the cafe, order a caramel latte, and watch the barista whip it up behind the espresso machine. The place buzzes with early morning chatter. People hold their phones to their ears or peck at laptops, occasionally glancing around to see if anyone's eavesdropping. I slip into a corner seat with my cardboard cup, pulling out my phone to check emails. There's one from Rhea, titled, "Any Good News?" I cringe. She's waiting for a partial draft that I'm still nowhere near finishing. My reflection in the cafe window reveals the same worried face from earlier, minus the bedhead. I sip my latte, letting the sweet warmth soothe me, then muster the courage to open her email. She's asking if I've made any progress, what the new plan is for the novel's midpoint, and whether I've introduced a compelling romantic conflict yet. Her line, "Remember, real-life inspiration helps," taunts me. She's obviously hinting I should get out more, interact with actual humans. My memory instantly conjures an image of me and Eli, that scowl of his, my cat howling, coffee spilling everywhere. Real-life inspiration indeed. Exhaling heavily, I type a short reply. Drafting new ideas. Will send you something soon. Promise. I hit send before I can overthink. Then I grab my latte and hurry back home. My chest tightens at the thought of leaving Midnight alone for too long. She can be sweet, but she's also full of sly cunning. If I wait until lunchtime, I might find her lying on top of my laptop, pressing random keys to open weird windows I've never seen. Sure enough, when I get back, the plastic crate is partially shoved aside, and the cat door is cracked open. Fortunately, it seems that my cunning plan of half blocking the entrance was enough to keep her from fully escaping. My relief is immediate, though I don't let it show. If she senses I'm proud of her for staying put, she'll interpret that as permission to do something else. That's how cats operate. I see her sitting on the couch, gazing at me like I'm late for an appointment I never set. "Don't look at me like that," I scold, placing my latte on the side table. "You already had your morning adventure in the neighbor's apartment. No need to break in again, right?" She arches her back in a lazy stretch, yawns with enough drama to rival a soap opera star, and regards me through slitted eyes. I can practically sense the judgment. A cat side eye that screams, "When are you going to admit you found that man intriguing?" I try to ignore it, grabbing my laptop with a determined flourish. "I am absolutely not intrigued," I inform the cat. "He's rude and has an attitude problem. I don't do well with people who look at me like I'm a disaster." Midnight's left ear twitches. She leaps off the couch and saunters over to me, circling my ankles in an unsettlingly smug manner. I poke her fuzzy forehead gently. "Your side eye is not appreciated, Missy. Move along." She gives a sharp flick of her tail in response, which I interpret as, "Deny all you want, but I can see through you." I open my current manuscript doc, scanning the lines from my last attempt at a meet-cute. The scene reads like something out of a cheesy rom-com. The heroine drops her groceries in a grocery store aisle. The hero helps pick them up. Their fingers touch over a box of pasta. My writing used to be better than this. Now it feels forced, like I'm conjuring stock images instead of breathing life into characters. Ugh, I groan, hitting delete until the entire chunk disappears. "We can do better." "Right, Midnight?" She hops onto the table, settling next to my laptop and twitching her whiskers. I swear she's giving me that look that says, "Why not write about your actual meet-cute with the scowly neighbor? Plenty of funny gold there." I refuse to stoop to that. For one, I don't want to base a story on a real person who might show up at my door again, demanding I take my cat back. Also, I can't rely on an editor, especially not a random neighbor editor, for any reason. I've sworn off editors after the heartbreak I endured from that harsh critique years ago. Now I do things my way, even if I'm floundering. Midnight extends a paw, nudging the enter key. The cursor jumps to the next line. I catch myself smiling despite my irritation. "You're not helping," I say, though I don't chase her away this time. Her presence, at least, keeps me from descending into hopelessness. My phone hums with an incoming text from Abuela. She's reminding me of our weekly call. I glance at the time. Yep, it's near noon. She always expects me to fill her in on my love life, which is basically non-existent. The last time I tried telling her I was happily single, she rambled about how I'm too young to give up on romance and too old to keep playing around. Contradictory, but that's Abuela. I make a mental note to call her later, once I've scribbled at least a page of something coherent. I force myself to type a new scene. The heroine, an aspiring pastry chef, invites the grumpy hero to try one of her test recipes, but he's convinced he hates sweets. As they bicker over sugar content, sparks fly. It's not exactly Shakespeare, but maybe it'll suffice as a warm-up. The words flow until my fingers start cramping. For a moment, I forget about real-life frustrations, enjoying the fictional banter. There's comfort in creating a safe space where the worst that can happen is a burned batch of cookies. Halfway through describing how the hero finally succumbs to the pastry's charm, I sense movement in my periphery. Midnight has slipped off the table, her tail pointed at the door. She glances over her shoulder at me, meows once, and prowls closer to the hallway that leads outside. "No," I say immediately. "You're not going out there. You're banned, especially after last night's coffee incident." Midnight meows again, this time more forceful. It sounds suspiciously like an argument. She bumps her head against the plastic crate I used as a makeshift blockade, then looks at me. I set my laptop aside and stand. "Don't give me that attitude. You cause trouble whenever you roam free." But the cat is persistent. She meows a third time, voice echoing in the cramped hall. I step up to her, arms crossed. Why are you so desperate to run wild? She meows again, pointing her nose toward the door. Is that man your new best friend now? You can't possibly be attached to him. Another loud meow. Oh, hush. Her glare is scathing, as if to say I'm the unreasonable one. With a sigh, I crouch down, meeting her at eye level. Look, if you want me to talk to the neighbor, that's not happening. He was snippy and obviously unamused by your presence. And I have a policy of not chasing after men who glare at me like I'm a tornado of chaos. She blinks, calm but insistent, pressing her nose to the crate. I wave a hand, thoroughly exasperated. Fine, you want out so badly? Let's compromise. I'll take you for a quick hallway stroll. We'll avoid 1C at all costs. Maybe you just need to sniff around. Gingerly, I shift the crate aside, open the door and glance into the hallway. It's quiet, no sign of movement from below. The overhead light flickers, but at least it's staying on today. Midnight darts forward, and I scramble to hold onto her collar. She attempts to trot down the stairs, so I tag along, whispering, "We're not bugging the neighbor again. We're just taking a short walk, okay?" As soon as we reach the landing, the cat tries to pull me further down. "Stop!" I hiss, pulling back gently. She meows in outrage, all four paws scrabbling to keep going. It's like walking a stubborn toddler who can't speak. All right, that's enough. Back upstairs, I urge, turning her around. She resists, making me nearly lose my grip. My heart lurches. If she slips free, we'll have a repeat of last night's disaster. Nope, I insist, scooping her up instead. You're done. She squirms, claws snagging my cardigan. As I wrestle with her, I can't help imagining if the door to 1C suddenly opened. That would be a funny spectacle. Me, in neon leggings, hugging a cat who definitely doesn't want hugs. I already look ridiculous enough without an audience. Just when I start hauling her back upstairs, a door creaks. My soul nearly leaves my body, convinced it's Eli. But no, it's an older woman from 2B peering out, probably to see what all the cat screeching is about. She eyes me suspiciously, then sniffs and retreats. Good. I'd prefer only mild humiliation, thank you. See, Midnight? I whisper, shifting her weight so I can climb the last step without falling. We do not need more spectacle or more editorial commentary about your claws. She meows softly once we're back in front of our door, like she's calling me dramatic. I let out a weary groan, fumbling to unlock it. You're lucky I love you, I murmur, pushing the door open with my foot. She leaps out of my arms the instant we're inside, racing back into the living room and acting like nothing happened. I drop my keys on the side table, heart still pounding from the 2-minute excursion. Exasperated, I slump onto the couch. My laptop screen has gone dark from inactivity, so I wiggle the mouse until it lights up. The half-finished scene about the pastry chef and the sugar-hating hero blinks at me. Maybe I can salvage that into something publishable, or at least use it as a funny subplot. My mind keeps drifting back to real life. That scowl, those clipped words, the way Eli's presence unsettles me in more ways than I'd like to admit. On autopilot, I type a new paragraph. The heroine stands before the unhelpful, brooding hero, determined to prove she doesn't need him to succeed. There's a cat messing around in the background, apparently in love with him. That last detail sneaks into my writing, as if typed by a ghost. I scowl at the words, but I can't deny that it's oddly satisfying to channel my swirling emotions into the story. Maybe it's therapy in disguise, though I don't want to rely on that angle. Midnight jumps onto the cushion beside me, curling her tail around her body. She gazes at the laptop screen with what seems like curiosity, but it might just be the reflection moving across the screen that catches her attention. Don't get ideas, I warn her. I know you'd love to cameo in my next manuscript, but I have standards. She does an elegant twitch of whiskers, and grooms her paw, radiating smugness. I keep typing, ignoring how my pulse spikes whenever my imagination conjures an image of that neighbor. If I catch myself drifting too far into daydream territory, I clamp down on the urge and force the pastry chef's scenario to stay front and center. No scowly editor types allowed in my fictional world. I already lived that once, with the disastrous results. Why would I repeat the experience? Time slinks by in a haze of keystrokes and the soft hum of the heater. The hallway remains quiet, no sign of intrusion from below. Good. At least I won't have to endure that tension again so soon. Yet as I sift through my attempts at romantic comedy, I can't stop wondering if maybe hearing his snarky comments about my plot would light a fire under me. That's how it works sometimes. Someone you dislike challenges you, and you respond by proving you don't need their critique. The result can be surprisingly productive. But I quickly banish the thought, shaking my head. There's no reason to involve him. I am perfectly capable of finishing this book without some moody neighbor's editorial insights. Right? Right. Midnight rolls onto her back, stretching, and gives me a sly look that suggests she doesn't buy my internal pep talk. Stop it, I tell her, flicking her belly lightly with a fingertip. She tries to nip me, but we both know it's playful. I'm not letting that guy get under my skin, so don't even... A harsh beep interrupts me, making me jump. My phone alarm. It's a reminder I set to check the laundry. Oh, shoot, I mutter, scrambling off the couch. I forgot I started a load in the basement. Another beep from the phone. I'll be right back, I say to Midnight, rummaging for my keys. She lifts her head, narrows her eyes, then flops onto her side as if to say, "You better not blame me if anything weird happens while you're gone." Be good, I instruct, pointing at her. She responds by rolling onto her back again, showing off her little fluffy belly. Right, she's definitely not going to be good. I hurry out, lock the door, and dart down the stairs, praying I don't bump into a certain occupant. My heart thumps like a drum as I pass 1C, but no sounds emanate from inside. Maybe he's out. Relief settles in my chest. I do not need more complicated interactions. I'll grab my laundry, fold it in record time, and return to my writing cave. At the basement level, the washers and dryers hum in their usual off-key symphony. I gather my damp clothes from the washing machine, trying to focus on mundane tasks instead of last night's incident. My mind unhelpfully replays how tense I felt under that man's glare, how I found it irritating and, fine, slightly intriguing. It's a puzzle I'm not eager to solve. Once my clothes are in the dryer, I set the timer and hustle back upstairs, ignoring the dusty basement corners and the mild scent of detergent. At least doing chores keeps me from fixating on my novel woes or my meddling cat. Another wave of relief hits me when I pass 1C again without hearing footsteps. Safely inside my apartment, I sag against the closed door. Midnight greets me with a chirp, hopping onto the armchair as if to say, "Mission accomplished?" Her eyes shine with that cat brand of mischief that implies she's proud of how thoroughly she's tangling me in new drama. "No mission," I insist, dropping onto the couch. "We're done talking about him. We're writing, and that's final." She blinks slowly, which doesn't exactly reassure me. It's like she expects me to cave at any moment, but I refuse. I pull my laptop onto my lap and resume typing. My fictional hero remains determinedly grumpy, the heroine equally stubborn. Their back and forth bickering feels oddly cathartic, as if I'm channeling the leftover friction from my real-life encounter. With each keystroke, I push aside the memory of that tall figure, those intense eyes, the faint lines around his mouth that suggested an underlying tiredness. I will not dwell on any of that. I will not wonder if I could coax a smile out of him if I tried. Absolutely not. Midnight settles beside me, her purr resonating like a tiny motor. I stroke her soft fur absently, letting the rhythmic vibration soothe my nerves. My thoughts wander to Ria's email, to the partial draft she's waiting for, to all the big scenes I haven't written yet. The messy swirl of worry and half-baked ideas nearly overwhelms me until I remember that it's not just me in my quiet living room. A finicky cat might not solve my writer's block, but she's the one living creature who sees me day in, day out, cheering or judging or both. "All right," I mutter. "One more scene, then we'll grab lunch. Sound good?" The cat purrs louder, obviously in favor of any plan that involves sustenance. I launch into another chunk of dialogue, letting it spill across the page. The pastry chef heroine challenges the hero to a bake-off. He secretly yearns to impress her, but tries to hide it behind dry humor. Meanwhile, a meddling cat in the background tries to sabotage the mixing bowls. That last bit might be a direct cameo from real life, but I figure it adds funny spice. Keyboard clacking echoes through the apartment, punctuated by Midnight's occasional meows. My pulse settles into a comfortable rhythm. Every so often I glance at the door, vaguely unsettled by how close 1C is to mine. Yet no knocks, no footsteps. Maybe that's for the best. I refuse to rely on him or any other editor. I'll figure out my plot, complete my draft, and thrive without further drama. The memory of his scowl might linger, but it won't hold me back. I'm capable of finishing this novel on my own terms. If I can manage that, maybe I'll finally shake off the old rejection letter that's haunted me. And if I ever see Eli again, I'll keep the conversation polite, brief, and free of cat intrusions. Midnight shifts on the couch, shooting me another side-eye that suggests I'm lying to myself. "Don't judge me," I whisper, giving her a playful nudge. She nibbles on my finger in response, lightly, no malice. The future's uncertain, but at least I have my stubborn feline, a few hilarious story ideas, and a determination to stand on my own feet, even if they're clad in neon leggings. That's enough for now. Laughing softly, I add another line of banter between my characters, ignoring the flicker of heat in my cheeks when I recall the tension that sparked in real life. This is my story, not his, and I'm sticking to it.
Chapter 5. Eli. I wake up to a dull ache in my lower back from another night spent on the lumpy couch, a self-inflicted punishment for refusing to assemble my bed. Somehow it still feels easier than facing the chaos of my new life in Atlanta. I stretch, blinking at the streak of sunlight slipping through a gap in the curtains. The clock on my phone reads 7:42 a.m., which is far too early for me to be conscious. Yet here I am, mind racing before I've even attempted coffee. I bury my face in the blanket, trying to summon the willpower to reclaim a sliver of sleep. Then, a light tapping sound from above punctures my groggy state. It starts slow, like someone gently tapping a tabletop, then speeds up to a frenzied clack. I roll onto my back and stare at the ceiling, following the soft rhythms that filter through the old plaster. That has to be a keyboard. Camila must be writing. This building is so poorly insulated I can basically track her typing speed. Judging from the occasional pauses, she's either thinking hard between sentences or second-guessing every line. My editor brain automatically tries to interpret the pattern. Maybe she's writing dialogue, noticing a plot hole, and furiously backspacing. I tell myself it's none of my business, but the second I admit that, I'm more curious. I'm about to bury my head under a pillow again when I catch myself softly mumbling a phrase I used to deliver in a publishing meeting. Your pacing is good, but you need to tighten that scene. I freeze, realizing I've whispered it aloud to an empty room. Well, not quite empty because I glimpse a dark shape perched on the windowsill. My heart kicks into an anxious rhythm. Is that the cat? I sit up, squinting to confirm. Sure enough, it's a sleek black silhouette with pointed ears. Midnight, the little troublemaker. She's outside my window on the narrow brick ledge. At least I think it's her. It's tough to make out details through the smeared glass. I rub my eyes. Maybe I'm still half asleep. dreaming of cat burglars. I crossed the living room in 3 strides, yanking the curtain aside. Midnight whips her head in my direction, eyes luminous. A low meow penetrates the glass, though it's muffled. She looks unimpressed, like I've interrupted her personal stakeout. I open the window a crack which feels dangerous. One strong wind gust, and we'd have a cat dropping 2 stories. But she holds her balance perfectly, tail swishing. I realize she must have leapt onto the ledge from the fire escape that snakes around the back of the building. "Hey!" I say through the gap, voice hushed. "You're going to get yourself killed." The cat's ears swivel, but she doesn't budge. Instead, she appears to peer inside my apartment, scanning the boxes and half-unpacked belongings with mild disapproval. "Yes, I know it's messy," I add. "Some of us are still in transition." She blinks once, slow and deliberate, then promptly hops off the ledge onto the rusted metal of the fire escape, vanishing from my view. My pulse remains elevated. In the space of 10 seconds, that cat has me feeling like a neglectful roommate who can't manage simple tasks. I slam the window shut before she decides to come back for an encore. After a moment, I step away from the window and try to calm my nerves. I can still hear Camila typing upstairs, the gentle clacking echoing through the ceiling. My annoyance at the cat merges with an odd fascination at how dedicated she seems. At this early hour, she's already pounding away at her keyboard. Does she do that every morning? I rummage around for my phone charger, which I realize is still in the bedroom. My bare feet scuff across the dusty hardwood as I pass by the door to the empty bedroom I haven't set up. The air in there is stale, like I'm avoiding any sign of permanence. Grabbing the charger from a box labeled Tech, I head to the kitchen, determined to scavenge breakfast. My phone vibrates with a text from my older sister, Abby, who never forgets to remind me I need to check in. She's typed something about, "Don't isolate yourself, it's not healthy." I frown, because she's right. But I'm still not ready to build a social life here, especially when my only notable acquaintance is Camila, the neighbor with an all-too-forward cat. Not sure that qualifies as a stable friendship. Stalking the fridge, I find a lone carton of soy milk and a lemon that looks suspicious. Neither helps my caffeine addiction, so I resign myself to black coffee from the questionable machine on the counter. It's one of those old drip brewers with a cracked handle. I set it up, scoop some generic brand grounds, and flick the switch. The hiss and gurgle fill the silence, drowning out the noise in my head for a moment. Then I catch it again, that muffled rhythm from upstairs. She must have picked up speed. The tapping now sounds like intense bursts of words, followed by abrupt stops. My brain conjures an image of her hunched over the keyboard, biting her lip, maybe cursing at the screen. Without thinking, I whisper, "Cut that sentence." It's too long instantly. I cringe at myself. I'm giving editorial feedback to the ceiling. The coffee machine hisses out a final sputter. I pour a mug, leaning against the counter. My mind tries to switch off the inner editor, but years of habit refuse to vanish. I spent so long dissecting other people's writing that it's second nature to me. Now I'm forcibly retired from that world, or so I keep telling myself. Yet here I am, eavesdropping on a complete stranger's daily writing routine. Suddenly, the staccato overhead typing stops. A long silence follows. My chest tightens as if I'm anticipating the next line. Then I hear a muffled exclamation, something like, "No, no, no," but I can't decipher the exact words. Possibly she's frustrated with a tricky scene. I sip my coffee, fighting a grin at how unprofessional I am, finding amusement in a neighbor's writer meltdown. My phone buzzes again, and I suspect another text from Abby. Instead, it's a short note from my landlord reminding me to fill out the building's official lease paperwork that I neglected in the chaos of moving. I grunt and slam my coffee cup down a little too hard, splashing hot liquid on my wrist. Great. Another reason to procrastinate. Still, I can't resist a quick glance at the ceiling. The tapping has resumed, a more subdued pace. It makes me wonder, what is she writing? A dissertation? A novel? Screenplay? If she's working on a book, Maybe it's romance or fantasy or something else entirely. She definitely struck me as creative, with that colorful style and quick retorts. A quiet voice inside urges me to ask, except our previous interactions have been less friendly chit-chat and more, "Your cat nearly killed me with coffee." Which brings me to the question, where is Midnight now? If she scaled the fire escape, there's a possibility she's lurking near my window. I picture her perched outside my bedroom like a gargoyle, waiting to judge me for having too many boxes. Or maybe she's already snuck into Camila's place. If I'm honest, I prefer that scenario. I chug the rest of my coffee, ignoring how bitter it tastes, then wash the mug under a weak stream of lukewarm water. The faucet sputters once, reminding me I should probably call the landlord about water pressure too. One thing at a time. An odd sensation stirs in my gut, a mix of curiosity and restlessness. The building is quiet now, except for the subtle hum of the fridge, the drip of the faucet, and occasional typing overhead. That sense of quiet after last night's incident feels like we've reached a lull in the storm. I know from experience that a lull can be deceptive. Usually it means something else is brewing. I recall Camila's annoyed expression and the challenge in her eyes when she insisted on covering the cost of my rug. I refused, but maybe that was too dismissive. Possibly I owe her an apology for being so short-tempered. I shuffle into the living room, stepping around a half-crumpled packing box. My feet brush over the spot where the coffee stain used to be. At least the floor is mostly clean now, though I can still catch a faint whiff of cheap espresso if I inhale too deeply. That memory coaxes a half-smile to my face. Ridiculous, but it's the only genuine dose of excitement I've had in days. Sinking onto the couch, I flip open my laptop to distract myself. The battery's nearly dead, so I fetch the charger from the kitchen. Once it's plugged in, I hesitate. My eyes land on a folder labeled Works in Progress, which is a leftover from my editing days. It's where I used to keep partial manuscripts from authors who needed developmental feedback. I press my lips into a tight line, feeling a ripple of regret. There's a piece of me that loves shaping stories, but diving back into that world feels too raw, too soon. The typing above me grows louder. I blink. Maybe she's pounding the keys in frustration. My own fingertips twitch on the trackpad. Without thinking, I mutter, "Don't overdo it. Sometimes less is more." Then I snap my mouth shut. So much for quitting the editor life. I'm apparently still offering unsolicited commentary to the ceiling. Just then, a faint scuffling sound echoes from somewhere near my door. The hair on my arm stands up. Is that footsteps? I set the laptop aside, tiptoe over, and press my ear to the door. Silence. Maybe I imagined it. Or maybe it's the cat, scouting new infiltration points. I sigh, shaking my head at how paranoid I've become in just a couple of days. I pull away from the door and step back, only to realize I left the curtains open in the living room. Movement catches my eye. Through the window, I spot a flick of black fur again on the fire escape. Midnight is perched on a rung, peering at me through the glass like an ominous omen. She cocks her head as if waiting for me to do something. I mouth, "Why are you here?" She doesn't respond, obviously. She just leaps onto a higher level of the metal structure, presumably heading toward Camila's window. Right. That cat belongs upstairs, meddling in her own territory, not mine. My phone pings with a fresh email from a freelance gig board I subscribe to. I give it a quick glance. People looking for editors, ghostwriters, typical stuff. Nothing appealing enough for me to abandon my vow to take a break. I close the email, reminding myself I came here to lie low and rediscover a life outside deadlines and line edits. Yet the longer I stand in this empty living room, the more the ceiling's muffled typing draws me in. There's an ache in my gut that says, "You're a problem solver. You fix messy manuscripts." You can't just turn that off. It's infuriating that I can't. I'm a grown man, but a bit of overhead tapping has me itching to figure out what's on the page. An abrupt thought surfaces. Maybe I should just talk to her, Camila, and see if she's a writer. Maybe we could commiserate about the joys of getting words on a page. But then I recall how I practically bit her head off when she tried to reimburse me for the coffee accident. She probably thinks I'm a stiff jerk with no sense of humor. Maybe that's accurate. I certainly felt like it last night. Pacing the small living room, I rub the back of my neck. The overhead tapping stops again, this time for a solid minute. I close my eyes, half expecting to hear footsteps in the hallway, or maybe a frustrated scream. Nothing. My mind conjures an imaginary scene. Camila banging her head against the desk, or maybe scribbling angry notes about a character who's too stubborn for his own good. The thought amuses me enough to let out a small chuckle, which echoes unnervingly in the silent apartment. I turn on a playlist from my phone, hoping music will drown out these editorial urges. Jazz flows softly from the speaker, a mellow saxophone that usually calms me. I settle on the couch, flipping through a battered collection of short stories I found at a thrift shop. My eyes skim the pages, but I can't concentrate. The sax tune, the stale building air, the memory of cheap coffee, it all merges into a haze that can't overpower the curiosity creeping under my skin. Eventually, the music fades to background noise, and my gaze drifts to the ceiling again. This time, the typing restarts faintly. It's like she's tiptoeing across the keyboard, as if uncertain about every word. My editorial reflex kicks in. Just commit to a direction, I say under my breath. Editing can come later. Let the story flow. I realize I'm basically giving pep talks to a woman I barely know through a plaster ceiling. If there were a medal for bizarre personal habits, I'd qualify. Suddenly, I spot a black shape near the slightly ajar window. Midnight again? Except it's inside now. I freeze, heart lurching. Did I leave the window open enough for her to climb through? Great. Another cat invasion. But when I blink, there's no sign of a cat actually in the living room. Maybe the reflection was just a trick of the light or my mind playing games. To confirm, I dart over and check. The window is closed. No sign of paw prints. My reflection stares back at me, eyebrows furrowed. I'm paranoid, that's all. I flick off my phone's playlist, letting the apartment return to hush. The overhead typing has paused again. My chest feels strangely hollow, like I'm waiting for something that might never happen. Then from upstairs, I hear a muffled curse. Definitely Camila's voice. She sounds frustrated, possibly at a plot development or a snippet of dialogue. My editor instincts flare, and I nearly laugh at how ridiculous I'm being. Imagining her text on a screen, rewriting it in my head. This is what happens when you do one job too long. Finally, I decide I've had enough pacing. I grab my keys and step into the hallway, telling myself I'm just going for a walk to clear my head, not to glean any more clues about my neighbor's writing style. The second I shut my door, I spot a slight shadow near the stairwell. A quick glance shows me the tail end of a cat disappearing around the corner. Must be midnight, always prowling. I bet she's heading upstairs to see what Camila's up to. Go on, cat, I murmur. Give her moral support. I pass by the stairwell, resisting the temptation to climb to the second floor and eavesdrop. That would be beyond intrusive. Instead, I head for the exit that leads to the street, bracing myself for the faint odor of stale garbage that's become a hallmark of this old building's entrance. Sure enough, it greets me as soon as I push the door open. I try not to grimace. Outside, the sidewalk bustles with a few morning joggers and a bike courier whizzing by. I tuck my hands in my jacket pockets, squint at the bright sun, and decide a brisk walk might cure my swirling thoughts. The city's alive with the honk of distant cars and the aroma of fresh bread from the bakery down the block. Each step feels oddly grounding, a reminder that there's a world out here beyond my self-imposed isolation. I pass the cafe where Camila might have grabbed her morning coffee. The memory of her pink headscarf and exasperated grin flickers in my mind. Why does that scene stick out so vividly? Maybe because it's the only genuine human contact I've allowed myself. I don't know whether I crave more of that chaotic energy or want to avoid it forever. Hard to say. 15 minutes of wandering leaves me no closer to figuring out how to exist here without thinking about her cat or her loud typing. Sighing, I return to the building and unlock the front door. The hallway is quiet, the flickering light overhead still doing its annoying dance. I pause, half expecting a funny ambush. But the hallway remains empty. Up the stairs, I hear a faint rustle, possibly Camila shifting in her apartment. My feet stall for a moment on the first-floor landing. Should I go upstairs, knock on her door, and say something trivial like, "Need sugar?" That seems ridiculous. We barely exchanged civil words last time. Also, it feels suspiciously like an excuse to confirm if she's writing a novel. I roll my eyes at myself and open my door. The moment I step inside, that sense of quiet gloom settles again. The place looks exactly as I left it. No sign of cat intruders, no coffee catastrophes. Just me. An unmade couch, boxes, and an undercurrent of restlessness. Grabbing my phone, I flop onto the couch. There's a new text from Abby. "Call me if you need anything. You good?" The corners of my mouth twitch. I type a quick reply. "Yes, alive. No, not starving. We'll text you later." It occurs to me I've hardly eaten. My stomach growls. I debate microwaving a leftover burger from a diner run, but the idea doesn't thrill me. Instead, I stare at the battered coffee table. A stray paperclip glints in the sunlight, reminding me of editorial tasks. Paperclips, red pens, all that apparatus I used to lug around. Part of me itches to read something new, offer constructive notes. But I force myself to resist. That's when I hear it again. Muffled typing. A voice speaking to a cat, a faint, "Why won't this scene work?" Drifting through the ceiling. It's just loud enough to tease my senses. A pulse of excitement flushes my system, though I can't place why. Maybe I've discovered a kindred creative spirit. Maybe it's an impulse to help, to fix, to shape words. Or maybe I just can't handle having an unsolved puzzle overhead. My lashes drop as I let out a resigned laugh. This is ridiculous. I'm practically pacing a hole in my carpet, longing to see what she's working on. One thing I do know, it's none of my concern. We both have boundaries. The last time we collided, coffee went flying. Yet I sense that I'll inevitably cross paths with Camila again, especially with a cat that roams freely. Deciding I need to break the tension for myself, I speak to the silent walls. She can handle it. She doesn't need my editorial input. My voice bounces back, too loud in the empty space. The apartment offers no reassurance, but I feel slightly better hearing my conviction out loud. The pattering overhead slows to a stop. I hold my breath, half wondering if she's discovered an epiphany or has given up for the day. Then a very faint meow drifts down, so soft I almost doubt it's real. Could be my imagination. My lips curl in an involuntary grin, picturing Midnight perched on Camila's desk, glaring at her keyboard. Like the cat might be waiting for the perfect moment to nudge her into action. Or mischief. I exhale, drumming my fingers on the couch cushion. "They probably need a nudge," I mutter, echoing the sentiment I imagine the cat harboring. Camila might benefit from an editorial conversation if she's stuck, but it's not my place. I remind myself this is my new life. No meddling in other people's stories, no picking up the red pen, no heartbreak. My gaze lands on the half-assembled bed frame in the adjacent room. Maybe that's my next step, a tangible project to channel my restless energy. Yeah, I'll wrestle with the screws and bolts, make this apartment somewhat livable. That should keep me busy enough to ignore the typing overhead and the cat mewling somewhere on the second floor. Pushing off the couch, it takes everything I have to tackle the bed frame. Tools rattle as I rummage in a toolbox. My hands tremble slightly, a weird combination of excitement and nerves. Maybe I'm just relieved to have something constructive to do that doesn't involve listening to a neighbor's creative meltdown or crisis. I lay out the pieces of metal and wood, bracing myself for the complicated instructions. Just as I find the right screwdriver, I catch one final flurry of keystrokes from above. It resonates through the ceiling, a storm of tapping as if she's pounding out a breakthrough. A peculiar warmth blossoms in my chest, hearing that unstoppable effort. I bite my lip, hoping it means she's found her groove. Or an ending. Or something else triumphant. I flick on some music, taking comfort in the rising guitar chords that fill the living room. No more eavesdropping. No more mental editing. If anything, maybe I can edit my own life first. Step 1. Build a bed. Step 2. Buy real groceries. Step 3. Figure out how to exist in this building without fixating on Camila and her meddlesome cat. A scratchy meow echoes from the alley outside, and I pause with a bolt in hand. My lips twitch in a rueful smile. This building might be my attempt at anonymity, but it feels like I've landed in a bizarre rom-com universe. Maybe that's okay. Maybe a little chaos is exactly what I need to crack open whatever shell I've built around myself, even if it means bracing for more spilled coffee along the way. Inhaling a steady breath, I crouch down, press the bolt into place, and tighten it with the screwdriver. Each twist feels like a small victory. Soon enough, I'll have a bed, a semblance of normalcy, and maybe, just maybe, some sense of peace. But something deep inside me suspects that peace is already slipping away, replaced by curiosity about the woman upstairs and her unstoppable typing. And surprisingly, that doesn't entirely scare me. It's possible I'm ready for this break from the quiet, even if I won't admit it out loud.
Chapter 6. Camila. I'm 99% sure my Wi-Fi router hates me, or maybe it just got tired of my panicked attempts to meet a deadline. Either way, when my internet connection dies mid-email to Rhea, I'm so exasperated I could swear the entire building hears my frustrated yell. I refresh the page for the 10th time, heart pounding, but the little circle on my laptop screen keeps spinning. No, I groan, pressing my forehead to the keyboard. We are not doing this today. Midnight, poised on the arm of the couch, blinks at me like I'm being dramatic. I point an accusing finger. Don't even start. I pay for high-speed internet. I jab the refresh button again. Nothing. Okay. I attempt to pay for high-speed internet, but the budget is tight. Still, we're supposed to have something better than the snail's pace of doom. The cat flicks her tail as though unimpressed by my rant, then hops down. She meanders toward the router on the side table, sniffs around suspiciously, and, I could swear this next moment happens in slow motion, proceeds to bat a single paw at the cable. Click. Everything goes dark on the modem. Oh, you have got to be kidding. I scramble up from my chair, stubbing my toe on the coffee table in the process. Midnight leaps away, tail high, wearing an unmistakable air of triumph. I kneel to reattach the cable, wiggling the wires, but the router's lights remain ominously off. Stop messing with me, I mutter, flipping the device around to check if something came loose. Midnight watches me from a safe distance, and I can practically hear her smug thoughts. You'll thank me later. It's not that I'm paranoid, but she's definitely done this before. Pulling cords, stepping on power strips, anything that might drive me out of the apartment at the worst possible time. She's cunning, and I'm almost certain this is her orchestrating one of her stunts again. An urgent email ping tries to pop up, then vanishes as the browser times out. I glance at the blinking send icon for my half-finished draft to Rhea. She's expecting a partial manuscript by noon. My watch says it's nearly 11. Perfect. Just perfect. All right, kitty, I say, letting out a slow breath. You want me to get out of the house? Fine. I'll just run to the library or the cafe. That's how you get your kicks, right? Forcing me into the real world like you're some cosmic life coach? She meows once, which does nothing to hide her guilt. I jam my laptop into its case and grab my jacket, ready to storm out. But a quick peek through the window reveals heavy clouds overhead, and fat raindrops splatter the glass. My shoulders sag. That's at least a 20-minute trek to the library, in weather guaranteed to drench me. There's one other option. I swallow, hating how my pulse quickens at the thought. The new neighbor, Eli, probably has working internet. We live in the same building, so I wouldn't have to brave the storm, just the short trip down one flight of steps. But the idea of facing him again sets my nerves ablaze. He's surly, allergic to cats, or so he claims, and he looks at me like I'm an alien with questionable motives. Also, the memory of that coffee incident has yet to fade. He might not be thrilled about me showing up, asking for a favor. Midnight chooses that exact moment to nudge my ankle, as if urging me onward. My eyes narrow. This is your plan all along, isn't it? Shove me into the arms. My throat tightens and I correct myself. Shove me into the presence of Mr. Broody Boots. She meows again, turning to stare at the door. I glare at her. Fine. But if he slams the door in my face, I'm feeding you generic dry kibble for a week. I jam my feet into a pair of neon green sneakers, fluff my hair in the hallway mirror, and take a steadying breath. Eli is probably less than thrilled about me in general, but I can't afford to let pride sabotage my deadline, so I march out, ignoring the flutter in my belly that suggests this might be a bad idea. When I reach 1C, I knock twice, then step back. My reflection in the chipped paint shows a woman who's half desperate, half embarrassed. Great combination. Moments pass without a response. I raise my hand to knock again, but the door opens abruptly, and I nearly smack him in the face. He stands there, looking rumpled in a charcoal t-shirt and gray sweatpants, his hair flopping over his forehead. The slight scowl that forms on his lips makes me suspect I've interrupted something. Great start. Hey, I manage, trying not to cringe. Sorry to bother you. This is going to sound random, but my internet is dead, and I have to send this partial draft to my agent soon. I wondered if maybe... You want my Wi-Fi password? He finishes, crossing his arms. I nod, ignoring the swirl of unease in my stomach. Yes, basically. I'll keep out of your way. Just need to send a file. He rubs the back of his neck, studying me as if weighing the pros and cons of letting me inside. I'm about to offer money or something equally desperate when he steps aside. Sure, he says in a low voice. Come on in. Relief washes over me, but I mask it with a casual shrug. Thanks. I'll be quick, I promise. I slip past him into the apartment, noticing that he's made progress unpacking since last time. The floor is mostly clear of boxes, revealing worn hardwood. A small table stands by the window, and I spot a newly assembled bed frame in the adjacent room. For some reason, the sight of it triggers a tiny flutter in my chest, like a reminder that he's settling here, that I might actually run into him more often. He nods at the couch. You can sit. The Wi-Fi network is called Literary Hermit, he adds, a faint smirk lifting one corner of his mouth. I raise my brows. Really? That's your SSID? He shrugs. Better than password 123. Then his face flushes, like he's not used to people questioning his personal choices. I sink into the cushions, ignoring the weird nervous energy in the pit of my stomach, and open my laptop. When the network prompts me for the password, he rattles off a string of letters and numbers. Thanks, I mumble, typing it in. He lingers near the coffee table, arms folded. I can sense his gaze flicking between me and the screen. The silence stretches, thick with unspoken tension, until my email drafts finally sync. I exhale triumphantly as Ria's name pops up. I attach the partial, type a quick note about the new direction, and hit send. A rush of satisfaction floods me. Mission accomplished. As I close the tab, I spot an earlier portion of my draft open in another window. My finger hovers over it, about to exit, when the cursor highlights a line of text describing the hero's brooding gaze. Perfect. My mind conjures an unwelcome comparison to the man standing a few feet away, which makes me cringe so hard I nearly drop the laptop. "What's that?" he asks, noticing my sudden flinch. I shut the document hastily. "Nothing, just my partial, the one I'm working on." My voice sounds unnaturally high. He tilts his head, genuine curiosity flickering in his eyes. "You're a novelist." There's a beat of silence. I have this urge to lie or deflect, but it's too late. He's seen the file name. "Yeah, romance, specifically," I admit, bracing for a snide comment about bodice rippers or fluffy tropes. He surprises me by not mocking it. Instead, he says softly, "That's cool. Didn't picture you as the romantic type." I arch a brow. "What makes you think that?" He shrugs. "It's just," he gestures vaguely, "you seem wry." I'm torn between annoyance and amusement. Wry. Is that code for chronically sarcastic? Maybe. The faintest trace of a grin crosses his face. Hey, sarcasm can fuel a good story. The tension in my shoulders eases. Maybe we can hold a civil conversation after all. Then he nods at my screen. "What's your partial about?" A wave of protective reflex hits me. I've been reluctant to share details of my new manuscript with anyone, especially an actual editor. My stomach churns at the memory of that old rejection. But I can't help noticing how his posture shifts, as if he's genuinely curious. Maybe he just wants small talk. Or maybe he has an inherent need to edit everything. Hard to say. "It's, a romantic comedy," I say carefully. "About a pastry chef trying to open her own bakery and a grumpy finance guy who hates sweets. They're forced to collaborate on a catering project. Sparks fly as they do." He nods, lips twitching. "That sounds fun." There's a question in his eyes, unspoken. Like he wants to ask if I'm stuck or if I need editorial help. But he doesn't voice it. Instead, he glances at the screen again. "Why does your protagonist hate sweets?" That's an interesting angle. I'm caught off guard by how quickly he's zeroed in on a potential plot hook. Trying not to show I'm impressed, I wave a hand. He doesn't literally hate sweets. He's allergic to certain ingredients, so he grows up viewing sugary things with suspicion. It's basically a metaphor for how he avoids anything that might be too good to be true. Eli presses his lips together, a pensive expression on his face. So he's guarded, building walls. Meanwhile, the pastry chef tries to break them down with chocolate cake or something. My chest flutters with a mix of validation and embarrassment. Yes, you summarized it more or less. The conflict arises because he's the one controlling her bakery loan, and she has to prove her concept is profitable, but also prove to him that life is better when you let yourself enjoy things. He nods slowly. Sounds like a decent premise. His voice holds no sarcasm. Where are you stuck? He must see the tension in my jaw because he lifts his hands in a mock surrender. Sorry, old habit. Forget I asked. I swallow, forcing myself to breathe. My cursor hovers over the minimized window. I'm stuck at the midpoint. I need them to realize they actually care about each other, but I don't know where to begin pushing them together without it feeling forced. He steps closer, scanning the screen from behind the couch. My entire body goes warm. Mind if I hesitate for half a second, then open the dock. My heart pounds like crazy as he slides around the couch, standing near the armrest so he can see the text. The proximity rattles me, but I can't back out now. He leans over, squinting at my laptop. I catch a faint whiff of soap and something clean, which distracts me enough that I barely register his next words. You've built decent tension in the earlier scenes, he says. But by the midpoint, they need a catalyst that shoves them into shared vulnerability, something that shakes up their dynamic, like a crisis with the bakery, or maybe he unexpectedly confesses a personal fear. A jolt of indignation flares. I never asked him to dissect my structure, but the advice is weirdly spot on. You think so? I ask, straining to keep my voice neutral. He taps the trackpad lightly, scrolling. You set up the idea that he's got an allergic reaction history. Maybe that triggers a real scare. She has to help him. Or they're stuck in a closed environment, and that forces them to confront the feelings they've been tiptoeing around. I gape at him. That's actually kind of brilliant. My brain is already spinning with how to incorporate an accidental allergic reaction, maybe at a tasting event. He meets my gaze, and to my surprise, I see a flicker of genuine excitement in his eyes. He quickly masks it, clearing his throat. Sorry, I'm probably overstepping, he says, stepping back from the couch. I snap my laptop shut, trying to rein in the swirl of emotions. Shock, relief, pride, annoyance. No, it's fine. You're just not bad at this. His expression softens. I used to edit for a living. My stomach does a slow twist, a half-remembered sting from my old disaster of a rejection. A note behind my awareness warns me that letting an editor peek at my raw draft might be risky, but Eli doesn't look smug right now, just thoughtful. I exhale and nod. Well, that explains a few things. Such as? I bite my lip. Your default setting is editorial commentary, and your place is named literary hermit. I wave a vague hand. It's a vibe, let's say. He snorts, half amused. Guilty as charged. A brief silence descends. I tuck a strand of hair behind my ear, sorting through the wave of gratitude and lingering wariness. Thanks, I say quietly. That idea about using his allergy as a turning point might actually fix my midpoint. I appreciate it. He nods, hands slipping into his pockets, as if he's not sure what to do with them. No problem. If you need to upload anything else, feel free. The router's in the corner, hopefully less cat-accessible than yours. A genuine laugh escapes me, surprising even myself. If we can keep midnight away, you might be safe. Then I remember how we ended up here and roll my eyes. Speaking of which, if you see her lurking around, please let me know before she kills your router too. He cracks a grin so subtle I almost miss it. I'll keep an eye out. The tension in the air morphs into something more comfortable, like two people who found common ground despite clashing earlier. I catch a glimmer of that editorial spark in his eyes again, and for some reason it makes me feel oddly warm inside. This is the closest I've come to actually enjoying another person's company in this building, minus the cat mess. The thought unsettles me, but in a strangely pleasant way. My phone chimes with a new email from Rhea. Partial received. Reading now. It says. Relief floods me, and I grin. Perfect timing. He nods at the door. I won't hold you hostage if you need to get back to writing. There's a playful note in his voice, as if hosting me here is some sort of funny hazard. I exhale, closing my laptop and sliding it into my case. Thank you again. You saved me a trip in the rain. He shrugs, casual. No big deal. I stand, clutching the laptop bag. Some stubborn part of me leans toward running out quickly to avoid any more weird vibes, but I also feel a twinge of regret at leaving. Maybe we could have chatted more about story beats if my guard wasn't so high. Still, I decide not to push my luck. I head for the door, then pause. Hey, I say, glancing back. If you ever need something in return, milk, sugar, questionable editorial input, or, I don't know, a cat-sitting service, let me know. A spark of amusement lights his gaze. Questionable editorial input, huh? I'll keep that in mind. My cheeks warm, but I hold his gaze for a breath longer than necessary. Then I offer a small wave and slip into the hallway. The instant the door clicks shut behind me, I exhale a shaky breath. That definitely wasn't as painful as I expected. In fact, it was almost nice. No clue how I'm supposed to process that. He's still grumpy, but apparently he has a knack for solving plot conundrums. When I climb the stairs to my apartment, the overhead light flickers ominously. Inside, I find Midnight perched on the back of the couch, tail curled around her paws, looking entirely too smug. I narrow my eyes. Don't pretend you didn't orchestrate this. You sabotaged my router. I have to grovel at his door. Clever move. She meows innocently, as if she has no idea what I'm talking about. I set my laptop on the kitchen table, letting out a long breath. Maybe I should feel grateful. The conversation with Eli was more helpful than I'd care to admit, and I might have a path to fix my sagging middle chapters. Still, depending on him for Wi-Fi or editorial hints feels dangerous, like I'm teetering on a slippery slope. I vowed not to rely on any editors after that heartbreak from my last big rejection. Letting him get too close might risk dredging up old wounds. Midnight jumps onto the table, sniffing my laptop, and I gently shoo her away. All right, troublemaker, I mutter. You got your wish? I talked to him, but that doesn't mean we're best friends now, or that I'm going to start running to him every time my internet winks out. She meows, tilting her head in a way that suggests, sure. I can't prove it, but I suspect she has an entire matchmaking blueprint hidden in her fuzzy brain. With a sigh, I tug my laptop open. The modem lights remain out, so I guess I'm stuck offline until I figure out how to fix it for real. I open a blank document, the offline word processor, and start a fresh outline for the midpoint scene. My fingers race over the keys, fueled by a spark of excitement. The pastry chef and the grumpy finance guy get stuck in a catering crisis. He has a mild allergic reaction that unravels his defenses. She steps in to help him, and in that moment, they realize how much they actually care. It's not lost on me that this might be a parallel for my own life, minus the pastries. The thought makes me snort in disbelief, because in real life, the grumpy finance guy is more of a reclusive ex-editor with an allergy to cats. I'm not about to save him from an allergic reaction, nor do I plan to let him unravel any of my defenses. We had a conversation. End of story. Midnight stares at me, unblinking, like she's a psychic cat who sees into my denial. Stop giving me that look, I say. I'm just rewriting a fictional scenario. Doesn't mean anything for me, or him. She leaps off the table and disappears into the next room, leaving me alone with my restless pulse. I release a breath, focusing on the screen. The words come easier now, spurred by the new angle. Maybe some good came from the sabotage after all. But as I type, I keep recalling the quiet intensity in Eli's expression when he scrolled through my doc, that genuine excitement. I will not read into that, I tell myself firmly, though my chest still hums with a peculiar warmth. We're neighbors, nothing more. Sure, we have some weird synergy when it comes to story structure, but synergy doesn't equate to personal closeness. The overhead light flickers again. I type faster, ignoring the anxious swirl in my gut. I might have a workable midpoint scene, and that's what matters. Rhea should be pleased. 1 step forward for my writing career, 0 steps forward for my love life. Perfectly fine by me. I don't need a bumpy romance arc with a reclusive editor. Still, I can't fully stamp out the tiny grin on my face when I recall how his voice gentled as he offered suggestions. It's rare to find someone who understands story mechanics at that level. But no, I refuse to be swayed by a little editorial insight. I'm determined not to rely on him. That's my final decision. My fingers dance over the keyboard, but my heart continues to flutter. Midnight, somewhere in the next room. probably purrs in smug satisfaction, convinced she's orchestrated the perfect funny predicament. Maybe she has. For now, though, I'll pretend my newfound plot clarity is purely a victory of my own wit and a random happenstance that forced me to his doorstep. Because if I don't cling to that version of events, I might be forced to admit how good it felt to talk with him, how his commentary sparked something more than just words on a page. I shake my head and press on, letting my story consume me. The offline dock is enough to keep me occupied until the router decides to revive itself, or until the cat orchestrates another scheme, whichever comes first. If I'm lucky, I'll manage to keep my writing life separate from the complicated presence living downstairs. And if I'm not lucky, well, at least it'll make for a good subplot.
Chapter 7. Eli. I wake up with a crick in my neck from falling asleep at my desk. My half-assembled notes on the short stories I was reading lie scattered across the tabletop, some pages drooping onto the floor. Outside, the morning light filters through the curtains, all soft and warm, a direct contrast to the mild chaos in my head. I rub my stiff muscles, stretch my arms, and remind myself I left the editorial world behind. No more lonely nights hunched over manuscripts. Except now I'm apparently creating new ways to repeat the pattern. I stand, yawn, and shuffle into the kitchen, scanning for coffee. My fridge, as usual, offers no hope. Just a dried lemon, half a jug of almond milk, and last night's leftover takeout. The coffee pot in the corner beckons me like an old friend, so I set it up with enough grounds to wake the dead. The gurgling of the machine is the closest thing to comfort I have these days. My gaze drifts to the hallway outside my apartment door, half expecting another uninvited cat cameo. Ever since Camila used my Wi-Fi, I've been on heightened alert, prepared for a black-furred intruder to appear at any moment. Midnight seems unstoppable. She might strike from the windowsill, the door, or even the vents for all I know. The cat's cunning is borderline supernatural. I check my phone for messages. None from my sister, which is odd. Usually she's spamming me with, "How's the new place? Or are you alive?" texts. Today, silence. I can't decide if it's a relief or a subtle jab at my avoidance tendencies. Letting out a breath, I pour steaming coffee into a mug and wince at the bitterness. Another cheap brand, but it'll do. My first sip has barely hit my tongue when I hear a strange scratching at my door. My shoulders tense. Could be a neighbor, but deep down, I suspect cat-based mischief. Sure enough, a muffled meow follows, and then more scratching. I set the mug down with a resigned sigh and go to investigate. The moment I open the door, I'm greeted by a fuzzy black face and a proud purr. Midnight stares at me with unwavering confidence, as though I personally invited her for brunch. "Really?" I mutter. "You're starting this early?" She meows once, a short, imperious sound, then struts inside as if she belongs here. I glance into the hallway, half expecting Camila to pop up, mortified, but there's no sign of her, just the flicker of a tired light bulb overhead. Shrugging, I close the door and turn to face my uninvited guest. She's already making a beeline for the living room, tail swishing in satisfaction. "All right, Cat, I don't have treats," I inform her, following behind at a cautious distance. Midnight naturally ignores me. She hops onto my couch, where she proceeds to circle a cushion, knead it with her paws, and then flop down like she's found a throne. I roll my eyes. "You do realize you have a perfectly good human upstairs, right?" She licks a paw, feigning disinterest. Typical. My phone vibrates, a single ping. I glance at it, a reminder from the landlord about some upcoming maintenance. Meanwhile, Midnight shifts, revealing something tucked under her chest. It looks suspiciously like a piece of paper. I step closer, eyebrows lifting. The cat meets my gaze, then nudges the paper with her nose. "Is that—" I bend down to retrieve it. My heart hitches the moment I see typed text, a header that reads, Chapter 12 in bold. My eyes dart over the words. This is definitely part of Camila's manuscript. The paragraphs describe a pastry chef struggling to whip cream while her grumpy love interest tries not to eat the batter. A funny scene, complete with witty banter. I blink at Midnight, who stretches, claws sinking into the cushion. "Why are you carrying Camilla's manuscript pages around?" I whisper. There's no answer, obviously. But the cat's expression is smug. It's as if she's personally curated these pages for me to see, dragging them here like a prized offering. This is something I shouldn't have, I mutter, scanning a few lines again. She's definitely good at humor, even in a random snippet. My editor reflex kicks in unprompted. I spot a minor continuity gap. The hero in the story tasted a pastry in Chapter 10. So why is he acting shocked by sugar in Chapter 12? My brain itches to scribble a note. I resist, because that is the old me, the me who cut lines without mercy and left emotional carnage behind. Come on, Cat, let's return this. I straighten up, determined to do the right thing. Then I freeze, noticing something else. A little patch of fur on the doormat near my door. A closer look reveals a small wad of cat hair, or to be more exact, a fur ball. Midnight left that gem in my doorway as a bonus gift. I shudder. Gross. You didn't have to deliver that along with the pages. Midnight slinks off the couch, rubbing her flank against my leg. She meows loudly as if to say, "You're welcome," then pads over to the kitchen area to investigate my half-full coffee mug. I snatch the mug away before she decides to paw it over, remembering the coffee incident from last time. "No, we're not doing that again!" I snap. She flicks her tail, apparently annoyed, then turns her attention to the rest of my apartment. I sigh. There's no point in trying to chase her out until I figure out how these pages ended up under her paw. Did she swipe them from Camilla's desk? Did Camilla drop them? The second option seems unlikely. I recall Camilla's mania for sticky notes and typed drafts. She'd never let pages vanish without noticing, right? My gut tells me this is another instance of feline meddling. I rub my nape, deciding I need to return the papers quickly. The last thing I want is for Camilla to think I'm prying into her writing. Or worse, that I'm some manuscript-stealing creep. I place the pages on my coffee table and approach Midnight, who's now staring at my closed bedroom door. Sorry, not letting you ransack that. She gives me a look of pure contempt, then leaps onto the windowsill. I open the door and gesture for her to leave. Go on. Back to your own domain. She stares at the open door unimpressed. Then she decides to hop down and prance outside as if I had no involvement in the choice. The hallway is still deserted, so I watch her strut upstairs, tail held high. Unbelievable, I mutter. Shaking my head, I slip back inside and lock my door. I scoop up the manuscript pages. More curiosity flares in me, but I fight it. My sense of moral code warns me not to read too far. Still, I catch a few lines about a dramatic near-kiss in a bakery storage room. The tension leaps off the page, hooking me despite myself. This woman can write. I swallow hard, telling myself that's none of my business. She's a neighbor, not a client. My editing days are over. Coffee in hand, I glance at the clock. It's barely 9. I can't just barge upstairs right now. The memory of how tense Camilla can get about her writing urges me to proceed with caution. Maybe I'll wait a bit, catch her when she's in a good mood, assuming she has good moods around me. Eventually, after pacing for half an hour, I decide to head out for errands. The morning is crisp, the sun bright. The lingering smell of last night's rain lingers in the air. I tuck the pages into a manila folder, determined to give them back if I see Camilla. If not, I'll slip them under her door with a note. That's civilized, right? As I exit, I spot a small mass of black fur prowling near the stairwell. Midnight again. She glances at me, narrows her eyes like I'm an unwelcome guest in her palace, then darts up to the second floor. Good riddance, I murmur, though a weird pang of affection stirs. The cat's persistent meddling is bizarrely entertaining. Outside, I jog toward the corner store for some groceries. My phone vibrates with a text from my sister Abby. Hey, big bro, hope you're settling in. Don't forget to actually talk to humans, I snort. Too late for that. I might be socializing more with a certain cat and her chaotic owner than I'd planned. I don't reply, pocketing the phone and focusing on picking out fresh produce and a decent loaf of bread. Back at the building, I climb the stairs to my apartment, arms loaded with paper bags. 2 steps shy of my door, I notice something on the welcome mat. A fresh deposit of cat fur or something. My stomach twists. Another hairball. I cringe, step around it, and fumble for my keys. If Midnight thinks this is a game, she's winning. I unlock the door and deposit my groceries on the kitchen counter, cursing softly as an apple rolls off and lands on the floor. When I stoop to pick it up, I notice scraps of paper near the couch. More pages, apparently. My heart jolts. Did the cat sneak in again? I left the place locked, unless she's found some hidden vent. Unease prickles along my spine. I approach the couch warily, finding another chunk of Camilla's manuscript. This one includes a funny argument scene that ends in the hero dropping a mixing bowl. This is getting ridiculous, I mutter, scanning the empty room for signs of Midnight. She's nowhere to be found, which only deepens my suspicion she's found a clandestine entrance. You're messing with my sanity, Cat. I gather the new pages, adding them to the original ones. Now I have about 15. My chest tightens. Even if I want to remain ignorant, the lines jump out at me. Witty banter, sizzling tension, a dash of heartbreak. She's good. Better than some published authors I've worked with. Not that I'd ever admit to reading them, because that would be crossing a line. But the words are right there, teasing me. I catch phrases like, her pulse skitters, and his guarded eyes flicker, and I can see Camilla's style shining through. I'm so wrapped up in the text that I almost don't hear the knock at my door. A jolt of panic surges. What if it's Camilla demanding her pages? I hurry to the door and swing it open, expecting to see her in a fury. Instead, I find nothing but stale hallway air. My eyes dart left and right. No one. Another small patch of cat fur graces my doormat, and I realize I might be losing my mind. Suddenly, a door behind me creaks. Camilla's door. She appears on the landing above, looking flustered. She's wearing an oversized t-shirt with some funny slogan and leggings splashed with geometric patterns. Her hair is piled into a messy bun, a pencil sticking out from one side. She pauses mid-step when she spots me, a mix of curiosity and guardedness in her gaze. I clear my throat, lifting the manila folder. Hey, I have something of yours. Her eyebrows rise. Mine? She descends the steps slowly, each footstep echoing against the old walls. As she draws closer, I notice faint smudges of ink on her fingers. Definitely a writer. I exhale, holding out the folder. Your cat delivered these. Or maybe she's stashing them in my apartment. I keep finding pages of your manuscript inside like it's contraband. My attempt at humor comes out half lame, but her face softens a bit. She accepts the folder, flipping it open to confirm. Her eyes widen. Oh my God, that sneaky little... She cuts herself off, glancing up with a blend of embarrassment and relief. I was wondering where those went. I thought maybe I'd lost them in my own tornado of sticky notes. I rubbed the base of my skull, feeling awkward. I didn't read much, just realized they were yours. Figured you'd want them back. She gives a short, disbelieving laugh. I'm so sorry. Midnight has a habit of grabbing stuff when I'm not looking, but I never thought she'd smuggle entire chapters. I shrug. She's surprisingly strong for a cat. Then I remember the fur balls on my mat. She also left me a few presents outside my door. You might want to talk to her about that. She cringes. Fur balls again? That's her calling card. I'll see if the vet can suggest new food or something. An odd sense of camaraderie weaves between us. Despite the mild embarrassment, there's a mutual understanding that we're basically hostages to this cat's whim. I grin, albeit gently, and nod. At least this time she didn't spill coffee everywhere. Camila tilts her head, a hint of a smile creeping across her lips. Yet. That single word sends a strange ripple of heat through my chest, because it suggests we're both bracing for the cat to cause future mischief. Together. I shake off the thought and clear my throat. Well, anyway, I wanted to make sure you got the pages back. Some interesting scenes, by the way. From what I caught, I instantly regret admitting I saw enough to find them interesting. But her eyes don't blaze with anger. Instead, she looks more curious. Interesting, she repeats, clutching the folder. How so? My editor instincts wrestle with my vow to stay neutral. Just, the funny timing. It's good. The banter between your pastry chef and the finance guy in that argument scene. There's a rhythm to it. Her cheeks flush, and she glances at the folder. Thank you. That's one of my favorite sequences, actually. Didn't realize it had gone missing until now. We hover in an awkward pause, both of us standing in the hallway like we're unsure who should speak next. Then she takes a breath, stepping a little closer. I appreciate you returning these. I'll try to keep a closer eye on Midnight so she doesn't turn your apartment into her personal stash spot. No worries, I say, trying not to sound too stiff. Although maybe keep an eye on your computer too. She might email your drafts to random strangers. Camila snorts a laugh, genuinely amused. That would require her learning to type. But who knows? She seems determined enough. I nod, heart thudding faster than expected. She does. Determined to create chaos for both of us. A flicker of something in Camila's eyes. Maybe agreement, maybe nervous humor. Well, if she sneaks off with anything else, let me know. And, if you need more editorial practice... Her cheeks redden again, and she coughs. I mean, if I have any questions, I'll ask. In a polite, non-cat way. My mouth twitches. Sure. That's definitely safer than infiltration by furball. Her lips curve into a grin, and for a moment we're sharing a private joke in this dingy hallway. The air between us feels charged, not exactly romantic, but laced with a tension that's half friendly, half something else I can't name. She's so different from me. Vibrant, expressive, full of funny energy. But there's an odd sense of understanding that bridges the gap. It's unsettling and intriguing. We break the moment when a neighbor from 2B opens his door, stares at us suspiciously, and then slams it shut. Camila rolls her eyes, taking a small step back. Guess I'd better get these pages safe before she steals them again, she says, gesturing to the folder. I nod, stepping aside so she can head upstairs. Right. Have a good day. She gives me one last smile, a tiny, hesitant one, and continues up the stairs. I stand there watching her go, fighting an urge to call after her or say something witty. But no words form. Once her footsteps fade, I retreat to my apartment, heart thumping hard enough that I curse myself for the reaction. We're just neighbors, aided and abetted by a cat with questionable morality. I glance around my living room, half expecting to see more scraps of her manuscript hidden under the furniture. Nothing, just my own scattered notes and the half-finished coffee on the table. The hush of the apartment settles over me again, a reminder that outside of bizarre cat burglaries, my life here is as quiet as I intended. Yet I keep letting that quiet be interrupted. Setting my groceries aside properly, I realize I'm not upset about the interruptions. If anything, there's a mild thrill each time I see Camila, a sense of possibility peeking through the cracks of my guarded exterior. It's an uncomfortable acknowledgement, but I can't deny it. We clash, banter, and navigate cat sabotage, yet it feels oddly alive. More alive than any day I spent in New York over the past year. Shaking off the introspection, I make a quick snack, peanut butter on toast, since my cooking skills are questionable, and plop onto the couch. My phone buzzes again, a text from Abby about how I should adopt a dog or join a yoga class. Typical sibling meddling. I sigh, turning off notifications. My mind drifts back to the funny argument scene I glimpsed in Camila's pages. The energy bristles off the words, vibrant with tension and humor. She's definitely on to something. Part of me is dying to talk to her about it further, to offer a snippet of advice. Another part warns me that diving in deeper could lead to territory I can't navigate without risking emotional entanglement. I'm not sure I want to risk that. I came here to heal, not jump into new drama. Yet my heart hums with an undercurrent of excitement, as if this might be the start of something bigger than midnight mischief. A knock at my door jolts me upright. My chest flutters. Could Camila have returned for more conversation? I set my toast down and rush to the door, flipping the lock. It's the mail carrier holding a small package. "Eli Walsh?" he asks. I nod, deflating a bit, and accept the parcel. Probably more paperbacks I ordered ages ago. I thank him and close the door, feeling mildly foolish for the surge of anticipation. Glancing at the package label, I confirm it's just a used collection of poetry. The irony is not lost on me. Poetry, a medium I used to devour but abandoned when life got too frantic. Maybe I'll read it later. See if I can recapture the spark words once held for me. Midnight doesn't reappear that day, leaving me to sort through my thoughts in peace. I avoid my phone, half wishing it would ring with a request for Wi-Fi again, or some new crisis that forces Camila into my space. It's ridiculous how quickly this building has turned me into a yearner for accidental run-ins. The worst part is, I don't hate it. By evening, I've paced the apartment 3 times, tidied every surface, and debated rereading Camila's pages. But they're back in her possession, and she's upstairs, presumably safe from further feline sabotage. I cook a simple dinner, pasta from a jar of marinara sauce, and mentally note that I have nowhere to be tomorrow. No job, no pressing obligations, unless you count maybe searching for a freelance gig. I finally settle on the couch with the poetry collection, forcing my mind to focus on someone else's words. It's not easy. My imagination keeps wandering to a funny duo. He's stoic, she's flamboyant, and the cat is orchestrating chaos. Their tension leads them to improbable kisses behind bakery counters, swirling with sugar and stolen glances. I shake my head, realizing I'm basically writing a mental fanfic of Camila's concept, superimposed onto real life. As the clock ticks past midnight, I close the book. A restless ache lingers in my chest. I stand, stretch, and peek out the window. The street lamp flickers, illuminating the building's facade. There's no sign of a black cat scaling the fire escape or rummaging on the ledge. The only movement is a stray leaf fluttering across the sidewalk. Guess that's it, I murmur to the empty room. Another day in this building, another day closer to me, admitting that maybe I'm not cut out for solitude. Because apparently a certain upstairs neighbor and her meddling cat have become the highlight of my life here, irritating and fascinating in equal measure. I flick off the lights, heading to my bedroom for a restless night's sleep. My final thought, before I drift into the dark, is that I might actually look forward to the next time midnight decides to break in. Or the next time Camila shows up at my door, eyes full of exasperation and humor. Either way, my quiet existence is no longer so quiet, and I'm not sure I hate that. Maybe I'm even starting to like it. You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyler Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylaWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner, because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla. Chapter 8. Camilla. I'm plotting a murder. Not a real one. Just a fictional scenario to spice up my romantic comedy. But here I am, sipping cold tea on my couch, imagining ways to introduce a near-death experience that somehow triggers profound emotional bonding between my pastry chef heroine and her sugar-phobic love interest. I think an intense allergic reaction is too harsh. A small accident might work better. Possibly a jam explosion? My notes spiral across the screen. Hero chokes on a cupcake sample. Funny rescue leads to intense eye contact. Then I groan. This might be too silly, even for me. Midnight leaps onto the cushion beside me, peering at the laptop with her usual judgment. She's seen me in the throes of creative indecision enough times to know not to expect anything coherent when I'm in this mode. I push aside a half-eaten croissant, my effort to method right by eating bakery treats, then scroll back through my latest chapter. The funny timing feels almost there, but something's missing. A sense of real tension, maybe. It's too light. I flip to the page where the hero's cynicism meets the heroine's relentless optimism. My chest tightens, thinking about who might have real insight. And that's when my mind goes to him. No, I refuse to ask Eli for help again. I've already tossed him enough partial drafts, plus Midnight keeps delivering stolen pages like a cat-based Amazon service. Still, the memory of how easily he pinpointed the midpoint problem lingers. He had a single suggestion about using the character's allergy, and suddenly everything clicked into place. His commentary was spot on. So maybe he could... Absolutely not, I mutter, slamming my laptop shut with more force than intended. Midnight's ears flick. She's probably telepathically telling me to swallow my pride. Don't give me that look, I grumble. I can figure out a jam explosion on my own. She hops onto my lap, kneading softly as if to say, "You really think you can resist the best editorial input in the building?" I brush her off gently and stand, stretching. My muscles ache from hunching over the keyboard for hours, and a throbbing tension is building behind my eyes. I need air. It's a mild day outside. The rain from earlier cleared up, so I slip on sandals and open the door. Midnight tries to follow me into the hallway, but I block her with my foot. Not this time, I warn. One infiltration per morning is enough. She meows, sounding offended. I pat her head in apology, then shut the door behind me. The light in the corridor flickers, a reminder that the landlord needs to update this old wiring. My chest tightens again when I recall that Eli's door is just down the hall, only a flight of stairs away. He might be inside, reading or editing something, or maybe analyzing my stolen pages. The thought ignites an odd mix of mortification and curiosity. I head down to the front stoop, letting a mild breeze drift across my face. My mobile vibrates with a message from Rhea. "Heard you're making progress. Keep going, girl." I breathe a sigh, wishing I felt as confident as she sounds. My pastry chef is one big scene away from falling in love with Mr. Grumpy Finance, but I can't figure out how to orchestrate the perfect crisis. That's the moment that could either tie the story together or unravel it. A cat meow behind me makes me turn. Of course, Midnight slipped out somehow, her collar jiggling with each step. She struts to my side, tail high, then ambles toward the building's side entrance. Typical. I exhale. Fine, go do your cat espionage. But if you drag more pages to random neighbors... She disappears around the corner. I'm not finishing that sentence. I know she'll ignore me anyway. Inside, my phone vibrates. It's Rhea again, probably checking if I read her message. I ignore it for now, deciding a brisk walk around the block might clear my mind. But halfway through the lobby, I catch myself daydreaming about how easy it felt brainstorming with Eli. I recall the quiet confidence in his voice, the crinkle near his eyes when he realized I liked his suggestion. And I realize I'm smiling in the middle of the lobby by myself. This is getting out of hand. I spin on my heel and head back upstairs, telling myself to ignore the fact that my heart speeds up with each step. If I do decide to ask for his opinion again, I need an excuse that doesn't scream desperation. Maybe something like, "I'm stuck on a funny jam collision. Thought you might have ideas." That doesn't sound desperate at all, right? When I reach my floor, I hesitate in front of my door. No sign of midnight. A flicker of something, resolve, zips through my chest, and before I can second guess, my feet carry me down one more flight of stairs. I'm in front of 1C again. The memory of the last time I was here plays in my head. Me, flustered about my broken Wi-Fi. Him letting me inside. The quiet synergy as we looked at my pages. I knock softly, almost hoping he won't hear, but the door swings open after a few seconds, revealing Eli in a dark t-shirt and jeans, hair rumpled like he's been running his hands through it all morning. He lifts a brow. "Camilla, hi." My pulse quickens. I remind myself to act casual. Hi. I didn't mean to interrupt." I catch a glimpse behind him. No cat in sight. Good. I let out a laugh that sounds borderline unhinged. "You're not busy, are you?" His lips curve slightly, a half smile that's more curiosity than amusement. "Not at the moment. Everything okay?" I shift my weight, feeling about as subtle as a marching band. "Yes, mostly. I'm working on a scene that's refusing to flow. I keep rewriting the turning point where the hero and heroine realize they actually give a damn. Thought maybe I'd get some fresh eyes on it. Just a tiny bit of feedback. No big deal." He blinks, clearly surprised. "You want me to edit?" I fumble to clarify. "Not edit exactly, just brainstorm. I promise not to trap you into full-blown editorial madness. I valued your ideas before, so I figured, if you're not drowning in something else, maybe you could take a quick look." His posture shifts, like he's bracing for a yes or no. Then his mouth turns up in a small, crooked smile. "Sure, why not? Come in." My heart thuds with relief. I follow him inside, scanning the living room for coffee stains or cat-based booby traps. The place looks tidier than last time. No loose boxes. There's a faint aroma of coffee, which my caffeine-deprived brain notes with appreciation. I settle on the couch, balancing my laptop on my knees. "I'll show you the chunk I'm stuck on. You can read it, or I can summarize, whichever feels less time-consuming." He nods, grabbing a chair from the small dining table and sliding it closer. The proximity floods me with an unexpected flutter of nerves. "Let me read," he suggests. "Then we can bounce ideas around." I open the document, quickly scrolling to chapter 14 where the conflict happens. The words blur for a second, and I exhale to calm the swirl in my head. It's just brainstorming. I can handle this. He leans forward, scanning the screen intently, occasionally biting his lower lip. A wave of warmth surges through me at how focused he looks, as if my silly pastry rom-com is the most important text he's read all week. After a few minutes, he sits back. "Okay, I see what you're aiming for. A funny, chaotic situation that forces them to drop the pretense and admit their deeper feelings." I nod, hugging the laptop. "But it's not clicking. The funny bit with Jam?" "That jam scenario? Yeah. It's funny, but you need more emotional weight," he says softly. Right now, it's just a messy moment without deeper stakes. I chew on my lip. So how do I make it matter more? He taps a finger on the edge of the laptop. Show that this jam spill, or whatever it is, puts them in a vulnerable spot they can't joke away. Maybe something personal surfaces, like the hero confesses he used to dream of being a chef himself, but he never thought he was good enough. Suddenly, he's forced to see the heroine's perspective. That could spark real empathy, plus tension if they're physically close. The ideas flow from him like water, and I feel a rush of both gratitude and annoyance at how natural it is for him. My chest tightens, remembering why I once feared editors. They see right through the fluff to the heart of the matter. Yet I can't deny that each suggestion makes my brain buzz with excitement. God, that's a great angle, I admit, scribbling quick notes. It'll add more depth than just slipping on jam. A flicker of pride crosses his face, and he shifts in his chair. It's your story. I'm just pointing out potential openings. I laugh under my breath. Trust me, I appreciate it, especially since I was about to have them throw scones at each other. He raises both eyebrows. I mean, that might be fun, but you might lose the underlying tension if it's just scone warfare. I wave a hand. Noted. Now, how do we escalate the personal connection without making it too cheesy? I ask, leaning in. Our eyes lock, and a tiny pulse of awareness flutters in my stomach. It's so quiet that I can hear the faint hum of his fridge in the background. Well, he says, clearing his throat. You could tie it back to earlier hints, like the hero has an old family recipe he's never shared with anyone. After the jam explosion, the heroine stumbles upon it. He's forced to explain why it matters. Cue an awkward, intimate confession. That might break the wall between them. My fingers flit over the keyboard, capturing his words. Recipe, family tie. That's brilliant. I already teased that he had a closeted love for sweet things. This would confirm that he's a bigger romantic than he admits. Eli's gaze flicks to mine, something like amusement lingering there. He's not the only one hiding romantic tendencies. I stiffen, realizing how that might apply to me, personally. Right, I say, trying to sound casual. I guess I'm a fan of hidden vulnerabilities, in fiction at least. He presses his lips together, then lifts his coffee mug from the table and takes a sip. I hadn't even noticed he had coffee there. The faint aroma beckons. Want some? I've got more in the pot. I nod, partly because I'd love coffee, partly because I need an excuse to pause this loaded conversation. Yes, please. He stands, and I exhale, letting my shoulders relax. The man just has an energy about him that is both steadying and unnerving. I notice a faint scuff on the hardwood floor, probably from when midnight dragged something or the old furniture. It's a simple reminder that we're in this odd in-between state. Neighbors who are kind of collaborating, but also not quite sure if we're friends. He returns with a chipped mug, handing it over. Sorry about the mug. Ran out of matching ones. I grin, taking a careful sip. It's fine. I prefer mismatched. Less conformity. A low chuckle slips from him. Fitting. He nods at my bright polka dot leggings and the enormous t-shirt that reads, "Happily ever after is overrated. Just kidding." Well, I aim to stand out, I say lightly, though my heart flutters at the way he looks at me, as if taking in the details. Once we settle back into our seats, I angle the laptop so he can see the screen again. Okay, so jam explosion plus secret recipe plus forced confession. That's our trifecta of chaos. After that, how do we transition them from funny tension to genuine closeness? He sips his coffee, considering. They might share a quiet moment while cleaning up the mess, or she helps him wash jam out of his hair. That physical proximity can spark something more tender. It's about reining in the humor enough to let them be vulnerable. My pulse picks up. The scenario flashes in my mind. 2 characters standing in a sticky kitchen, breathing shallow, eyes drifting to each other's lips. I swallow, heat pooling in my cheeks. "You're good at this," I murmur, forcing a smile to mask my sudden awareness. He shrugs, staring into his mug. "I did this for years, helping writers find the emotional core." His voice lowers. "Got a little burned out, though." I sense a darker note in his words, a hint of regret. I want to ask more, yet a part of me don't want to pry. Instead, I search for a comfortable pivot. "Well, you haven't lost your touch. I'm kind of jealous of how easily you pinpoint solutions." He glances up, surprise softening his features. "You're the one with the creativity. I'm just shifting puzzle pieces around." Our gazes lock again, and my chest feels tight. Something about this moment, 2 neighbors bouncing story ideas with a cat probably lurking outside, just fits, despite how odd it is. My breath catches. A swirl of gratitude and something more tugs at me. Needing a distraction, I tap on my keyboard, rewriting a line with his suggestion. "So the jam whoops?" "Jam meltdown," I mutter under my breath. The jam accident becomes the catalyst. They realize their forced proximity is more than funny tension. It's genuine longing. Perfect. He offers a half smile. Yes, perfect. And from there, the story can pivot into a deeper emotional gear. A buzzing on my phone interrupts. It's Rhea calling. I glance at it, then press decline. She's likely checking on my progress again, but I'm too immersed in this brainstorming to break away. Eli arches a brow. "Agent?" "Yeah, my hawk-eyed agent, who hunts me down the second I go quiet," I admit, setting the phone aside. But this is more important at the moment. A flicker of pleasure crosses his face, as if he's glad to be part of something I value. "You can let her wait. We've got jam collisions to orchestrate, right?" I laugh softly. "Right." For the next half hour, we refine the scene. Every time I suggest a funny beat, he counters with a deeper emotional hook. We volley ideas back and forth, my cheeks aching from the sheer excitement of it. This synergy is something I haven't felt in years, since before my confidence took a hit from that awful anonymous rejection. My writing used to thrive on collaboration, but I convinced myself I was better off alone. Now, with Eli's input, the words flow so easily it's almost frightening. Eventually, the hush of the apartment wraps around us again, and I realize how close our chairs have drifted. Our knees nearly touch, and the tension feels electric. My heart pounds as I scroll through the newly revised pages. "That's, actually good," I say, somewhat amazed. "Thank you for helping me see this in a new light." He sets his coffee down, the corners of his mouth curving into a tentative smile. "I'm just glad I could be useful. If you ever want more tiny bits of input, I'm around." My stomach twists in a wild swirl of appreciation and something dangerously close to affection. I didn't expect him to be so gentle about this, so genuinely engaged. "I might take you up on that," I admit, tucking a stray curl behind my ear. "But carefully. Don't want you thinking I'm planning to exploit your editing superpowers full time." His gaze dips to my hair, then back to my eyes. A flicker of amusement brightens his face. "My superpowers come with the disclaimers." "Disclaimers?" I tease, raising both brows. "Like, warning, if you rely on me too much, you might become allergic to cats and coffee spills." He snorts softly, looking surprisingly at ease. "Maybe. Or warning, I might point out plot holes you didn't realize existed." I tilt my head, letting out a slow breath. "I can handle that. I've survived cat sabotage. I can survive an editor's scrutiny." He opens his mouth to respond, but a sudden meow from the windowsill cuts him off. We both jolt, turning to see Midnight perched on the sill, glaring at us through the glass like she's checking up on her 2 pawns. My heart stutters at how easily that cat sneaks around. Eli meets my eyes, laughter dancing in his expression. So that's our third collaborator? Apparently. I roll mine in mock exasperation. She keeps tight tabs on me, probably making sure I'm not hogging all your editorial brilliance for myself. He chuckles, and for a moment, the air thrums with an almost flirtatious warmth. My pulse flutters. This feels dangerously close to bonding, which is exactly what the scene we wrote calls for, ironically. A funny jam accident that forces revelation, except our real jam accident was a coffee accident, and the revelations keep creeping up on me. I stand, feeling the need to break the tension. Anyway, I should let you get back to your day. You've given me plenty to work with. He rises too, hands sliding into his pockets. Yeah, no problem. Let me know how it turns out. My throat tightens as I gather my things. Before I head to the door, I glance at him. Eli, seriously, thank you. You helped more than you know. I bite my lip, forcing my voice not to tremble. I really appreciate it. He nods, gaze warm. It's mutual. Talking about stories is nice. A hesitant smile follows, as if he's not used to admitting that. With a final nod, I slip out into the hallway, my laptop clutched to my chest. My heart pounds all the way up the stairs, and I half expect Midnight to intercept me, demanding a progress report. When I open my apartment door, she's sprawled on the couch as if she's been napping peacefully. Her smug little face says otherwise. I drop onto the couch beside her, exhaling. You're not subtle, you know, I inform her, ruffling her fur. She purrs contentedly, which I interpret as a confession. She orchestrated everything again, obviously. Just don't get any more bright ideas, I warn. I already caved and asked for editorial help. That's a big deal for me. She flicks an ear, which could mean, yes, but you liked it. I fight a laugh and open my laptop. The revised scene glistens on the screen, full of potential. My fingers itch to continue drafting, weaving in the new beats while it's all fresh. As I start typing, my thoughts drift to the moment I caught Eli's subtle grin, the intensity in his voice as he refined my funny jam problem. There's a tiny ember of admiration glowing inside me. I can't pretend it's just about the writing. He's intriguing. Sure, he's grumpy and allergic to cats, but there's a warmth in him that tugs at me. I push the thought aside and focus on the fictional love story on my screen. Maybe channeling this weird tension will improve my scenes, or maybe it'll just keep me awake at night, replaying the way he smiled when I told him I appreciated his help. My phone buzzes again with Ria's name, but for once, I let it ring. I'm in the zone. The words flow as I map out the jam collision scene, sprinkling in the emotional vulnerability we brainstormed. With each new line, I feel a surge of creative energy that's been missing for ages. I can't deny that it stems from letting someone else into my process. Someone who seems to genuinely care about my story. Midnight stretches, curling into my side. Her content purr resonates through me, reminding me that I'm no longer alone in this. Whether I like it or not, I've formed a bizarre cat-assisted partnership with the reclusive editor downstairs. Maybe it's the push I've needed all along. I keep typing, letting the moment expand in the story until it glimmers with funny tension and heartfelt honesty. In the back of my mind, I sense a parallel to real life. Two guarded people edging closer. Uncertain but curious. My chest aches with a mix of excitement and worry, because I know that letting Eli in, professionally, personally, all of it, carries a risk. One that might unravel me if I'm not careful. But for now, I'm content with the knowledge that we had a fun, creative session that breathed life into my manuscript. Midnight drapes a paw across my laptop like she's claiming it. I gently move her aside, determined to capture every spark of inspiration before it slips away. If I'm lucky, maybe I'll navigate this precarious bond without losing my grip on reality. And if I'm not lucky, well, at least the jam explosion scene will be spectacular. One way or another, this story is getting a happily ever after, even if I have to wrestle a cat and a grumpy editor to make it happen.
Chapter 9. Eli. I'm stretched out on my couch, watching the yellowed ceiling light flicker for the third time in the last hour. The landlord swears the wiring's fine, but it's clearly on its last legs. The building hums with that tired buzz that usually signals a power outage waiting to happen. I close my eyes, massaging my nape, silently bracing myself for the inevitable darkness. Sure enough, the overhead bulb sputters once, twice, and dies completely. There's a reluctant click from my kitchen appliances as everything goes still. My phone glows on the coffee table, the only light left in the apartment. I rub my temples, half amused and half annoyed. A text from my sister Abby pings on the screen. You find any friends yet? Or just living like a hermit? I snort, considering how to reply. Yes, I actually talk to a neighbor, plus her meddlesome cat every once in a while. Not sure if that counts as real socializing. Another text from the landlord follows. Power outage on the block. Electric crew is on it. Perfect. So we might be in the dark for hours. With a sigh, I shove my phone into my pocket and rummage for a flashlight in one of the kitchen drawers. The beam flickers across the small living space, illuminating half-unpacked boxes and the sagging couch I'm slowly destroying with my restless naps. My eyes drift to the door. Part of me wonders if Camila's Wi-Fi is out again, or if she's rummaging for candles right now. The idea of running into her stirs an odd warmth in my chest, which I try to ignore. I sweep the flashlight around looking for a candle or two. My last attempt involved that ridiculous pineapple-shaped wax thing. I find it on the windowsill, half melted from a previous outage. I set it on the coffee table and flick the lighter. A small flame dances, casting flickering shadows on the walls. My stomach growls, reminding me that I haven't eaten dinner. The fridge obviously won't keep anything cold for long. I rummage around, pulling out a hunk of cheese, some leftover bread, and a jar of questionable salsa. Not exactly a gourmet feast, but it'll hold me over until the power returns. I spread the bread with salsa, like a lazy bruschetta, and take a bite. It's as bland as it sounds. A soft knock echoes from my door. It's gentle, as if the person's unsure I'm even home. My pulse lurches, half expecting cat-based sabotage, but cats don't usually knock. I set the makeshift dinner aside, approach the door, and peer through the peephole. In the dim corridor light, I recognize Camila's silhouette, curvy, wearing some sort of large t-shirt that could be a dress and holding something in her hand. My heartbeat quickens. I open the door to find her standing there with a bottle of cheap wine, the kind that sports a rainbow label and usually costs less than a fast food meal. The faint glow from my candle spills into the hallway, illuminating her uncertain smile. Wine delivery? I say, stepping back to let her in. That's a new service. I approve. She rolls her eyes, but there's laughter in them. Power's out. I was sitting in my apartment with a single candle, and it felt too lonely. Then I realized I had no snacks, just this sad bottle of wine and a cat who's nowhere to be found. She lifts the bottle like a peace offering, so I decided maybe sharing it with my grumpy neighbor might be better than sitting in the dark alone. I fold my arms, doing my best to look unimpressed. I'm only grumpy on Thursdays, I say, feigning seriousness. Today's definitely not Thursday. Her mouth quirks. It's a Wednesday, you dork. My lips curve into a slow grin. Ah, so I'm safe to be friendly then. I gesture for her to come in, and she steps over the threshold. The candlelight plays tricks on the shape of her face, highlighting the subtle arch of her cheekbones, and the soft gloss on her lips. My apartment feels different with her in it. More alive, less stagnant. She glances around. You got candles to spare? My stash is basically used up birthday candles. Figured your place might be more prepared. I point to the pineapple candle flickering on the coffee table. We can share that one for now. Plus, I found a flashlight. Not exactly romantic mood lighting, but it beats total darkness. Her eyes flick to the melted pineapple shape, and she snickers. Good enough. Let's crack this baby open. Then she holds up the wine. I couldn't find a corkscrew in my junk drawer, so I was hoping you had one. I pause, scanning my own drawers. I think so. Sure enough, in the second drawer, I uncover an old corkscrew from my Manhattan days. I return to the living room, twisting the cork with only minimal effort. The wine smells fruity, maybe peach or something artificially sweet. She finds 2 mismatched mugs in my cabinet. Clearly, I'm not the only one lacking proper glassware. She pours us each a generous dose, then lifts her mug in a mock toast. Here's to blackouts and questionable beverages, she says. May we survive them with minimal embarrassment. I clink my mug to hers, the dull thud of ceramic meeting. I'll drink to that. We both take a sip, wincing. It's cheap, all right. Too sweet, with a slightly sour aftertaste. But the warmth creeps through my veins, soothing some of the tension I've been carrying. Camila sinks onto my couch, hugging one knee to her chest. Her t-shirt rides up slightly, revealing smooth skin, and I do my best not to stare. The candlelight flickers across her features, illuminating the curious tilt of her head as she studies my makeshift dinner. What's that? Creation? She asks, smothering a laugh. I lift the bread, loaded with salsa. Gourmet desperation, courtesy of my failing fridge. Want some? She wrinkles her nose. I'll pass. I had half a bag of popcorn before the lights died. Another sip of wine, and she sets the mug on the table. So, any idea how long this outage will last? Midnight might be out there terrorizing the building. I shrug. The landlord says a few hours, maybe more. As for your cat, I've learned not to question her stealth. She'll reappear right when things couldn't afford to go wrong. Camila snorts. Probably. She's an expert at that. She studies the candle flame, voice dipping. I guess we're stuck for the evening. We could either stare at the walls or chat. She glances at me, trying to read my expression. A faint swirl of nerves twists in my gut. Something about talking in the dark with her sets off little sparks I'm not sure I want to analyze. Chatting works, I say, setting aside my plate. Just don't hold me responsible for any oversharing. Wine and no electricity can lead to confessions. She arches a brow. Confessions, huh? The plot thickens. She leans back, crossing her ankles. All right, I'll bite. Let's do confessional hour. I'll start. What's your worst dating experience? I blink, taken aback by the directness. Worst dating experience? I thought we'd start with something mild, like favorite color or best movie. She giggles, swirling the wine in her mug. Too vanilla. We only have 1 candle's worth of time, so might as well go for the juicy stuff. Fine, I say, exhaling. Worst date. It was in Manhattan. We met at a fancy restaurant. Conversation was stiffer than a grammar textbook. Then she spilled her water all over my laptop bag. I discovered she'd only agreed to go out because she wanted free editorial advice for her novel. She ghosted me once I suggested it needed structural rewrites. Camila nearly spits her wine, bursting into laughter. Are you serious? That's so messed up. I shrug, half embarrassed, half amused. She thought I'd wave a magic wand and get her published. Once she realized I wasn't a golden ticket, she vanished. Wow, she nods thoughtfully. That definitely sucks, but ironically, it's almost funny. She basically tried to date you for your job perks. My lips tighten into a wry grin. Exactly. Not the best night. Your turn. She sets her mug down, pulling her t-shirt over her knees. Let me think. Worst date. Her face clouds a bit and she fiddles with the hem of her shirt. I had an ex who used to... I guess I'd say he was more interested in my potential as a writer than me as a person. He was this influencer who insisted we do couple content. Lots of cutesy videos. But behind the scenes, he'd criticize my romance novels as unrealistic fluff. Finally, I realized he only liked me if I boosted his brand. I inhale sharply. Sounds like a creep. She shrugs, trying to appear nonchalant. He had some good qualities, but yeah, it got toxic. I ended things, and he tried to spin the breakup online to make me look like the villain who couldn't handle a real relationship. That's awful. I reach out, resting my hand on the back of the couch near her shoulder. It's a small, instinctive gesture, but she glances at my fingers with a slight, surprised look. She clears her throat. Anyway, that's ancient history. But it messed me up a bit, you know? If your partner doesn't believe in your passion, it's hard to open up again. Her words resonate deeper than I expect. I realize we're both breathing a little more slowly. I get that, I say, voice soft. I left New York partly because I lost faith in the whole system. Editing was everything to me, but I started feeling like all I did was crush people's dreams. I hesitate, heat creeping into my cheeks. It was draining. Enough that I almost walked away from stories altogether. She looks at me, eyes gentle. So that's why you quit the big job? I nod. Yeah, among other reasons. Burnout. Also, a personal crisis with my ex. Let's just say she walked off with all my best editorial work, took credit for it, and I had no fight left to challenge her. Camila's eyes flash with empathy. That's awful. So you came here to escape? Something like that, I admit. Thought a quiet life in a cheap building might let me heal. Didn't plan on a cat or a neighbor with unstoppable story ideas. She smiles wryly. Didn't plan on a neighbor who can fix my plot holes in 2 minutes either. Life's full of surprises, right? A soft hush settles between us. The candlelight flickers, casting dancing shapes along her cheekbones. My heart thumps a little faster when she scoots closer to get more comfortable, bringing her knee against my leg. The wine's warmth courses through me, making everything sharper yet somehow more relaxed. Outside, thunder rumbles faintly, though I can't see rain from the window. She exhales, eyeing the flickering flame. I like the quiet, she murmurs. Sometimes. But it can also get lonely, you know? I swallow, nodding. Yeah, I do know. She lifts her gaze, meeting mine with a sudden intensity that sends a jolt through my chest. There's a real fragility behind her teasing words, something that I both admire and fear, because it mirrors how I feel, how I keep everything locked up. We sit there in silence for a moment, and the air thickens with tension, that borderline hypnotic hush that suggests something more might happen. She sips her wine, eyes never leaving mine. I can't help noticing the curve of her lips, the softness of them in the candlelight. My stomach flips and, for a split second, all rational thought flees. Have to admit, she says, voice subdued. This is nicer than dealing with the outage alone. Even if the wine is dreadful, I smirk. It's terrible, but it's better shared. My free hand drifts up, almost unconsciously, to where a lock of her curls rests against her cheek. You've got a bit of fuzz there, I murmur, brushing it aside with the gentlest touch I can manage. She stiffens, breath catching, her eyes widen, flicking down to my hand. The moment crackles. I'm faintly aware of how close our faces are, how one small shift would bring our lips together. My own heart pounds so loudly I think she might hear it. Her voice trembles. Thanks, she whispers. I linger there, fingertips brushing the soft curl. Her scent is warm and sweet, like coconut and something else I can't quite place. I think about leaning in, ignoring every worry, but the fear of crossing a line slams into me. This is the woman upstairs who relies on me for editorial help, the one with the complicated heart, the one I swore not to tangle with for my own sanity. She tilts her head fractionally, her gaze dropping to my mouth. My throat tightens, pulse hammering in my ears. I almost lean in, almost. That single inch feels insurmountable. Everything in me screams that kissing her right now would be a mistake, but the thought of pulling away hurts too. We hover on the edge for a heartbeat, maybe two, locked in the quiet that only a candlelit apartment in a blackout can create. My lips part, the faintest exhale brushing her cheek. Her eyes drift shut, and my mind goes blank with a surge of raw wanting. Then a crash echoes from the hallway. We jerk apart, adrenaline spiking. She snaps her eyes open, and I pull my hand away so quickly it's almost comical. My chest heaves, and I scramble to my feet, shining the flashlight toward the door. We stare at each other, wide-eyed, both breathing heavily. "Midnight," she guesses, pressing a hand to her racing heart. I run a hand through my hair, trying to calm the frenzy in my head. Probably. That cat is unstoppable. My voice sounds too loud in the hush. Camila stands, brushing off her t-shirt. Her cheeks glow with a flush that might mirror mine. She fiddles with the handle of her empty mug, lips parted as if searching for words. Sorry. Don't apologize, I say hastily, wanting to reassure her that neither of us did anything wrong. I rub my neck, forcing a grin. Guess we got carried away. Probably the wine's fault. She sets the mug down, stepping back to put space between us. My heart sinks a little, but I can't blame her. The near kiss sends aftershocks through my thoughts, making it hard to breathe normally. Right, she murmurs. Wine plus blackout plus confessional talk. Never a good combo. We share a shaky laugh, both of us trying to diffuse the tension. Thunder rumbles again outside, closer this time, as if nature wants to underscore the awkwardness. I shift, glancing at the door. We should see what that crash was before it turns into some bizarre cat burglary. She nods eagerly, grabbing the flashlight from the table. Yes, definitely. Let's do that. We shuffle into the hallway, the single beam of light guiding us. My pulse is still roaring in my ears, but I force myself to focus on the immediate crisis, whatever midnight might have knocked over. The corridor is dim, lit only by the glow from my flashlight and a faint emergency bulb near the stairs. A few steps down, we find an overturned trash bin, random wrappers scattered on the floor. No sign of the cat, though. Camila exhales heavily. I'm guessing Midnight was scrounging for leftover takeout. She's got no shame. I kneel to pick up the debris, and she helps, both of us avoiding eye contact. My mind swirls with regrets about backing off, overshadowed by relief that we didn't do something we might regret. No meltdown, but close enough. When we're done tidying up, we stand and exchange a quick, tense smile. At least it wasn't a burglar, I say, forcing a lighter tone. She chuckles softly, though her eyes remain distant, like she's still processing what almost happened. True. Midnight is the scariest thing prowling these halls. We linger, neither of us moving to walk away. The storm outside grows louder, a gust of wind rattling the window at the end of the corridor. My nerves buzz with leftover adrenaline, every sense hyper-alert. I glance at Camila. She seems to be gripping the flashlight tighter than necessary, her knuckles pale. You okay? I ask gently. She nods. Yeah, let's get back inside. It's drafty here. She heads toward the stairs, presumably to check her apartment, but then she pauses, turning to face me. Thanks for letting me crash your place, and for not making it weird. A short laugh escapes me, more fragile than I intend. Sure, you can always swing by for cheap wine and questionable conversation. She gives me a half smile that's tinged with regret, or maybe longing. I'll keep that in mind. Then she lifts a hand in a silent goodbye, ascending the stairs slowly. I watch her until she disappears around the corner. Back in my apartment, I close the door with a shaky exhale. The candle has nearly burned to a stub, flickering dangerously low. My gaze settles on the couch where we almost... I rub my face, half laughing at my own confusion. A near kiss in a blackout with a woman my mind keeps circling back to, who's also dangerously connected to my old editorial world. Possibly the worst or best decision, depending on perspective. The thunder booms again, and the candle snuffs out entirely, plunging me into darkness. I grope for the flashlight we left in the corridor, realizing Camila took it with her. A wry grin shapes my lips. That's fine. Maybe stumbling around in the dark suits the swirling mess of my mind right now. I sprawl across the couch, replaying the moment I brushed that curl off her cheek. The memory floods me with warmth and longing, plus a tinge of guilt. We both have scars. We both have reasons to keep walls up. But for a few seconds it felt like we might ignore all that. The phone buzzes again, reflecting Abby's message about socializing or something. I ignore it, lost in the pulse of what nearly happened. The rational side of me insists that stepping back was the right choice. We can't just fling ourselves into something messy. But the part that's tired of living in half-formed connections yearns for more. I can still sense the shape of her mouth, the delicate brush of her breath. In the hush of my dark apartment, I let out a slow breath, half laughing at how thoroughly tonight unhinged me. She's upstairs, probably pacing just like I am, replaying that near kiss in her head. My chest tightens. The tension is going to boil over eventually, unless we decide to bury it under jokes and manuscript critiques. I place a hand over my pounding heart, grappling with the absurd swirl of excitement and anxiety that churns inside. No meltdown, but definitely a meltdown of a different kind, on a purely emotional level. The flicker of heat in my stomach, the dryness in my throat, the subtle ache for something we pulled away from. It's all there, refusing to let me sleep. I rummage in the dark for my phone, flipping to the landlord's text. Power likely back by midnight. That's still hours away. I close my eyes, imagining Camila's laughter in the next room, imagining how close we were to crossing a line that might change everything. A faint scratching sound near the window startles me, and I snap upright. "Midnight?" I call softly. The cat rarely misses an opportunity to meddle, but no silhouette greets me, just the swirl of wind and thunder. I slump back, chuckling at the mental image of that cat's scornful glare if she witnessed us nearly kissing. She'd probably cough up a hairball in protest. In the end, I decide to ride out the power outage on the couch, flipping through half-lit notifications on my phone until the battery threatens to die. My mind refuses to settle, replaying Camila's face in the dim candlelight. The shape of her lips as they parted, waiting, wanting. But no, we didn't. We pulled back. It's for the best, I tell myself, though my heart throbs with dissatisfaction. Hours pass. The power finally returns with an abrupt hum, flooding the apartment with harsh fluorescent light. I shield my eyes and push myself upright, feeling stiff. The clock on the stove reads just after midnight. Perfect. Another day gone, leaving me with a swirl of longing and confusion. I stand, rummaging for a glass of water, ignoring the empty bottle of cheap wine on the table. The faint hum of the refrigerator starting up again offers a hint of normalcy. But I can't tell if normal is what I want anymore. Holding the glass under the faucet, I catch my reflection in the dark window. There's a flicker of movement, my own expression torn between satisfaction and regret. The evening with Camila was a jolt of life I needed, but it also illuminated just how close we're skating to a line that could break us both if we're not careful. I sip the water, letting the cool liquid steady me. Maybe we can talk it out. Maybe we'll pretend it never happened. Or maybe the cat will orchestrate something new tomorrow. Either way, the tension's not going anywhere. I kill the lights and head to bed, lying there in the darkness for ages before sleep claims me. My last coherent thought is the memory of her breath hitching when I brush that curl away. It makes me question whether there's a time limit on ignoring this spark, or if eventually we'll surrender to it. For now, the best I can do is let the hum of the newly restored power lull me into uneasy dreams. Dreams where cheap wine and a midnight blackout lead to something far more dangerous than we bargained for.
Chapter 10. Camilla. I wake up to a text from Rhea lighting up my phone screen. Girl, I'm screaming. Your new chapters are fire. My heart does a small cartwheel before flopping right back into my chest. Last time Rhea used all caps, I sold my debut manuscript. So this is either a good omen or a sign she's got too much coffee coursing through her veins. I stretch, knocking a pillow off my bed. Last night's blackout replays in jagged flashes, a swirl of cheap wine, a near kiss, and a rush of confusion that left my stomach feeling like a butter churn. Thankfully, my Wi-Fi is blinking away happily this morning, and the sound of birds chirping outside calms me a little. I poke at my phone again to reread Rhea's second message. Send me the next chunk ASAP. We might pitch early if you keep this quality. A jolt of adrenaline zips through me. Pitch early? That's major talk. My chest tightens with excitement. Then I think about how these fire chapters came to be. A certain reclusive downstairs neighbor gave me half of those brilliant ideas, or at least guided me to them. My laptop rests on my side table, and I recall our random co-writing sessions, our hush-hush brainstorming, our synergy. If my agent is freaking out in the best way possible, that means Eli's input really pushed my book to a new level. The knowledge is both thrilling and unsettling. I didn't plan on relying on him this much. Midnight struts into my bedroom, as if she's reading my mind. She leaps onto the bed, circles around my legs, and gives me a look that definitely says, "You're welcome. Keep listening to me." I roll my eyes. "Don't act innocent," I tell her. "I know you're the reason he's even in my life. You keep ferrying my pages down there." She purrs, which I interpret as, "Exactly, now feed me." I scratch behind her ears. "All right, fine. You deserve breakfast. Let's celebrate." In the kitchen, I pour her some premium cat food, stuff she only gets when I'm feeling generous. She digs in like she hasn't eaten in weeks. I make myself instant coffee, emphasis on instant, because real espresso machines cost more than my rent, and the smell of cheap caffeine fills the small space. Rhea's persistent. Her name lights up my phone once more. "Check your email, please. I have an idea for your midpoint marketing hook." I raise my mug. "All right, Miss Agent Extraordinaire, let's see your brilliance." Midnight ignores me, too busy stuffing her face, but I feel her smug aura. I sit on my couch, open my laptop, and skim Rhea's email. She's typed an entire paragraph about how the new funny meltdown is off limits. Jam accident scene will be a perfect excerpt for social media teasers. She loves the tension, the emotional vulnerability. My cheeks flush when I recall how some of that tension mirrors the awkward closeness forming with Eli. Funny how real life bleeds into fiction. Rhea's final line: "It's so you, yet so fresh. Keep doing whatever you're doing. It's working." "Whatever I'm doing," I murmur, swirling my coffee. That would be sneaking downstairs, guiltily gleaning editorial help from a man I never intended to involve. A faint warmth spreads under my skin, remembering how easily our ideas meshed. Of course, I also remember the quiet hush of the blackout, the near kiss that still clutches my mind in a vice. I push off the couch and pace around, rereading Rhea's praise. The more I see how strongly she's reacting, the more my chest tightens. This is a high I haven't felt in a long time. This sense that my writing could really soar, and it's partially because of him. The near kiss aside, we have a weird synergy that sparks creativity. A shiver of excitement trembles through me. Midnight pads into the living room, jumping onto the windowsill. She settles there, tail swishing, gazing at me like an overseer proud of her subject. Sunlight hits her black fur, highlighting her shape, making her look like a tiny panther. Stop gloating, I say, sipping my coffee. I'm not about to invite him to co-author or anything. Her tail flicks. She looks at me with an expression that suggests, but maybe you should. Still, I need a plan. I won't deny I like his feedback, but letting him in further might risk more than just my creative autonomy. There's emotional territory we both tiptoed around last night. If I'm honest, my heart's still pounding from the memory of his hand brushing my hair aside. My fingertips tingle just thinking about it. I settle back onto the couch, open my manuscript, and begin editing the jam accident scene again. Each line reminds me of the swirl of funny tension we brainstormed. The heroine's funny meltdown. Funny meltdown. Let's call it funny jam. No. The funny jam incident. That's safer. It escalates into a confession about the hero's secret ambition and a tender moment over a sugary mess. It's precisely the kind of emotional wave that made Rhea text me in all caps. I keep adjusting words, layering deeper vulnerability. When I'm done, I read it through, breath hitching at how smoothly it flows. Maybe I'm a little proud of myself too. My phone rings. Rhea's name on the screen. I answer quickly. Hey, Rhea, I saw your email. She cuts me off with a delighted squeal. Camilla, this is exactly the kind of funny drama and emotional punch we've been waiting for. Seriously, what changed? You're writing like you found your spark again. I cringe, thinking about how to phrase this. I guess I have some new inspiration. Great, that sounds like a vague romantic confession. Rhea sniffs out my subtext like a bloodhound. Wait, you sound weird. Are you seeing someone? You have that flustered tone I haven't heard since that incident with your influencer ex. I choke on my coffee. No, nothing like that. I insist, maybe a little too quickly. Just, found a fresh perspective. She doesn't buy it, but she doesn't push. All right, keep your secrets. As long as you're channeling them into your writing, I'm not complaining. Send me the next 3 chapters as soon as you can, okay? I want to see if we can pitch early to the new publisher who's sniffing around for funny romance. My heart leaps. An early pitch could mean a quicker contract, maybe a better deal. You got it, I say, trying to sound calm. I'll send them by tomorrow. We exchange a few more words, and she signs off with a theatrical kiss noise. The moment I hang up, I flop back against the cushions, letting out a shaky laugh. This is so close to what I've wanted. Momentum, validation, a chance to prove I'm still relevant in romance publishing. And now that I have it, I can't ignore the presence of the man downstairs who might deserve half the credit. Midnight yawns from her windowsill vantage point, as if bored by my emotional turmoil. I grab my phone and see I have no messages from him. Not that I should expect any. We parted on an awkward note after nearly, My pulse jolts again. The easy solution is to slip him a thank you note, some homemade brownies, or maybe just say, hey, thanks for the jam meltdown scene. My agent's obsessed. But the idea of facing him, especially after that near kiss, sends my mind whirling. Part of me longs to talk, maybe test if that tension was real, or just a fluke. Another part warns me to keep a safe distance. Midnight finally decides she's bored with her window perch and hops onto my laptop keyboard, pressing random keys. I gently scoot her aside. You're not emailing my agent any cryptic cat emojis, I warn. She blinks slowly. I push up from the couch, pacing a few steps. My gaze strays to the door, imagining the short walk down to 1C. Maybe I'll just drop by, pretend I have a quick question about a plot device. My heart beats faster. remembering my previous attempt. We ended up with the power out and cheap wine leading us into dangerously intimate territory. Maybe I should write him a safe, neutral text, but that implies I have his number, which I don't. Frustration prickles under my skin. I can't keep ignoring this new dynamic. He's the reason my manuscript is blazing, but I'm also terrified that if I spend more time around him, I'll risk more than a near kiss. I gulp air, determined to refocus on the good news, Ria's excitement. That's what matters, right? I sit back down, open a blank page, and start drafting a new chapter. The heroine is grappling with the aftermath of the jam accident, feeling oddly drawn to the hero. She wonders if letting him in was a mistake, or if it's the best choice she's ever made. My chest feels tight as I type, like I'm channeling my own conflict straight into the story. The words rush out, fueled by a swirl of emotional confusion. Time slips away in a haze of writing. My phone chimes again. Another note from Ria. Forgot to mention, editors want funny romance with serious heart. You're hitting that sweet spot. Keep going. I smirk at the screen, proud and mildly panicked. She's basically describing exactly what's happening with Eli and me. Funny chaos meeting serious, unspoken longing. My brand new brand, apparently. Midnight leaps off the couch, stretching. She meows, then prances to the door. I sigh. You need a walk, or are you planning more sabotage? She meows again, more insistently. I decide maybe a walk around the building won't kill me. I can check if the mailman left anything important. Possibly I'll catch a glimpse of someone coming or going, just to say hi in a normal, neighborly fashion. I slip on flip-flops and follow Midnight into the hallway. She dashes down the stairs, weaving around the banister, tail high like a black flag. I track her, with amusement, half hoping she won't dart straight for 1C. But she passes by his door without pausing, instead trotting toward the mailboxes near the front entrance. I rummage through junk mail, half glancing over the usual coupons. Midnight prowls around, sniffing a dusty corner. The building is quiet today. No sign of neighbors stomping around. My stomach jolts with a pang of disappointment. I'm apparently more eager to see him than I want to admit. I grab the mail, nothing but a grocery flyer and a credit card offer. Midnight meows, glancing over her shoulder as if she's bored now. With a sigh, I shuffle back upstairs. She follows at a leisurely pace until we reach my door. Once inside, she flops onto the rug, purring as if congratulating me for a useless excursion. Your sense of humor is twisted, I mutter, dropping the junk mail on my coffee table. I was hoping. Never mind. I catch myself before saying too much. The cat doesn't need to know I was hoping for a casual run-in. She cocks her head, though, like she knows anyway. Flopping onto my couch, I open my laptop again. The new chapter glows on the screen. I reread the lines, feeling that same pulse of energy that's been fueling me. It's definitely next level from my slump a few weeks ago. Ria is right. I have my spark back, and it's because I've started leaning on him. Leaning too much? My heart clenches. I never expected to actually respect an editor's perspective after what happened to me before. But Eli's not just an editor. He's a collaborator who sees the emotional undercurrents I'm trying to craft. I wonder if I'm giving him too much credit. Then I remember how easily he unblocked my story. A wave of gratitude wells up, mingling with something warm and uncertain. Midnight hops onto the windowsill again, watching me like a supervisor. I type a few more paragraphs, refining a funny argument scene. The heroine tries to sabotage the hero's date with an uptight investor by showing off her wild pastry experiment. The tension sizzles, the lines are sharper, the banter is full of subtext. My chest flutters as I realize how much of this I owe to him. Suddenly my phone vibrates with a number I don't recognize. I answer warily. Hello? Hey, Camilla, it's me, Eli. His voice crackles faintly, like he's in a tunnel. My heart somersaults. Did he get my number from the landlord or something? Hi, you have my number? I blurt, failing to sound casual. Yeah, sorry if that's weird. I got it from the building's directory. Listen, I just got a package addressed to you. The name's smudged, but the apartment number matches. Figured you might want it. Relief and excitement slammed together, tangling my words. Oh, yeah, thanks. Maybe the mail carrier messed up again. The letters keep smudging in this humidity. He hesitates. Do you want to swing by and grab it? Or should I leave it outside your door? My pulse skitters at the excuse to see him. Calm down, Camilla. I'll come down. Thanks for letting me know. My voice sounds unnaturally light. Sure. See you soon, he says quietly, then hangs up. Midnight flicks her tail. I scramble for my sandals, ignoring the swirl of nerves in my stomach. It's just a package, I mutter to the cat, as if I need to defend myself. Totally normal. She meows again, suspiciously pleased. I head out, descending one flight to 1C. My heart thumps with each step. If we're awkward, I can blame the package. If we're fine, I'll be fine. I knock gently, and the door opens. He stands there holding a small cardboard box with a half-legible label. Up close, I catch a faint whiff of soap and the slightest hint of cologne. His hair's a bit messy, like he's been running his fingers through it. My face heats. Thanks for rescuing my mail, I joke, offering a timid grin. He smiles back, a soft curve of his mouth that lights his eyes. No problem. I was tempted to open it and see if it was contraband, but I resisted. I let out a short laugh. Good. I might have had to call the postal police. Our eyes lock, and a faint tension stirs. I remember the hush of last night's near kiss, my heart pounding, his breath on my cheek. He clears his throat, handing over the box. All yours. We stand there a moment too long, like neither of us wants to bolt. I hug the box to my chest, not sure what to say. So, how's everything? He shrugs, searching my face. I'm good, just, editing. Or trying not to edit. A wry smile. What about you? My agent's freaking out over my revised chapters, I confess, excitement pushing aside caution. She says they're incredible. It's because, your suggestions helped. A lot. His cheeks tint slightly, and he ducks his head. I'm glad. He folds his arms. I didn't mean to step on your toes, but I'm happy it's working. A rush of gratitude floods me, almost overwhelming. No stepping, I promise. Actually, never mind. I clamp my lips shut. I was about to gush about how I'm increasingly dependent on his insight. That might be too real for a hallway conversation. He nods, a glimmer of understanding in his expression. All right, let me know if you need anything else. Like extra jam meltdown, jam accident ideas. The corners of his mouth twitch. We share a soft laugh, tension easing. Another wave of memory flickers. The closeness of that candlelit couch. My pulse hums. I take half a step back, forcing myself to be calm. Sure, I'll be upstairs, polishing the next chapters. If I get stuck, I might send up a flare. He gestures lightly. Anytime. I'll keep an eye out for cat-born messages. We exchange a final glance, and I catch my breath. Even the simplest banter holds a charge now. A hum I can't deny. I manage a small wave goodbye and retreat up the stairs, heart pounding like I ran a marathon. When I push back into my apartment, Midnight's perched on the windowsill, purring loudly. I got my package, I say, shutting the door behind me. My voice trembles with leftover adrenaline. I set the box down. Turns out it's just a box of promotional stickers for Ria's upcoming event. Nothing special. but my mind's buzzing. My agent loves my chapters. I've got a potential early pitch, and I'll always think about how vital Eli's become to my process. There's a near kiss stirring in my memory, overshadowed by my newfound success, yet it's there, lodged in my thoughts. Midnight jumps down and circles me, purring louder, head-butting my knee. I stroke her back absently. Yes, I know. You orchestrated this. You're the mastermind. Congratulations. She meows, stepping on my foot, then heads off to curl up in a patch of sunlight. I take a deep breath, scanning the open laptop on my couch. Ria's praise still glows in my mind, fueling me to keep going. The excitement is real, but so is my confusion about just how entwined my writing has become with Eli's presence. I never thought I'd trust another editor again, but here I am, sneaking him chapters, thriving on his feedback, and daydreaming about his mouth. A flutter of nerves rushes through my stomach, my entire writing style, my funny timing, my approach to conflict, all of it's blossoming under his subtle guidance. It's not that I can't do it alone, but he's made it easier, and apparently unstoppable. Pushing aside the swirl of emotions, I open my manuscript again. Midnight pads over, jumps to the back of the couch, and watches with that regal smugness. I begin typing a fresh scene. The heroine tries to avoid the hero, convinced she can succeed by herself, only to realize she misses his input far more than she expected. My chest constricts at how on the nose that feels. Still, I lose myself in the writing, weaving humor and heartache, weaving the tension that Ria's raving about. The hours slip by in a flurry of keystrokes. Every so often I shot a quick look toward the door, remembering that fleeting hallway encounter. I think of how natural it felt to share the big news about Ria's excitement with him. By the time I stop, the sun's dropped lower in the sky. A swirl of satisfaction envelops me. I just drafted 2 entire chapters, fueled by the energy running through my veins. My phone pings. Ria again, asking if I can send pages tonight. I decide yes, I can, because I'm on a roll, and her hype is fueling me. I gather the new chapters into a file, recheck for silly typos, then hit send. My heart tap dances as the email whooshes off into cyberspace. I'm truly in it now, no turning back. If Ria loves these, we might be looking at a brand new, incredible book deal. And if that happens, a big chunk of the credit belongs to the grumpy neighbor who turned out to be my creative catalyst. Midnight hops onto my keyboard with an impatient meow, and I laugh, scooping her up. We did it, I whisper, pressing my forehead to her fur. She wriggles free, pattering across my laptop, leaving cat prints on the keys. But I don't mind. I'm floating on a wave of possibility, letting the high carry me despite the swirl of confusion beneath. The whir of the laptop fan hums in the background. I sit back, hugging a throw pillow, and stare at the glowing screen, reading over my new words one more time. Each line thrums with life, a testament to letting someone in when I was convinced I couldn't. My throat tightens with a complicated blend of gratitude and fear. I'm going to have to figure out what this all means. This dependence on Eli's insight, this closeness. But for now, the triumph is sweet. I glance at Midnight, who's perched on the windowsill, purring softly as she gazes out over the late afternoon light. She looks like she's congratulating herself on her grand plan. I'm watching you, I warn with a smirk. Don't get too smug. She ignores me, of course. Still, she's earned a bit of smugness. If not for her meddling, I might never have let Eli near my draft. I might still be floundering alone, lacking the fresh spark that's propelling me forward. My cheeks warm again, picturing him half smiling in the hallway. A sensation I thought I'd forgotten resurfaces. I feel genuinely optimistic about my career. Ria's texts, blaring in all caps, confirm it. And despite my hesitations and a half-panicked heart, I can't deny that I'm leaning on him. Hard. I find myself quietly asking if it's possible to separate my growing success from the emotions swirling when we're together. Another part whispers, maybe I don't have to. Either way, we're inching closer to something. The jam accident scene might be fictional, but the tension it represents is growing real around here. I check to see if the door moves again, stomach flipping. Maybe tomorrow I'll conjure a reason to pop by and show him Ria's new messages. It's only fair he hears how much his input matters, right? Midnight leaps down from the sill, rubbing her head against my ankle with a short meow. Yes, I sigh, patting her back. I know, you want me to be brave. She meows once more, then struts into the kitchen, tail high. As far as she's concerned, this entire building is her playground, and we're the pawns. With a quiet laugh, I close my laptop, deciding to reward us both with a decent dinner, maybe real food for once. I yank open the fridge to see what's left, a half-limp bunch of spinach, some cheese, and tortillas. Good enough for a makeshift quesadilla. I glance at my phone, noticing no text from him, but that's okay. I'll see him eventually. A rush of excitement courses through me. Everything's building toward a midpoint. In my manuscript, and possibly in my life. I can't tell if we're about to crash or ascend, but either way, I'm strapped in. The flutter in my chest says I'm ready to keep writing, keep feeling, keep risking, even if it's terrifying. Even if I'm losing my ability to remain distant from the editor downstairs. Thanks, Midnight, I whisper, flipping the tortilla on the frying pan. She rubs against my leg, purring louder, as if to say, you're welcome. I let myself believe that maybe this story, my story, is heading somewhere bright.
Chapter 11. Eli. I'm standing in Camila's living room, holding a printout of her latest chapter while she paces near the couch. The air is thick with tension, and I'm not sure if it's from our ongoing debate about her plot, or the fact that we've been dancing around unspoken urges for weeks. Midnight, perched atop a nearby bookshelf, observes us like a referee enjoying the show. That scene you wrote, I say, tapping the page, where the hero fakes his injury to get attention from the pastry chef. It feels off. He's not the type to manipulate her like that. She spins to face me, eyes narrowing. And you think you know him better than I do? I'm the writer, remember? Her tone sets off an instant reaction in my chest, a flare of frustration that mingles with an undercurrent of guilt. I know she's poured her heart into this story, but I also can't help pointing out structural flaws. It's in my DNA. I'm saying it doesn't match his established personality, I counter, voice tightening. He's guarded, not conniving. If he wants attention, he's more likely to sabotage himself by accident. She huffs, tossing her curls. So your solution is to rewrite half the chapter? That's a huge chunk of work, when the entire scene's woven into the next conflict. People love a bit of funny trickery, right? Why not have him pretend to slip on spilled frosting? I shake my head, stepping forward until we're just a foot apart. The closeness is dizzying, especially under the living room's warm lamplight. Spilled frosting is one thing, I say. But a fake injury? That's manipulative. It changes how readers see him. If you want funny chaos, let him slip for real, not stage a drama to win her sympathy. She crosses her arms. You act like I never considered that. Maybe I want him to show a flaw. Like he's so desperate, he'll do anything. It highlights how insecure he is. I exhale sharply. My eyes flick to the pages, then back to her face. There's a difference between highlighting insecurity and twisting him into a liar. I get the funny potential, but you're sacrificing honesty for a cheap laugh. She glares, shoulders taut. I'm not cheap. I blink, startled by the sudden vehemence in her voice. My frustration recedes for an instant, replaced by a pang of empathy. That's not what I meant, I say, quieter now. You know your funny timing better than anyone. I'm just telling you how it reads to me. Her jaw clenches. We stand there in the middle of her living room, my heart pounding. Midnight flicks her tail, intrigued by our standoff. The words linger in the air, this argument that's half about the story, half about something deeper. Tension crackles around us like static. She breaks the silence with a bitter laugh. It's always easy to pick things apart when you're not the one bleeding on the page. A pulse of hurt flares in my chest. I get it, I say, stepping closer. But you asked for my editorial perspective. That's what I'm giving. If you don't want it. She raises her chin, fire dancing behind her eyes. You think I can't handle honest critique? I'm not that fragile. Something ignites in me. Maybe it's the swirl of our near kiss still haunting my memory, or the closeness of her body, or the pure frustration of feeling like we're barely skirting the real issue. My voice comes out harsher than intended. Then stop flinching every time I tell you what needs revising. She narrows her gaze, taking a step closer so we're practically toe-to-toe. You've got a lot of nerve, barging into my story like you own it. I scoff, adrenaline spiking. I don't own anything. You keep asking for my feedback, and then you get defensive when it's not what you want to hear. She opens her mouth, a retort ready, but no words come out. Silence, thick and heavy. My heart thunders, my breathing ragged. Her chest rises and falls in quick succession, and something in her expression shifts, from anger to a fierce, undeniable hunger. I'm not sure who moves first, but suddenly we're lunging at each other. I drop the pages, and she tangles her fingers in my shirt collar, yanking me forward as our mouths collide. It's not gentle. It's wild, fueled by pent-up emotion we've been trying to ignore. A ragged gasp escapes me as her lips part, tasting like tension and longing. Our teeth clash briefly, and then we settle into a frantic rhythm, all urgent tongues and trembling hands. My mind reels at how natural it feels even in its chaos, like we've been dancing around this moment for far too long. She arches closer, pressing her body against mine, and I groan into her mouth, losing track of sense or reason. Our kiss breaks only long enough for us to gasp for air. Her pupils are dilated, eyes flicking to my mouth. You're infuriating, she breathes, voice shaky.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Eventually, she lifts her head, hair clinging to her forehead. There's a quiet awe in her expression, like she can't believe it either. Just wow, she whispers, voice raspy. I brush a curl from her cheek, heart pounding in my ears. Yeah. My throat feels tight. Emotions churn, too big to name. This isn't just lust. It's something that's been building in us for ages. And I can't recall the last time I felt so alive, so in sync. She shifts, snuggling into my chest with a gentle sigh. I wrap an arm around her, my other hand drifting to stroke her hair. The leftover adrenaline leaves me slightly shaky, but in a good way, like I've just stepped off a roller coaster I didn't want to end. Midnight jumps down from the side table, prowling over to us with a disapproving meow. Camila giggles, turning her head. We're fine, kitty. Go mind your business. The cat flicks an ear, unimpressed, then settles a few feet away, tail swishing. I let out a slow chuckle, pressing my lips to Camila's temple. The reality of what just happened sinks in. We started out bickering over a plot twist, and now I'm cradling her on this tiny couch, postcoital and breathless. It's exhilarating and terrifying all at once. Her fingers trace lazy patterns over my chest, leaving goosebumps in their wake. I swallow hard, words catching in my throat. Finally I speak, voice raw. I haven't felt this awake in a long time. She lifts her gaze, eyes brimming with an unspoken question. Me neither, she admits, voice barely above a whisper. I mean, I've had moments, but not like that. The weight of the last few years presses on me. The memories of burnout, betrayal, and a lonely retreat to this building. I blow out a slow breath, letting the vulnerability rise to the surface. Before I moved here, I figured I was done with anything real, I say, throat tight. Now I realize maybe I was just hiding. Her palm slides up to cradle my jaw, her expression softening. You don't have to hide, she whispers. At least, not from me. Not right now. A tingle of relief flows through me. I lower my forehead to hers, inhaling the lingering coconut scent. I'm not used to this, I murmur. It's terrifying. She swallows, nodding, voice trembling. Yeah, I'm terrified too. Then she leans in, pressing a tender kiss to my lips. It's different from our earlier frenzy. Gentle, acknowledging we've crossed a line we can't uncross. We sink deeper into the cushions, holding each other while time drifts. In the background, a car horn blares on the street below, but we barely notice. My heart feels full, pounding with a sense of possibility I haven't tasted in far too long. She nestles closer, her breath warm against my collarbone. After a stretch of quiet, she clears her throat. So, about that scene, she says, voice husky but laced with humor. You really think I should ditch the fake injury angle? A laugh tumbles out of me, relief flooding my chest. Seriously? My laughter grows at the absurdity, and she joins in, burying her face against my shoulder to muffle her giggles. Between little bursts of laughter, I manage to speak. Yes, I still think you should ditch it. But maybe we can figure out a funny alternative that keeps his vulnerability intact. You know, something that doesn't paint him as a schemer. She sniffles from laughing so hard, swiping at her eyes. All right, fine. You might have a point. She lifts herself on one elbow, meeting my gaze. I guess we'll revise that tomorrow. And next time we fight about it? I smirk, lifting a brow. We fight about it. What? Or were we going to do this every time we disagree? Her grin turns wicked. It's not the worst way to settle an argument. But let's not make it a habit. My couch might not survive. I chuckle, tugging her back down for a playful, lingering kiss. Midnight, apparently annoyed by our lack of dignity, leaps onto the windowsill with a disgusted flick of her tail. Camila and I break apart, breathless, exchanging a look of mutual understanding. We've stepped into uncharted territory. There's no going back to polite neighborly banter now. A hush settles again, this time tinged with a comfortable warmth. She tucks herself under my arm, voice soft. I feel like I should be freaking out, but right now I feel okay. I stroke her arm gently, soaking in the moment. Me too, I say, sincerity folding into every syllable. Maybe we can just enjoy this. Figure out the rest later. She nods, pressing her cheek to my chest. Later, she echoes. We lie there for a while, drifting in a contented fog. My mind flips through 100 questions about what this means for us, for her manuscript, for the vulnerability swirling in my gut. But each time my anxiety flares, she shifts slightly, reminding me she's still here, and that's enough to soothe me for now. Eventually, the calm is broken by a soft vibration from her phone on the coffee table, probably a text or email notification. We both glance at it, but neither of us moves. There will be time for real life soon enough. For now, we're just two people tangled on a couch, hearts pounding with a new sense of possibility. I press a final kiss to her temple. You sure about the couch? I tease. We could relocate to... She laughs, lightly smacking my arm. Don't push your luck, Romeo. Then she sighs, half embarrassed, half amused. I can't believe I'm telling you this, but I'm kind of wiped out. This wasn't exactly planned. I shift, carefully helping her sit up as I do the same. Our clothes are scattered around the living room. A wave of heat flushes my face as I collect them, realizing how thoroughly we shredded that argument. She snickers at my flustered expression. Before we can gather ourselves completely, Midnight hops down, weaving around our ankles as if to say, Yes, you humans have had your fun. Now feed me, Camila scoops the cat up with a weary grin. You're the worst chaperone ever, she tells the feline, who meows in mock offense. I slip back into my shirt, mind still buzzing. My eyes keep flicking to Camila's bare skin, half illuminated by the lamp. She notices and rolls her eyes, though a shy smile plays on her lips. Stop looking at me like that, she scolds, but there's no real anger in her voice. I need a shower and a long nap. I half smile, wrestling to get my pants on without toppling over. Fair. I should probably... go? A flicker of disappointment crosses her face, but she nods. Yeah. Unless you want to face the absolute train wreck that is my kitchen. I haven't washed dishes in days. I chuckle softly. We'll do that another time. The invitation lingers between us, an unspoken hint that maybe we'll do this again, minus the argument, or maybe plus the argument, who knows? We walk to her door, a hush settling again. She shifts the cat to her other arm, then meets my eyes. Hey, about all this. I'm not sorry. My chest clenches with a curious mixture of relief and affection. I'm not sorry either, I say, voice low. It felt real. She exhales, nodding. Yeah, it did. We share a gentle final kiss. This one is quieter, sweet, no frantic edges. My heart soars. Then she opens the door, allowing me to step into the hallway. My mind reels, body still thrumming with leftover pleasure and emotion. I pause, half turning. See you soon. She smiles, leaning against the doorframe with the cat still in her arms. Count on it. We've got a plot twist to fix. I laugh softly, heading down the stairs. My pulse thumps all the way to my apartment, echoing with the aftershocks of what just happened. Once inside, I lean against the closed door, swallowing a shaky breath. A stray cat hair clings to my shirt, a tiny souvenir of the chaos we unleashed. I flick it away, but the memory of her warmth, her taste, her laughter, those linger, refusing to fade. I haven't felt this truly alive in so long. Not just breathing, but brimming with energy that defies every defense I'd carefully built. It's terrifying and exhilarating, and I have no idea what happens next. Yet somehow, I can't wait to find out.
Chapter 12. Midnight. The humans have reached a new level of ridiculous. Even I, Midnight the ever-observant, must admit I didn't expect them to get quite so involved so quickly. 1 minute, they were waving paper pages around, hurling accusations about funny logic and romantic tension. The next, there were clothes flying like confetti in a Mardi Gras parade. Humans truly are an unpredictable species, especially after they've been dancing around each other for weeks. I had front row seats to their little show last night, perched on a bookshelf where I could watch, whiskers twitching, as they abandoned all sense in favor of tangling limbs. It was about time. Their tension had been building to a boiling point. If I had to watch them hurl more sassy remarks about jam accidents, I was liable to hack up fur balls in protest. And if there's one thing I hate, it's messing up my own fur. Don't get me wrong. I'm delighted they finally let themselves slip into that delightful chaos. It's just that now they're swirling in the aftershock of having crossed a line. Humans always struggle with the aftermath. I can sense it in every soft whisper, every stolen glance. They stumble around like they're in some dream state, half euphoric, half terrified that they've awakened a beast inside them. In my esteemed opinion, they should relax and enjoy the purr of newfound intimacy. But no, they're human. So of course, they overthink everything. This morning, I stroll through Camilla's apartment, tail high, monitoring the fallout. She's at her desk, hair piled in a messy bun, occasionally running her fingers across her lips as if still tasting him there. Her cheeks flush pink whenever she rereads a particular paragraph from her draft. She taps the keys, stares off into space, mutters something under her breath, likely rewriting a scene that's suspiciously reminiscent of last night's adventure. I leap onto the windowsill and situate myself to study her properly. She's wearing an oversized t-shirt that says plot twist, a gift from her friend, I believe. She stretches, releasing a weary sigh that hints at a night of, shall we say, limited rest. Serves her right. She's been complaining for weeks about not getting enough tension in her story. Well, she's living tension now, courtesy of me and my meddling. Yes, I'm proud of my handiwork. The stealthy sabotage, the well-placed deliveries of her pages to his apartment, the quiet nudges that forced them to collaborate more intimately. And here we are, post-romp, with Camilla's heart pumping out a brand new rhythm. If that's not a job well done, I can't figure out what is. Still, I can't celebrate wholeheartedly. There's a bigger secret lurking beneath their newfound closeness. Eli, the grumpy editor from downstairs, never told her about that savage rejection letter he once wrote, the one that shattered her confidence. I happened to stumble on that knowledge during one of my nocturnal prowls. No one hides anything from my curious ears, and let me tell you, humans are exceptionally sloppy about leaving digital traces. If Camilla finds out he was the anonymous editor who told her that her beloved story wasn't marketable enough, well, let's just say it won't end well. Fur might fly, and not just from me. Which leads me to my conundrum. Should I intervene further, prompt the big reveal, and risk all the progress they've made? Or should I keep my whiskers out of it and pray that the truth surfaces at a moment that won't destroy everything? Hard to say. I'm not a miracle worker. I'm merely the cat who orchestrates destinies, apparently. As I'm lounging on the windowsill, Camilla's phone vibrates. She scrambles to grab it. Hello? Yeah. Oh, hey, Rhea. She brightens, chewing on her lip. Yes, I'm fine. Just, busy. She glances around the apartment, as if searching for a clue on how to hide her newfound glow. Too late, dear human. You can't hide that. Her hair's disheveled in a way that screams post-bliss. Not that I'd mention it to her face. She might chase me with a slipper. Camilla rattles off her latest updates about the manuscript, nodding at Rhea's instructions. Judging by her expression, Rhea's pushing for more pages again. Poor Camilla tries to sound casual. No, I'm actually in a really good creative flow, she says, and her eyes flick to me, all guilt and excitement. I narrow my gaze, unimpressed by her attempt to keep me out of the credit. At least mention your wise feline overlord. Come on. She ends the call and tosses her phone onto the couch. With a groan, she plants her face in her hands. I leap gracefully off the windowsill, weaving around her ankles. She runs a hand over my fur absent-mindedly, and I purr. But behind my purr, I'm analyzing her. She's jumpy, like she's halfway expecting Eli to text or knock at the door. After last night, it would make sense for them to talk, maybe even share a civilized meal. But that would require them to stop second-guessing every breath. Suddenly, Camilla inhales sharply, as though making a decision. She flings her laptop onto the coffee table and rushes to the bathroom. I follow, peeking from the doorway as she rummages through a cabinet for hair products. She half sings, half hums a tune that suggests she's getting ready to see him. My whiskers curl in amusement. She's so obvious. Sure enough, she emerges wearing a fresh outfit, something casual but flattering enough to highlight her curves. She glances at me, a blush creeping across her cheeks. Don't judge, she says. It's not a date. I I need to ask him about some plot detail. That's all. Her tone is defensive, but we both know the truth. I trot beside her as she heads to the door, but she blocks me with a gentle nudge. "Not this time," she murmurs. "You've meddled enough, Kitty." I twitch my tail in affront. Has she learned nothing? My meddling is precisely how she got here. Nonetheless, she slips out, shutting the door firmly. Fine. I'll let her have that. For now. Left alone, I hop back onto the windowsill, gazing at the street below. The building's quiet, and I wonder if Eli's home, or if he's off doing reclusive editor things, like scowling at a typewriter he doesn't own. I let out a bored meow, turning my focus inward. My mind drifts to the looming secret. The rejection letter. Eli hasn't told her. I can't imagine how Camilla will react when she learns he's the one who once decimated her beloved manuscript. My guess? Not well. Humans can't handle betrayal, especially from someone they've come to trust intimately. And oh, they're definitely intimate now. I leap down and prowl around the living room, investigating the aftermath. Pillows scattered, a blanket half fallen off the couch, the faint scent of mingled sweat and satisfaction. My ears flick in mild disgust. They could at least tidy up if they're going to turn this place into a romantic battlefield. But humans rarely consider a cat's sensibilities. Time drags. I half doze on the couch back, occasionally snapping awake at the sound of footsteps in the hallway. None belong to Camilla. Eventually, I groom myself to pass the time, keeping a regal composure that no flustered writer can match. My thoughts keep circling. Should I reveal Eli's secret? If I do, I risk shattering their fragile bond. If I don't, the truth might detonate at the worst possible moment. Neither option's ideal. While I mull over my dilemma, the apartment door opens, and in walks Camilla, alone. She looks ruffled, though not in a post-passion kind of way. More like she's frustrated. She tosses her keys onto the table, ignoring me completely, and sinks onto the couch with a loud exhale. I hop over to her, carefully stepping onto her lap. She picks me up and stares into my eyes like she's seeking answers. "He wasn't home," she confesses, shoulders drooping. "Probably out running errands. Or maybe hiding from me." Her voice carries a nervous edge. "This is silly, right? We just had the most intense moment of our entire neighborly relationship. Now he's nowhere to be found." Did I scare him off? I tilt my head. If I could talk, I'd probably tell her to relax and stop conjuring scenarios that lead to heartbreak. But I'm only a cat, so I meow, pressing my paw against her cheek. She sighs, smiling a little at my attempt to console her. She's about to say something else when her phone lights up with a message. She unlocks it, eyes scanning the screen, and a flush creeps up her neck. "Oh, it's him," she whispers. Her thumb hovers over the screen, deciding how to respond. Then she reads the text. Something about wanting to talk, maybe share a meal. Her pulse quickens. I can feel it because she's still cradling me in her arms. She sets me down gently and stands, typing a reply with shaky fingers. When she hits send, she paces the length of the living room, waiting for the next buzz. I wait too, tail flicking. Humans are so impatient. She refreshes her messages at least 5 times before the phone chimes again. I see relief wash over her face. "Okay, so we're meeting in an hour," she says, half to herself, half to me. She glances at the state of the living room, cheeks coloring when she notices the evidence of last night's escapades. "I should at least straighten up," she mutters, quickly gathering pillows, smoothing blankets, and spraying some citrus-scented freshener around. The smell assaults my sensitive nose, but I endure it for her sake. While she's tidying, I wander into the kitchen, investigating the empty food bowl. Of course, she's too preoccupied to remember my second breakfast. Typical. I meow in protest, but she waves a dismissive hand. "Soon, baby, soon," she mumbles. She's rummaging in a drawer for her lipstick now, because obviously meeting him in an hour means she has to do a full glam routine. Honestly, these humans. After a quick fix-up, she stares at her reflection in the hallway mirror, fiddling with her shirt neckline. Then she rubs her temples, as though wrestling with worry. "It's just lunch," she says quietly. "It doesn't have to be a big deal. We'll talk about the story, or laugh about last night, or not. Gah, I'm an idiot." She slumps against the wall, exhaling. That's when I decide enough is enough. I trot over and circle her ankles, purring like an engine. She stoops to pet me, eyes soft. "You're right, kitty," she murmurs. "I'm overthinking." With a determined nod, she straightens. "I'll just see how it goes." No big expectations, no pressure. I tilt my head, unimpressed by her attempt at self-pep talk. The tension in her shoulders says otherwise. But I let her believe she's calm. She scoops me into her arms for one last cuddle, then sets me down. "Wish me luck," she says, grabbing her keys. She disappears out the door, and the apartment falls quiet again. I rub my whiskers, considering my next move. Do I lounge around and wait for them to return with starry eyes? Or do I snoop for clues about the hidden secret that might blow up in their faces? My instincts tell me the secret is a ticking bomb. The more they bond physically, the harder the betrayal will sting. And they are definitely bonding. I would know. I saw everything last night. My poor, innocent feline eyes will never unsee that. Still, I sense they're heading toward a midpoint in their relationship, the place where illusions crack and deeper truths come out. Camilla's reawakening her creativity, fueled by his editorial genius, and Eli's rediscovering a life beyond his reclusive funk. If I let nature take its course, maybe everything will turn out fine. Then again, if that rejection bomb explodes at the wrong moment, we might end up with heartbreak in the hallway. My tail swishes, and I hop up to the windowsill, scanning the street. No sign of them outside yet. Perhaps they chose a cafe or a quiet corner of the library to talk. An hour away means they might not come back until well after lunch. My vantage point offers me a nice view of the passing cars and the stoop where mail carriers sometimes deposit deliveries. If I see anything suspicious, I might rummage through it. The last time a package arrived, it accidentally propelled them into deeper conversation. You never know when a random piece of mail might spark a plot twist. As I sprawl on the sill, sunlight warms my fur. I reflect on how easily they've lost their minds after one good romp. Humans are always convinced they can handle casual, but from the starry-eyed way Camilla sighs and the way Eli's footsteps lighten whenever he's near her door, they're in deep. They're physically closer than ever, but emotionally, there's still an invisible barrier they haven't dealt with. I let out a gentle meow, half an acknowledgement of the predicament. If only they'd talk, truly talk, about the past. I've heard Eli mutter in his sleep about the day he hammered someone's manuscript with scathing feedback, how it still haunts him. I know Camilla's heartbreak from that rejection caused her to lose faith in her own writing. Now they've fallen into each other's arms without realizing they share a painful history. Eventually, I close my eyes, dozing off in a patch of sun. In my dream, I imagine leading them both to the truth in a gentle, funny way. No drama, no shattered illusions. But that's not how human stories usually go. They love their drama. If I intervene, it might blow up in all our faces. If I do nothing, they'll face the storm at a time not of their choosing. A soft breeze ruffles my fur, bringing me out of my nap. The sun has shifted, shadows creeping across the floor. I yawn, jump down, and trot over to the couch. Since they're out, I might as well claim the sofa for a luxurious nap. I climb onto the cushion, kneading it with my paws until it's just right. The faint scent of their passion still lingers. I crinkle my nose. Honestly, humans. Curling into a ball, I let my purr rumble in my chest, reflecting on my role as the ultimate matchmaker. I'll keep an eye and ear on them to ensure they don't derail the entire romance with petty misunderstandings. But some things are beyond even my regal meddling. That looming secret about Eli's identity as the rejecting editor is a trouble I can't fully fix. One day, probably soon, it'll burst open like a dropped carton of milk, and they'll have to deal with the spill. Until then, I'm content to watch their clueless joy as they navigate this new closeness. They'll dote on each other, spar over story ideas, share more heated kisses, maybe even attempt cooking dinner together. Disasters that will amuse me to no end. And I, the most patient cat in Atlanta, will lurk in corners, orchestrate small collisions, and grin at their flailing hearts. Yes, they think they're so clever, writing out their complicated arcs. But we all know the best romances blossom when two flawed humans realize they're exactly what the other needs, and fight past their secrets to claim it. If they succeed, I'll pat myself on the back for a job well done. If not, well, at least I gave them a decent push. I stretch, letting my mind wander to the future. Perhaps there's a world in which they confess the truth, Camila forgives him, and they co-author happily ever after. That would be quite a sight. Two reformed loners building a life together under one roof, with me as their eternal queen. My whiskers twitch at the idea of prancing down the aisle, ring-bearer style. That would be a dream, for sure. But for now, they're at the midpoint, caught between the initial spark and the final resolution. And I, Midnight, will remain the smug observer, ensuring they don't stray from their destined path. They've come too far to fumble it all away. Or so I hope. A faint purr rattles in my throat as I drift off again, lulled by the hush of the empty apartment. Let the humans wrestle with their feelings, plan a second round of heated embraces, and tiptoe around unspoken confessions. Meanwhile, I'll rest and prepare for the next funny scene I'll orchestrate, because it's only a matter of time before I stir the pot again. After all, it's in my nature to keep things interesting. And these two? They're the best show I've had in ages.
Chapter 13. Camilla. I'm about 5 minutes into my writing sprint when a frantic knock at the door rattles my entire apartment. Midnight, who was snoozing on top of my printer, jolts upright and shoots me a glare, as if to say, "Can you get that? I'm busy here." With a sigh, I abandon my laptop and cross the living room. My heart does a little flip, assuming it's Eli. Maybe he spontaneously dropped by with coffee and more steamy suggestions. I open the door, a smile already forming, and no, it's not Eli. Standing on my doormat is the last person I want to see, Devin. He's wearing the same smug look I remember all too well, paired with an overpriced designer blazer and enough hair gel to drown a small country. A ring light bag is slung over his shoulder, and he's clutching a fancy leather loafer in his left hand. My brain hiccups. Why is he holding a shoe? "Camilla, baby," Devin crows, voice dripping false enthusiasm. "It's been ages. You're glowing, clearly still riding that creative wave, right?" I blink, annoyance and confusion colliding. We parted ways well over a year ago, after he managed to corral me into endless couple content for his influencer brand. "What are you doing here?" I blurt, crossing my arms protectively. "Didn't we agree you'd stop ambushing me in real life?" His forced grin widens, exposing rows of 2 white teeth. "I tried calling, but your number must have changed. Listen, I'm in town for a brand partnership, and I heard from a mutual friend that you've got a new book brewing. I was so proud of you. Had to come say hi." He gestures vaguely, dropping the shoe from his left hand to his right. "But your cat?" He jerks his chin at the hallway behind him, where a dark puddle glistens suspiciously. My stomach drops in realization. Midnight? Pee? Loafer? Oh no. My cheeks heat, but a strange satisfaction tickles my chest. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't impressed by my cat's timing. Sorry about that, I manage, though I'm not entirely sorry. She's got strong feelings about random visitors. He sniffs, clearly disgusted. Yeah, well, we need to talk. Where can I dump my shoe? Without waiting for an invitation, Devin shoulders past me into the apartment. The faint smell of cologne wafts from him, mixing uncomfortably with the tang of cat urine. I stand there, momentarily speechless, as he plunks himself down on my couch like he still owns the place. Midnight peeks around the corner, tail twitching in triumph. I raise a brow at her. You couldn't have just hissed at him? She meows in a tone that sounds suspiciously like, "You're welcome." Then she skitters away, presumably to wash her paws of this entire mess. I slam the door shut and whirl on Devin, who's patting the cushions to test their bounce. What do you want? I demand, planting my hands on my hips. I'm kind of busy. Deadlines, you know. Writer stuff. He flicks the shoe onto the floor with a disdainful grunt, revealing a stained sock. I can't believe your cat did that. This cost $300. He scrunches up his nose. Anyway, it's good to see you too. Don't pretend you're not happy to see me alive and thriving. Thriving? Sure. I deadpan. My mind itches to text Eli for backup, but that might escalate things. Instead, I grudgingly grab a wad of paper towels from the kitchen and toss them at Devin's feet. Clean up your shoe before my entire living room reeks. He picks up the paper towels, eyeing them like they're inadequate for the task. You got bleach? No, you want it disinfected? Do it at home. I refuse to let him turn this into a pity party for his footwear. Let's cut to the chase. Why are you here? He tosses the soaked towels onto the floor with a look of disdain. I came to offer my help. My platform's bigger than ever. Brands keep throwing sponsorships at me. Plus, I've got this new book influencer segment in mind. We can collaborate, like old times. He gives me his trademark wink, which used to dazzle me until I realized it was an empty reflex. We were unstoppable together, remember? My stomach churns with the memory of how he consistently overshadowed everything I wrote, rebranding my heartbreak as fodder for his videos. No thanks, I say, forcing a tight smile. I'm not interested. He doesn't budge, crossing one leg over the other, ignoring the vile odor. You haven't even heard my pitch. Look, you've got a new manuscript coming, right? I can hype it. That means more readers, more sales, more clout. All you have to do is partner with me again, like a special feature on my channel. We can do a big author comeback story. He waves a hand theatrically. Camilla, the romance queen returns. I cringe. That's not me. I don't want to be a brand gimmick. A headache throbs at my temples. Besides, I'm already seeing positive interest without your input. He shrugs, a confident smirk creeping onto his face. Sure, you might do okay, but with my platform, you'll blow up. Book Talk, Instagram, you name it. Don't you want to dominate romance bestseller lists? My chest tightens. Of course I want success. And the prospect of that kind of marketing push is tempting, especially with Rhea texting me daily about how hungry the market is. But Devin's track record is messy. He'll center everything around himself, spin my story into a spectacle, and overshadow my actual writing. I appreciate the offer, I manage, trying to remain calm. But I'm carving my own path now. He rolls his eyes, leaning back against the couch cushions. Carving your own path? Babe, be realistic. You're talented, sure, but you lack the big promotional push. Look at me. My influencer following doubled last month. Let me take your brand and elevate it. I glare at him, frustration boiling. Don't call me babe. And I'm not a brand. I'm a writer. The words come out sharper than expected. Echoing in the small living room, Devin sighs dramatically. You're making this harder than it needs to be. Think of the synergy we had. The fans loved us. Midnight slinks back into the room, tail high. She surveys Devin, who's still sporting a damp sock, and pads right up to him with uncanny confidence. He shifts nervously. "Hey, keep that thing away from me," he warns. I bite back a laugh. She's not a thing. She's my cat. Midnight narrows her eyes at Devin's shoe. In a swift, decisive move, she hops onto the couch, stepping precariously close to his sock. Devin yelps, scooting sideways. "Get off, you filthy furball." Before I can intervene, she pees again, this time on the sofa cushion, but angled so it drips onto Devin's pant leg. It's an impressively targeted rebellion. My jaw drops. Devin screeches, leaping to his feet. "What the—" I clamp a hand over my mouth to stifle an unholy giggle. Yes, it's horrifying that she's so savage, but also, I can't help the savage satisfaction that creeps through my veins. Devin scrambles away, cursing about the couch and his designer pants. "Oh my God," he sputters, grabbing more paper towels. "You need to control your cat." I'm torn between apologizing and praising Midnight for her impeccable sense of funny timing. She doesn't usually, do that. I lie. Actually, she's got a track record of targeted sabotage, but I keep that to myself. "Maybe she smells your cologne?" His eyes blaze. This is insane. He dabs at his pants, glaring at me. "You know what? Forget it. You're on your own. Good luck peddling your romance with zero influencer push." He's halfway out the door, slamming it behind him, but not before hurling one final withering glare in my direction. I stand there, cheeks hot, heart pounding, uncertain if I should be furious or triumphant. Midnight licks her paw serenely, unrepentant. I slump into the now damp couch with a groan, quickly realizing that's a bad idea because cat pee. With a squeak, I jump up again. "Ew, girl, you really went nuclear?" I mutter. She meows, gazing at me with haughty pride. "That's going to cost me a new cushion." She blinks, indifferent. Grabbing a heavy-duty cleaner from under the sink, I set to work scrubbing the cushion, though it might be a lost cause. My phone vibrates. It's Rhea again, texting me. "Heard a rumor Devin's back in town. Don't do anything rash." Too late. I toss my phone aside, cursing under my breath as I blot the couch. My mind whirls with conflicting thoughts. Devin's pushy approach made me want to claw my ears off, but also, he was offering a massive marketing opportunity. Rhea keeps insisting I need a big break to stand out in a crowded market, and there's no denying Devin's social media muscle. For a split second, the rational part of me imagines how good that exposure could be, if I weren't so sure he'd overshadow my voice with his flashy antics. As I wrestle with the cleaning, guilt creeps in. Could I have handled that better? Maybe I should have heard him out more calmly. Just because we have history doesn't mean I can't leverage his reach, right? Then again, do I really want to rely on someone who sees me as a stepping stone for his own brand? The front door rattles again. Someone else is knocking. My stomach plummets at the thought of Devin returning for round 2. I fling open the door, mentally preparing a scorching retort, only to find Eli standing there with a paper bag in hand. His gaze shifts briefly to the wet cushion behind me and the cleaning supplies on the floor. "Should I be worried?" he asks, half smiling. Relief washes over me so hard, I almost sag against the door. "You have no idea," I mumble, stepping aside. "Please come in before I lose my mind." He enters slowly, scanning the living room. Midnight meows a greeting, perched on the coffee table as if this is all very normal. Eli spots the drying cushion, the cloud of disinfectant lingering in the air, and arches a brow. "Did something explode?" I blow out a breath, crossing my arms over my chest. My ex dropped by, and Midnight, expressed her disapproval. I wave a hand at the couch. "Twice." Eli's lips twitch in amusement, though concern lingers in his eyes. Your ex, the influencer one? I nod, trying not to sound too unsettled. He was offering to help promote my next book. He's gained a bigger following, apparently. I sink onto a chair, scrubbing my face with my hands. He's pushy, though. Kept calling me babe. Talking like we're still some unstoppable duo. It made me want to scream. Eli sets the paper bag on my kitchen counter, shifting closer so he can lay a hand on my shoulder. I'm sorry, he says, voice quiet. I know he messed with your head before. I shrug, a tangled knot of emotions in my chest. Yeah, but a thought nags at the edge of my mind. Am I being foolish by turning down his marketing help? My agent says we need a big push. Devin can provide that. But the idea of working with him again makes me nauseous. Eli brushes a curl off my forehead, concern etched on his face. Don't let him pressure you. You're good on your own. Seriously. A rush of gratitude floods me. I want to believe that, but the industry's tough. Devin's clout is huge. Ria's been hinting that we need a spark to stand out. I keep thinking maybe I'm letting pride get in the way. My mouth twists. But he's so smarmy. Eli's lips curve in a wry smile. Smarmy is a mild term. He glances at the couch. Your cat clearly thinks he's worse. A sudden laugh escapes me, tension loosening in my chest. Yeah, she basically declared war on his loafers. Now my living room stinks, and my ex hates me more than ever. Eli tilts my chin, his gaze warm. You owe him 0 apologies for that incident. He barged in, insulting you, treating you like a commodity. His voice softens. You're more than that. Anyone who wants to help your career should respect your boundaries. I exhale, letting my forehead rest against his chest for a moment. His steady heartbeat calms the swirling thoughts. Thanks, I whisper. I needed to hear that. He rubs gentle circles on my back, and for a precious second, the mess around us fades. Midnight trots over, meowing pointedly. Eli chuckles, pulling away enough to scratch her head. You're a force of nature, he tells her. She purrs smugly. I watch them with a smile that feels unexpectedly bright after the chaos. This is the kind of support that feels real, not packaged for social media hype. I clear my throat, turning back to the couch. Well, guess I need new cushions. Thank you, Midnight. She answers with a tiny chirp of 0 remorse. Eli surveys the damp stain, then lifts the paper bag he brought. I had a hunch you might need comfort food, so I grabbed a couple of pastries from that bakery downtown. But I can help you with the cushion first if you like. Touched by his thoughtfulness, I nod, swallowing a lump of emotion. You're too good sometimes, you know that? He smirks, but there's a softness to it. Just returning the favor for all the times you fed me. We can figure out the best cat pee removal technique, or we can just toss the cushion and pretend it never happened. I snort, rummaging for a trash bag. I might toss it, unless you're secretly a sofa repair wizard. He holds up his hands in surrender. I'll assist with disposal, but wizarding might be outside my skill set. As we wrestle the cushion into a garbage bag, I catch myself marveling at how seamlessly he's woven into my daily life. Not long ago, we were bickering neighbors. Now he's the first to drop by when my ex storms in. The warmth surging through me threatens to overshadow the anxiety about my book's success. When the cushion's safely bagged, we wash our hands in the kitchen sink. Eli hands me a pastry from his bag, an apple turnover drizzled with caramel. My mouth waters at the buttery aroma, but my nerves still flicker. What if Ria keeps pushing for a big marketing strategy, and Devin's out there blabbing about how he could have helped me go viral? I don't want to be overshadowed, but I hold back, not wanting to be stuck with no traction. Eli's brow furrows slightly, his eyes flickering with concern. You're not overshadowed by anyone, and you've got traction on your own. Your agent's excited, right? You're gaining momentum. I nibble a corner of the turnover, swallowing the sweet comfort. She is excited, but we both know how random publishing can be. One viral post can launch a career into the stratosphere. Devin has that power. Eli sets his own pastry down, capturing my gaze. Even if he does, do you want your success tied to a man who sees you as a brand extension instead of a writer? My stomach clenches, memory of Devin's empty flattery swirling back. No, I whisper. That's the last thing I want. I guess I just worry. What if I can't break through on my own? His expression softens, and he steps closer, resting a hand at the small of my back. You're not alone. You have Rhea, your fans. Your cat, though she's questionable. I let out a laugh, and he continues. And you have me, if you want it. I might not have the biggest platform, but I believe in your writing. He swallows as if that confession cost him something. I believe in you. Emotion tightens my throat. I set the pastry aside, wrapping my arms around him in a hug that feels like a lifeline. Thank you, I murmur against his chest. He smells like soap and coffee, a combination that steadies my roiling thoughts. You're right. I can't let Devin overshadow my actual words. He presses a brief kiss to my hair, which sends a wave of warmth through me. Exactly. I pull back, exhaling shakily. Still, part of me is rattled that he showed up unannounced. I used to let him steamroll me. It's weird seeing him again, still so pushy. Eli's jaw tightens. If he tries that again, I can talk to him. Or we can sick midnight on him again. Whatever works. A giggle snorts out of me. Midnight's apparently the real bouncer here. My eyes drift to the cat, who's now perched on the windowsill, licking her paw with regal satisfaction. I swear she's smirking at us. We settle into a calmer rhythm, finishing our pastries while exchanging small, reassuring smiles. I summon what little nerve I have to check my phone, expecting angry texts from Devin, or worried ones from Rhea. Surprisingly, it's just Rhea spamming me with encouraging messages. You got this. Don't let him get to you. I show the text to Eli, who gives a nod of approval. Eventually, I walk him to the door, the tension in my body unwinding. Thanks for stepping in, I say softly. You always seem to appear when I'm panicked. He meets my eyes, a hint of something tender flickering there. Glad to help, even if it's post-Cat P cleanup. A light grin lifts his lips, and my chest warms. We share a brief but sweet goodbye kiss, just a gentle brush of lips that carries more comfort than heat this time. My heart flutters, but a whisper of anxiety about Devin's looming presence still nags at me. I push it aside for now, focusing on the here and now. After Eli leaves, I pad back inside, noticing that the living room smells faintly of disinfectant and pastry crumbs. Midnight greets me from the coffee table, tilting her head as if expecting praise. Okay, you savage beast, I say, scooping her up carefully. I guess you chased him off good and proper. She purrs smugly. I rub my cheek against her soft fur, feeling both relief and a strange sense of resolve. Devin rattled me, but I'm still here, still writing. I'm forging a path that isn't reliant on his flashy brand or our messy history. Setting Midnight down, I open my laptop again, determined to channel this swirl of emotions into my pages. My thoughts turn to the fictional couple I'm writing, how the heroine grapples with outside forces threatening her confidence. It resonates too closely now, but maybe that's good. Authentic. Rhea always says, the best writing emerges when you're raw. And if there's one silver lining to Devin's visit, it's that I'm feeling raw indeed. As I begin typing, the words flow in a rush. My heroine stands at a crossroads. offered a tempting alliance by a dazzling influencer who promises the world. She's torn, not wanting to be overshadowed or overshadow her own worth. Then the hero, my fictional stand-in for a certain sweet, grumpy editor, reminds her that true success is built on genuine connections, not hollow deals. A smile tugs at my lips. The scene practically writes itself. Midnight curls up beside me, occasionally patting the spacebar with her paw, as if volunteering to type. I swat her away gently, but she persists, so we compromise. She snuggles against my thigh while I type, the rumble of her purr vibrating through me. For a moment, the chaos of the day fades. I let the funny energy drive my words, sprinkling in the heartfelt tension that's become my trademark. The fear that I'll never break out in the industry is still there, but it's tempered by a resolve that feels newly galvanized. Devin might have an empire of followers, but I have my own voice and a fierce little cat who can scare off any pushy ex. When I finally pause for air, I realize I've typed thousands of words. My phone buzzes on the table, and I check it to see a final text from Devin. We could have been unstoppable. Your loss? Rolling my eyes, I block his number with a decisive tap. My chest lifts, a weight sloughing off. I'm done letting him overshadow my creativity. I gaze at Midnight, who's blinking sleepily at my screen. Thank you, troublemaker, I say, laughing at how bizarre my life is. Now can you clean the couch again? No? Fine. She yawns. I take that as a sign to power down the laptop and call it a day. Tomorrow I might face more chaos, or Rhea might push me for a bigger marketing scheme. But tonight, I feel oddly proud. I refuse Devin's brand-laden rescue. I have Eli's quiet support, and I have my own determination to succeed on my terms. As I head to the kitchen to scrounge up some dinner, Midnight trots behind me, tail held high. My ex might have reappeared like a blinding neon sign, promising fame, but I'm not falling for it. Not when I'm already forging something new, something bright and possibly terrifying, but entirely mine. And maybe, if I'm lucky, shared with one grumpy, wonderful editor who keeps surprising me. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 14. Eli. I'm alone in my apartment, staring at a half-finished cup of coffee that went cold hours ago. My mind is everywhere except this moment, which is ironic for a guy who used to pride himself on clarity. The day started quietly. No cat infiltration, no unexpected visitors. Yet my nerves are shredded, and I can't focus on anything except the secret I'm burying. On my small kitchen table, there's a spiral notebook that's already seen its share of scribbles and furious crossouts. It's open to a page where I tried writing Camila a letter. The words blur under my tired gaze, each line a fresh punch to my conscience. I keep crossing things out, telling myself to start over, and then I realize I'm too scared to write the truth. I blow out a breath, picking up my pen. Every attempt at honesty feels like a cheap imitation of the apology I owe her. She should have heard it from me the second I recognized her name, the second I realized I was the anonymous editor who once wrecked her confidence. But I froze, and now we've grown so close, physically, emotionally, in ways that make me ache with guilt. Each day I wait is another day I'm lying to her. I scratch out another version. Camila, there's something I need to share with you. Years ago I was... No, that's not strong enough. I scribble it out, smudging ink across my palm. Midnight is perched on the back of my couch, tail flicking in judgment. If I didn't know better, I'd think she's waiting for me to crack. The cat's green eyes follow me as I push away from the table to pace the living room. It's been less than 24 hours since Camila texted me about her ex showing up. She told me the entire story over a quick dinner last night. Devin barging in, bragging about his influence, plus that impressive cat protest that left a questionable puddle in his pricey shoe. Even in the face of that ridiculous episode, Camila sounded shaken by the possibility of letting Devin promote her work. When she looked at me for assurance, I told her she didn't need him. I believed it. I still believe it. But the irony stings. I'm encouraging her to trust her own talent while hiding how I once judged it. Midnight hops off the couch, prowling over to the notebook. She sniffs the pages, as if mocking my inability to get the words right. Don't start with me, I mutter, though my heart isn't in the threat. She meows in a tone that sounds suspiciously like pathetic, then saunters into the kitchen. Good riddance. I slump into the wooden chair, pen poised again. My phone vibrates near my elbow. A message from Camila. My chest tightens. We've been texting more since we started spending nights together. My body hums with the memory of her soft curls across my chest, her quiet breathing when she drifts off. My heart seizes with guilt again. She trusts me so much, and I'm betraying that trust every moment I hide the truth. The phone buzzes again, so I check it. Camila. Morning. Grumpy. Any brilliant editorial insights today? Or are you too busy longing for my amazing presence? My lips quirk in a half smile. My chest tightens further. She has no idea I'm writing her a letter that could blow us up. Tucking the phone aside, I press the pen tip to the page again. This time, I force myself to write more than a few words. Camila, I'm not sure how to say this, but I have to try. Remember the editor who once rejected your manuscript? The one that meant everything to you? That was me. My gut twists. I want to tear the page out right now. But I keep writing, lines tumbling out in a frenzy. Not because I wanted to hurt you, but because I believed it was my job to give brutal feedback. I was so caught up in my own ambitions that I forgot there was a real person behind the story. I can't undo the damage, but I can tell you that meeting you now, seeing how brilliant and passionate you are, makes me realize how short-sighted I was. Every day we've spent together, I've felt more alive and more guilty. I'm so sorry. My hand trembles as I sign my name. Eli. The block letters look pitiful on the page. Sighing, I set the notebook aside. Is this enough? Will it convey how I really feel? Doubt floods me. If I deliver this letter, she might never want to see me again. But the longer I wait, the worse it gets. I push away from the table, pacing back and forth. My reflection in the window shows a man with dark circles under his eyes and a slump to his shoulders. When did I become so spineless? The man I used to be would have confessed the moment he recognized her. Then again, the man I used to be was an arrogant New York editor who lost sight of his humanity. Maybe I was never as fearless as I pretended. I pick up my phone, scanning Camila's text again. She's teasing, expecting me to respond with a flirty comeback. My chest aches. I tap out something short. I have many insights, but they're overshadowed by my craving for your presence. Later. Maybe coffee? I quickly delete and retype. I have many insights, but they're buried under my craving for you. Later, maybe coffee? I press send, my stomach flipping. This is exactly the problem. I'm leaning into the romance while ignoring the ticking bomb. I glance at the letter on the table. The folded page is menacing as a coiled snake. Maybe I should slip it under her door, vanish, and let her read it without me hovering. That feels cowardly, but everything about this issue is a labyrinth of cowardice. Midnight returns, jumping onto my lap. She peers up at me, purr rumbling like a tiny engine. I scratch behind her ear, mumbling, "You think I should give her the letter?" She yawns, showing me a mouthful of sharp teeth. "That's not helpful," I mutter, lifting her off me. She sways her tail in mild offense, then sachets over to the couch again. A knock on my door startles me. My heart clenches. Is it Camila? Did she read my text and decide to pop over? My palms dampen with panic, but when I open the door, I find the mail carrier holding a package. "Eli Walsh?" he asks. I nod, signing for the box. Another disappointment. Part of me is relieved, though, because I'm not sure I'm ready for a face-to-face with Camila. Once the mail carrier leaves, I toss the box aside. Probably just some used books I ordered. My gaze drifts to the letter again, tension thrumming in every muscle. I can't keep living in this limbo, half in love and half paralyzed by guilt. I flip the notebook closed, ripping out the letter. It flutters in my hand, and I realize my pen has smudged a few words. Great. Another sign that I can't do anything right. I grab an envelope from a junk drawer, slip the letter inside, and scribble her name on it. Camila. My phone buzzes, so I check it. Camila, always coffee. Let's meet at the usual cafe at 2? I'll be the one writing a new funny scene about a cat vengeance plan. A small laugh escapes me, though it's tinged with agony. She's referencing the disaster with Devon's loafer. I know she's still rattled by it, but she's forging ahead with humor. She's unstoppable, and I love that about her. The letter weighs heavy in my hand. Maybe I'll bring it to the cafe, give it to her discreetly, or I'll slip it into her bag when she's not looking, like a ridiculous spy. Then she can read it privately, and I can wait outside. I cringe at the mental image of me cowering. Still, it might be best if she reads it alone. I text back, 2 p.m. works. I have something important to give you. I stare at the words, pressing send before I can overthink. My heartbeat jackhammers. She replies almost immediately. Camila sounds mysterious. Should I be scared? I reply. Maybe a little. We'll figure it out. I toss the phone onto the table, exhaling hard. My insides churn. At least now I've promised her I'm bringing something. That forces me to follow through. The day crawls by as I try to distract myself with mundane tasks. Washing dishes, sorting laundry, playing half-heartedly with midnight. None of it helps. The letter looms in my thoughts. 1:45 rolls around and I head out, the envelope tucked in my messenger bag. The spring air outside is fresh, the sun bright. I walk the few blocks to the cafe, adrenaline flooding my system. My mind replays every possible scenario. In half of them, she storms out, tears brimming. In the other half, she lashes out at me for deceiving her so thoroughly. I can't picture a scenario where she forgives me on the spot. I shake the images from my head, pushing open the cafe door. She's already there, seated at a corner table with her laptop open. She looks up with a brilliant smile that momentarily blinds me to the swirl of guilt. "Hey," she says, closing the laptop. I got us a table by the window so we can watch unsuspecting pedestrians. I force a grin, sliding into the seat opposite her. My bag feels like it weighs 1,000 pounds thanks to that envelope. Perfect, I say. My voice is scratchy, so I clear my throat. You want coffee or tea? She tucks a curl behind her ear, eyes bright. Coffee, obviously, my treat this time. I nod, ignoring the twinge of apprehension. Sure, I'll go order. We make our usual banter about whether I'll remember her exact caffeine preference. 2 sugars, a dash of milk. I step to the counter, my heart pounding even as I rattle off our order. While the barista works the espresso machine, I cast a glance at Camila. She's typing furiously on her laptop, that unstoppable energy shining through. My stomach twists, thinking of how that energy nearly vanished after my scathing rejection letter so long ago. She overcame it, but not without scars. The barista hands me 2 steaming cups. I thank her, returning to the table with a forced smile. Camila beams. You remembered, she teases, taking a sip. So, what's this important thing you have for me? My pulse leaps. I set my cup down carefully, trying not to spill. The envelope weighs in my bag like a lead block. Maybe after we talk about your new scene? I say lamely, stalling. She narrows her eyes, smirking. So you're not going to reveal the secret up front? Fine. Keep me in suspense. My throat constricts. I urge her to open her laptop, feigning interest in her draft. She's written a funny scene about a bungled pastry contest, where the hero accidentally drops a whisk, causing an entire kitchen meltdown. Let me revise that. A chaotic kitchen incident. I bury my guilt in editorial suggestions, praising her funny timing, offering small notes on character consistency. She glows under the attention. But I can't focus for long. The letter sears in my bag. My coffee grows lukewarm as we keep chatting. Finally, I can't take it anymore. I rummage in my bag, pulling out the envelope. My hand shakes as I place it on the table. This, I say quietly, is for you. Her brow furrows. She sets aside her laptop, lifting the envelope. You wrote me a letter? My voice quivers. Yeah, it's complicated. Maybe you should read it in private. Concern flickers across her features. She turns the envelope over, reading her name scrawled on the front. Eli, you're scaring me. Are you breaking up with me via letter? She laughs nervously, but her eyes search mine. A stab of panic grips me. No, it's not that, I assure her, though I realize it might lead to that anyway. I can't keep this from you anymore. My throat tightens, chest pounding. I'd rather you read it alone. Then if you want to talk. I trail off, uncertain what to say next. She glances around the busy cafe, shoulders stiffening. Now I'm definitely worried. She lowers her voice. Is it about your past? Because I already know you left New York feeling burned out. My gaze drops to the table. This is more specific. Something that might change how you see me. My chest feels hollow. Please don't read it here. Read it when you get home. She wets her lips, hugging the envelope to her chest. Fear and confusion play across her face. Okay, she whispers. If that's how you want to do this. My heart aches at the tremor in her voice. I nod, trying not to break down. I'm sorry it had to be like this. But I can't lie to you anymore. A charged silence falls between us, the hum of the espresso machine seeming distant. People around us laugh and clink mugs, oblivious to our tension. Camila gazes at the envelope, eyes dark with concern. All right, she says quietly. I'll read it at home. Then we'll talk, I guess. I swallow the knot in my throat. Yes, we'll talk. Dread floods me, imagining her reaction. Even now, a half of me is already aching to snatch the envelope back and spare us both. But it's too late. She deserves the truth. She closes her laptop. Neither of us finishes our coffee. We stumble through goodbyes, no playful banter, no easy kisses. A heavy cloud lingers as we exit the cafe. I walk her to the intersection, then watch her disappear down the sidewalk, envelope clutched like a ticking bomb. My chest constricts with every step she takes away from me. This might be the last day she looks at me without anger or heartbreak. On autopilot, I wander aimlessly, letting the city bustle around me. My phone pings, but I ignore it. Probably Camila telling me she read it, or maybe Rhea asking for editorial advice. I can't face anything right now. I turn down a side street, mind whirling with worst-case scenarios. She might never speak to me again. She might call me a liar and toss me out of her life, and she'd be justified. Eventually, I circle back to my apartment, mind blank. As I step inside, I half expect to find Midnight gloating. Instead, the space is quiet, the couch empty. My jacket feels too heavy, so I toss it onto a chair and sink onto the cushions. The coffee I drank earlier sits like a stone in my gut. Time crawls. I keep my phone on silent, afraid to look. She'll text me or call me once she's read the letter, and that text might tear my world apart. I stare at the ceiling, replaying every moment we shared. The stolen kisses, the goofy banter about jam accidents, the nights she whispered my name in the dark. All those memories seem dimmed by a single letter that reveals how I once wrote a ruthless editorial rejection. I hate myself for letting this fester so long. A soft meow startles me. Midnight emerges from under the coffee table, tail swishing. She hops onto my lap, kneading the fabric of my pants. A trembling breath slips from my lips as I stroke her fur. "It's done," I whisper, unsure if I'm talking to the cat or myself. She'll read it soon. Midnight blinks, then settles in, purring softly. I cling to that small comfort, bracing for the storm, because once the truth hits, there's no going back. Either we rebuild from honesty, or everything shatters, and I have no idea which outcome awaits.
Chapter 15. Camilla. I can't find Midnight anywhere. She's not in my kitchen, not lazing on top of my printer, not swiping at loose pencils on my desk. Usually, if I rustle a bag of treats or open the fridge, she'll appear within seconds, tail high and ears perked. But today, I might as well be calling into a vacuum. My frustration mounts as I tear through my apartment, pushing aside cushions and checking every possible hiding spot. Midnight, I try in a sing-song, half-wheezing tone, leaning over to glance under my bed. All I see are dust bunnies and a missing earring. Great. She's really vanished. The last time she pulled something like this, she'd crawled into a neighbor's hamper in an attempt to sniff out fresh laundry. I suspect she might be prowling in Eli's apartment, nosy as she is. My stomach clenches at the thought of knocking on Eli's door. We had that strange coffee meeting earlier this afternoon. He gave me an envelope, told me to read it privately. It's tucked in my purse, sealed like some top-secret revelation. The tension in his eyes nearly broke my heart. I've been working up the nerve to open it ever since, but some gut feeling keeps urging me to wait. Now I have the perfect excuse to see him again, retrieving my cat. Tucking a wayward curl behind my ear, I slip on my flip-flops and bolt out the door. In the hallway, I debate whether to text him first, but that might give him time to hide something or... I don't even know. My nerves spark, so instead, I move quickly, descending the stairs until I reach 1C. I tap lightly at first, but there's no response, so I knock again, firmer. After a moment, the door swings open and there's no sign of him behind it, just an empty living room beyond. My brow furrows. "Eli?" I call gently, stepping inside. It's strange that he'd leave the door unlocked. The faint aroma of coffee lingers, and the low hum of a dryer suggests he was doing laundry. Maybe he's in the back room. I peer around, heart thumping in a weird mixture of hope and anxiety. Part of me is relieved he's not here because I'm not ready to talk about that letter. Another part is disappointed because, well, I miss him. Hello? I call again. No answer. I step across the threshold carefully, scanning the apartment. A sense of deja vu hits. I used to break in looking for Midnight whenever she pulled these stunts. Now I do it with more complicated feelings in my chest. I can still feel the imprint of last night's tension. The note in my purse, the confusion in his eyes. My pulse picks up a punishing tempo. I close the door softly behind me, swallowing apprehension. Midnight, come out. No more hide and seek. She's probably curled under some furniture. I move quietly past the living room, noticing how neat it looks. Books stacked with unusual precision, a half-empty mug on the coffee table. I bend down, calling softly for my cat. That's when I hear a muffled meow, somewhere beyond the living room. I follow the sound down a short hall toward what I assume is Eli's bedroom or laundry area. The dryer's rumbling, so I push open a half-closed door, peeking inside. It's a tiny makeshift laundry room off the main bedroom, with a washer-dryer unit shoved into a corner. There, perched on top of the dryer, is Midnight, blinking regally. Seriously? I hiss, stepping in. What are you doing here? She meows in a short, smug greeting. I glance around for a hamper or a pile of clothes. Sure enough, a basket of freshly folded laundry sits nearby, some of it now scattered because a certain cat decided to explore. You little menace, I mutter, reaching up to scoop her off the dryer. She allows me to pick her up with minimal fuss, but flicks her tail in that I'm not sorry gesture. Clutching her against my chest, I turn to leave, and that's when I notice Eli's laptop open on a small desk by the wall. The screen is awake, no screensaver. My curiosity peaks. Normally, I'm not one to snoop, but something about the way the text leaps out from behind the dryer's hum catches my eye. I catch a glimpse of my own name, Camilla, typed in bold letters. My breath stalls. Midnight wriggles, so I set her down gently, stepping closer to the laptop. The top line reads, Rejection of Camilla Torres, romance submission. My brain stutters. That can't be right. My entire body goes cold as I read further. This manuscript lacks market viability. Tone is inconsistent. Characters are flat, not recommended for publication. EW. My heart flutters, each beat resounding in my ears. EW. That's Eli's initials. No, no, no. My eyes skitter across the text. I realize with dawning horror that it's the letter. The infamous email that once torpedoed my confidence. The one that gutted me so thoroughly, I nearly gave up writing. I see scathing notes in red, pointed critiques that made me cry for weeks. It's definitely the same letter, and it's open on his screen like a fresh wound. Time freezes, a swirl of betrayal flooding my chest. My mind replays every memory of him praising my work, giving me gentle editorial guidance, championing my story. Meanwhile, he was the one who replied to me with that harsh condemnation. Something inside me snaps. Midnight meows at my feet, as if to ask why I've gone statue still. My eyes burn with tears, but fury roars through my veins, overtaking any urge to cry. Eli was the anonymous editor. He was the one who told me my manuscript was worthless and unmarketable. My cheeks go hot, thinking of how I let him read my new pages, how I let him touch me, see me at my most vulnerable. I feel sick. Camilla, a voice says from behind me, cracking the silence. I spin around to see Eli standing in the doorway, groceries in hand. Confusion etched on his face. For a moment, he doesn't see the laptop. Just me, stiff as a board with my cat at my feet. Then he cuts a look at screen, and terror dawns in them. Wait. I can't contain the rage boiling up. You're the one who penned that rejection? My voice trembles, but it resonates with an undercurrent of heartbreak. Midnight hisses, perhaps sensing my distress. He drops the grocery bag, a carton of eggs splattering on the floor. He looks like he wants to speak but can't find words. Camilla, I was trying to tell you. My lungs clamp shut. Trying to tell me? You've had months to tell me. Months. Each word feels like a slap in the face. My ears ring with the haunting memory of that rejection, how it nearly destroyed my confidence, how I cried on the couch, certain I'd never publish again, all while he stood by my side, feeding me sweet encouragement like a saint. I glare at him, chest heaving. You let me fall for you, let me share my new manuscript with you, knowing full well you were the reason I almost quit writing. His expression crumples. I wrote you a letter. I bark out a humorless laugh. A letter? That's rich. A letter can't fix the magnitude of this. Why didn't you tell me from the start? Why pretend to be some supportive editor who just happened to fall into my life? He steps toward me, hands outstretched as if to placate, but I back up, hugging Midnight tighter. She squirms in my arms, but I can't let go. She's my anchor in this tidal wave of betrayal. I was scared. Eli rasps. I realized who you were when it's late. I freaked out, worried you'd never forgive me. I laugh again, angrier now. Oh, so your solution was to hide it until what? I magically didn't care about the worst rejection of my life anymore? My throat burns. You made me feel worthless, and you never had the decency to come clean. My voice tremors with raw hurt, tears threatening to break free, but I hold them back with sheer fury. He's pale, voice shaky. Camilla, I swear I never intended to hurt you. I was doing my job. Back then, I was obsessed with being the perfect editor. I wrote that letter without thinking about the person behind the words. And now, since meeting you for real, I've grown to... I set Midnight down, furious energy snapping through my limbs. Don't talk about how you've grown to adore me or any nonsense. You took that dream manuscript I poured my soul into and shredded it with your condescending notes. It nearly broke me, and now what? You want me to pat your back for feeling bad? He stares at me, pain etched across his face. I can see he's on the verge of begging, but I can't hear it. My heart is pounding a bruising rhythm. When were you going to confess? I demand. We shared so many intimate nights, so many quiet moments, and you never said a word. You just let me believe I'd finally found someone who truly believed in my writing. I do believe in your writing, he chokes out. That's the worst part. You're incredible, and I was blind. Shut up, the words come out in a trembling whisper. I trusted you, showed you my insecurities, and you... My throat tightens, tears threatening. This is too cruel, Eli. You saw how fragile I was about that rejection. You knew it was you the whole time. He lowers his head, voice laced with regret. I wrote you a letter explaining everything, tried to find the courage. I was scared you'd leave me the moment you found out. He lifts his gaze, sorrow radiating from him. I never wanted to lie. I couldn't find the right moment. I shake my head, stepping back. Midnight weaves around my ankles, as if sensing my heartbreak. There is no right moment, I snap. You should have been honest from day one. Instead, you let me love you. My lips tremble, the confession bursting out before I can stop it. A flush of agony surges, humiliating me further. I do love him. Or I did. Or maybe I still do, but it's all twisted now. He tries reaching for my hand, desperation in his eyes. Camilla, I am so sorry. I'm the same guy who championed your new draft, who sees your brilliance. I jerk away, tears finally spilling. But you're also the same editor who crushed my heart 3 years ago. How can I reconcile that? His voice breaks. I don't know. I'm begging you not to shut me out. An ugly laugh tears from my throat. You're begging me. You're the one who orchestrated this entire lie. I sweep a hand at the laptop, the glaring words on the screen, a testament to his betrayal. My chest heaves, and I hate how tears blur my vision. I can't even look at you. I feel sick. He stiffens, arms falling to his sides. Midnight meows softly, unsettled by the tension. I gather her in my arms again, swallowing the lump in my throat. I need to go. My voice cracks. Don't follow me. I pivot on my heel, pushing past him, ignoring the shattered expression on his face. As I rush through his living room, I spot a folded piece of paper on the coffee table, scrawled with my name. That must be the letter he mentioned. Without pausing, I snatch it up, burying it in my pocket. I don't dare read it now. My tears threaten to blind me. He calls my name, voice filled with desperation. But I don't slow down. My insides twist like a wrung-out cloth. The door slams behind me with a force that reverberates through my bones. I practically sprint upstairs to my apartment, tears streaming as I fumble with the keys. Once inside, I lock the door and collapse against it, breath coming in ragged gasps. Midnight squirms, yowling softly, so I release her. She scampers away, probably wondering if I blame her for all this. I slump to the floor, pressing a trembling hand to my mouth. My mind replays Eli's face, the heartbreak in his eyes, but it's overshadowed by the gut punch of betrayal. I catch sight of his letter, crumbled in my pocket. I pull it out, intending to rip it open, but panic seizes me. What if his explanations twist me up further? I'm not ready. My vision blurs with tears, my heart beating a painful staccato. I toss the note onto the coffee table, where it lands next to my phone. For several minutes, I sit there, letting sobs shake my body. The old rejection letter, so carefully anonymous, has a name now. Eli's name. The man I let into my bed, into my writing process, into the softest corners of my heart. The man who once told me my dream wasn't good enough. It's unbearable. At length, I crawl to the couch, hugging a throw pillow for dear life. Midnight lurks near the hallway, ears flattened. I pat the cushion absently, and she pads over, climbing onto my lap, purring in hesitant comfort. Oh, baby, I whisper, tears streaming again. What do I do now? She nuzzles my chin, a quiet reminder that I'm not alone, even if it feels like my world just cracked in half. My phone thrums with a message, almost certainly from him, but I can't deal. I let it buzz, pressing my face into Midnight's fur. The warmth of her body steadies me, though my anger and hurt still coil in my chest like a storm. Time stutters. I don't know how long I sit there, tears drying to a dull ache. My phone buzzes again, then again. Eventually, I snatch it up, half expecting it to be Rhea or my ex stirring up drama. But my screen shows Eli's name repeatedly, missed calls and unread messages. I delete them without reading, a hot surge of fury tearing through my veins. I have nothing to say to him, not until I can breathe again. Midnight hops onto the coffee table, knocking the folded letter to the floor. My eyes burn. That letter from him sits like a cursed artifact, carrying all of the excuses he was too cowardly to say to my face. With trembling hands, I reach for it. For a moment, I almost tear it apart. But some small, excruciating part of me needs to know. I open it, scanning the words through tear-blurred vision. Camilla, I've tried to write this 100 times. I'm the editor who rejected your manuscript years ago. My throat tightens. It's exactly what I feared. An elaborate apology, him pouring out regret. I skim further, and the page shakes in my grip. He mentions how he recognized my name, how he meant to tell me earlier, how he fell for me despite his guilt. Nothing but a confession that arrives too late. A hollow laugh escapes me. Too late indeed, I mumble, letting the note flutter to the floor. Midnight meows softly, pawing at the paper. My chest constricts again. This man, who held my heart, is the same one who once crushed my soul. I can't process it. I can't reconcile how sweet he's been with the reminder of that brutal editorial verdict. I slump back, fresh tears choking me. My phone buzzes once more. A text from Rhea. Hey, update me on the new chapters, please. Also, rumor has it you're trending. The normalcy of her message feels surreal. I can't think about writing or trending. My entire life just flipped upside down. Trying not to break down further, I toss my phone aside. Gazing out the window, I see the sun dipping below the building across the street, painting the sky with oranges and reds. I recall the time Eli and I watched a sunset together, our hands entwined, talking about the plot I was crafting. Now, that memory is stained by the knowledge he once belittled my words. He might have grown to love me, but he can't erase what he did. Midnight hops onto the couch, pressing against my side. I stroke her absently, tears glazing my eyes again. I realize with a sick lurch that I don't know if I can ever forgive him. Every moment we shared feels tainted. Was he just trying to redeem himself by supporting my new manuscript? Did he see me as a chance to rectify his past cruelty? I exhale unevenly, burying my face in my cat's fur. I don't know what to do, I whisper, though no one's here to answer. A reckless impulse nudges me to storm back to his apartment, throw the letter in his face, and demand he explain why he kept this secret. Another part of me wants to curl up and sob until the pain dulls. The only certainty is that our relationship can't continue like this. Trust is shattered. I can't imagine looking him in the eyes without recalling every hateful phrase in that old editorial letter. I let my eyes fall shut as despair wash over me. The heartbreak is all-consuming, a raw ache I haven't felt since that original rejection nearly made me quit writing. Absently, I recall the sweet moments, our banter, the nights we lost track of time discussing plot twists, the breathless kisses on my couch. They swell and fade in my mind, replaced by a stinging reminder that it was all built on lies. I clutch midnight, tears slipping silently. My phone lies abandoned on the coffee table, lighting up with Eli's name again. But I don't move. Eventually, night falls, and I remain curled on the couch, ignoring everything but the dull roar of betrayal in my chest. Midnight stirs, pressing her nose to my cheek as if to say, "We'll survive this." I cling to that small comfort, but my heart feels irreparably cracked. Tomorrow I'll figure out how to face him, or if I even want to. Right now, all I can do is let the hurt run its course. Hot tears dripping onto the cushion. I replay the ugly text of that letter over and over, how each line scorned my passion, fueling my worst doubts, and the knowledge that the man I let into my bed and my heart was the author of that condemnation, it's almost unbearable. Eyes squeezed shut, I try to process my emotions as another wave of sobs rack my body. Midnight nudges my chin. There's no telling what tomorrow brings, but tonight, I'm drowning in heartbreak. Eli might be a man tortured by guilt, but that doesn't erase the damage or the deception. My chest aches, my vision blurs, and I can't picture a future without the bitter taste of betrayal. A strangled sob escapes me, and I cling to midnight like she's my only tether in this storm. Outside, the city lights sparkle, indifferent to my pain. I draw a shaky breath, letting the tears roll. I have no idea where we go from here, if anywhere at all. The world feels darker than it did this morning, and my heart feels like it's split in two. For now, I just cry. And tomorrow, maybe I'll find the strength to confront him. But tonight, heartbreak reigns.
Chapter 16. Eli. I'm pacing in my living room, phone clutched tight in my hand, every second ticking like a fresh dose of agony. I've left countless messages for Camila since she stormed out yesterday, but each one goes unanswered. The memory of her devastated face shreds my heart. She knows my secret now, that I was the one who wrote the brutal rejection years ago, that I tore her dream manuscript to pieces. And as much as I've tried to confess these past weeks, in the end, she found out in the worst possible way. I hurl my phone onto the couch, stifling a groan. Midnight perches on top of the bookshelf, swishing her tail as though I'm a pitiful scene in her personal drama. I shoot her a glare. "Go ahead, judge me," I mutter. She blinks once, unimpressed, and hops down to slink into the kitchen. Typical. Cats only care about their next snack. The silence in here is suffocating. My guilt festers like an open wound, throbbing with every breath. I can't stand another hour of this limbo. I need to explain, beg for her forgiveness, or at least some closure. I pace to the door, grabbing my jacket, a swirl of dread and longing in my chest. My rational side warns that she probably doesn't want to see me. But the rest of me can't stay put. I find myself marching up the stairs to her apartment, heart pounding in sync with each step. When I reach 2C, I raise a shaky fist to knock. My knuckles barely graze the wood before the door flings open, and Camila stands there, gaze blazing with anger and heartbreak. She looks exhausted, like she spent the night crying. My own chest tightens at the sight. For a moment, neither of us speaks. Tension hangs in the air, thick enough to choke on. Midnight creeps out from behind my ankles, meowing pointedly, but I ignore her. "Can we talk?" I manage, voice rough. Camila's lips part, her eyes narrowing. She hesitates, then steps aside, letting me enter. The sense of déjà vu hits. So many times I've strolled into this apartment, heart thundering, but never with such a bleak sense of fear. Her living room is dim, the curtains half drawn. A pile of balled-up tissues litters the coffee table, and that knowledge slices me like a knife. She's been crying because of me. I open my mouth to speak, but she beats me to it. "This better be important," she says, arms crossed. Her voice trembles, though she tries to hide it. I have pages to finish and no patience left to spare. I run a hand through my hair, searching her face. "It's important," I whisper. I'm so sorry. I know that doesn't fix anything, but..." Her eyes ignite with fury. "It doesn't fix it." Not even close. She steps closer, voice rising. "Why didn't you tell me? Why let me fall for you when you knew exactly who you were to me? What you did to me?" My throat closes. "I tried," I say weakly. "I kept writing letters, but I was terrified. I saw how deeply that rejection wounded you, and every day I waited, it got worse. I was a coward." She snorts, heartbreak dripping from her tone. "Coward." That's an understatement. She gestures wildly, tears glistening in her eyes. "You humiliated me. 3 years ago, I poured my soul into that manuscript, and you shredded it. Now I realize that the person I've been trusting, the one telling me I'm brilliant, is the same man who told me I wasn't good enough to publish. Can you imagine how twisted that feels?" My heart pounds, shame flooding every cell. "I was a different person back then," I try, voice cracking. An ambitious editor who thought he had to be brutally honest to prove himself. But I see now that I was cruel, that I never considered the human behind the words. She takes a raw breath. "So, what? I'm supposed to applaud you for evolving?" She laughs bitterly, tears starting to slip down her cheeks. "Congratulations, you've grown." Meanwhile, I lost years of confidence, believing I was worthless because of your scathing review. My hands shake. I want to hold her, comfort her, but I sense she'll push me away. "I know," I say hoarsely, "and I hate myself for it. If I could go back..." She cuts me off, eyes blazing. "But you can't." And now I'm stuck with all these conflicting feelings. I hate you for lying, but I can't stop thinking about everything we've shared. Her voice wobbles, a tear slipping down. She swipes it away viciously. Suddenly, her entire posture bristles, as if she can't bear another second of emotional turmoil. She spins on her heel, storming toward the bedroom. "You know what? Get out," she hisses over her shoulder. "I can't do this. I can't look at you right now." Panic explodes in my chest. Without thinking, I follow. "Camila, wait." Please, I catch her arm at the threshold of her bedroom, but she whirls around, eyes fierce. Our faces are inches apart, breath ragged. The tension crackles with something dangerously close to fury-laced desire. "You're not allowed in here," she snaps. But she doesn't yank free. Instead, she stares at me, chest heaving. My voice trembles. "I'll leave if that's truly what you want. But just give me a chance to say what I should have said months ago." My hand lingers on her arm. She's trembling too, 1,000 emotions swirling behind her eyes. She doesn't speak, but she doesn't shove me away either. Her breathing grows faster, each exhale brushing my cheek. We're so close, I can see the faint tear tracks on her skin. The rawness of her expression cracks something in me. In a burst of desperation, I dip my head, trying to meet her gaze. "I'm sorry," I whisper again, voice choked. "I never meant to break you." Her eyes flare with heartbreak and anger. "But you did," she murmurs, the words trembling between us. "And you kept lying, even when I welcomed you into my life." A wave of agony surges, but it's tangled with this maddening need to touch her, to feel her warmth one more time. We lock eyes, fury and longing colliding. My chest tightens. I'm about to step back when she suddenly grabs the front of my shirt, yanking me forward with shocking force. Her lips crash against mine in a savage, anguished kiss that knocks the breath out of me. For a heartbeat, I freeze, overwhelmed by the raw desperation in her kiss. Then I respond, tangling my fingers in her curls, kissing her back with everything I have. It's not gentle. It's an onslaught of emotion, all our anger and heartbreak pouring out. She digs her nails into my shoulders, and I gasp against her mouth, a mixture of pain and desire crackling through me. Some part of my brain screams that this is the worst possible moment to let lust take over. But our bodies don't listen. She drags me into the bedroom, shoving me backward until we stumble onto the bed. Her mouth never leaves mine, devouring each anguished plea. I press my hands to her waist, feeling her tremble beneath my touch. The air sizzles with hurt and want, a powder keg about to blow. Her lips tear from mine briefly as we struggle to rid ourselves of clothes, hands fumbling in frantic urgency. I see the rawness in her eyes, a swirl of tears and rage. "You don't get to leave me like that," she mutters, voice quivering. "I won't," I rasp, though a part of is questioning if I even have the right to promise that. She silences me with another bruising kiss, teeth scraping my lower lip. Our movements are clumsy, fueled by desperation rather than grace. When we finally tumble onto the mattress, the sheets bunching around us, every press of skin is electric. I hear her breath hitch as I brush my lips over her collarbone, tasting the salt of her tears. Her hands roam my back, alternating between caresses and punishing grips, as if she can't decide if she wants to comfort or punish me. Maybe both. My heart stutters with each touch, guilt twisting with arousal, until I can't distinguish the difference.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
It doesn't fix anything, she mutters, voice raw. I'm still furious with you. I nod, swallowing back a wave of sorrow. I know. My hands tremble, wanting to reach for her again, but her glare warns me away. She pushes off the bed, fumbling for a t-shirt that's crumpled on the floor. I watch her tug it on, her posture tense. My heart tears open at the sight of her turning from me. Camila! She whips around, tears shining in her eyes once more. No, this changes nothing. Her voice trembles with grief and anger. We might have just... It was pure desperation. You can't wash away betrayal with sex. Her cheeks flame, as if hating that she succumbed to me even in her rage. I sit up, half naked and shaking. I'm not trying to wash it away, I croak. I'm sorry. I don't want to lose you. She lets out a hollow laugh, tears spilling. Well, guess what? You already lost me the second I realized you were the one who wrote that letter. She wipes her face with the back of her hand, turning away again. I can't believe I let you back in like that. I feel pathetic. Don't, I protest, voice strangled. You're not pathetic. You're hurting. This is all my fault. I stand, grabbing my pants from the floor, hands trembling as I zip them up. My entire body aches, but not half as much as my heart. She shakes her head, refusing to meet my gaze. Just go, she whispers, hugging her arms around her torso. I need space. I flinch as though struck, but I manage a shaky nod. All right, I say, voice barely audible. I won't bother you again unless you want me. I swallow hard, tears burning behind my eyes. If you need anything, even just to yell at me, I'll be there. She sniffs, casting me a look so full of torment it nearly knocks me down. I don't think I can look at you right now, she murmurs. This is all too raw. Her breath catches. Leave. A single tear escapes me then, rolling down my cheek. I don't bother hiding it. I'm sorry, I say again, though the words feel like ash in my mouth. Slowly, I gather my shirt, my shoes, tiptoeing to the bedroom door. My heart roars with the urge to stay and hold her, but my guilt shouts louder. When I glance back, she's standing with her back to me, shoulders shaking. Midnight lurks in the corner, tail swishing, watching me with an unreadable feline expression. I exhale, stepping out into the hallway. The door closes behind me with a dull click that echoes in my skull. It feels final, like the end of everything we built. I stagger down the hall, chest throbbing. My phone buzzes in my pocket, but I ignore it, stumbling into the stairwell. Once I reach my apartment, I shut the door and lean against it, tears burning my eyes. The emptiness rattles me. Our frantic, desperate encounter only underlined how much we still feel, but it's contaminated by the heartbreak I caused. Midnight is nowhere to be seen. She likely stayed behind with Camila, which makes sense. I crumple onto the couch, burying my face in my hands. My body still echoes with the intensity of what just happened, but it's overshadowed by pain at the reality. She's furious, hurt, and shutting me out. Time passes in a blur. I can't concentrate on anything. My phone pings repeatedly. Texts from my sister or maybe from Rhea. I don't check. My soul feels hollow. The memory of Camila's tears, her anguished moans, the way her nails dug into my back, replays over and over. I don't know how we come back from this. She said it herself. This changes nothing. A numbness settles in my limbs. If anything, the moment of desperate intimacy hammered home how fractured we are. She's still as beautiful and fierce as ever, but I see the betrayal in her eyes now. I close my own, pressing my knuckles to my forehead. Each breath feels like a chore. I want to fix it, but I have no idea how. Eventually, I shuffle to the bathroom, splashing cold water on my face. My reflection is that of a broken man, red-rimmed eyes, disheveled hair, a haunted expression. My mind replays Camila's final words. "This changes nothing." I wonder if she truly believes that. The raw passion we shared for those frenzied minutes felt like a funeral pyre and a last stand rolled into one. Maybe she regrets it already. I linger in the bathroom, the running faucet disguising any quiet sobs that might escape me. Hours slip by without meaning. At some point, I notice midnight creeping under my front door, but it's a phantom of my imagination. There's no sign of her. My phone continues to buzz on the table, but I don't move to answer. Late that night, I finally collapse into bed, though I know sleep is a distant hope. My sheets feel cold and unfamiliar. My mind conjures images of her face twisted in heartbreak, the letter on her screen revealing my betrayal, the fire in her eyes as she yelled at me. Then it conjures the desperate heat of her body pressed to mine, the sharp taste of her tears on my tongue. I can't reconcile them, and guilt devours any shred of solace. "This changes nothing," she said, and I can't shake the echo of those words. If it changes nothing, then we remain in this agonizing standoff. But I suspect everything changed, irreversibly. Whether that leads to healing or a final rupture, I can't say. All I know is that I'm more certain than ever that I love her, and I might have destroyed our future anyway. I press my face into the pillow, inhaling a faint trace of her coconut-scented hair that still clings to my skin, and let silent tears wet the pillow. It feels like the end of us, even though I can't bear to accept it. Maybe tomorrow or the day after or some distant time, we'll find a way forward. But right now, all I have is darkness, heartbreak, and the memory of her furious kiss that tasted of sorrow and undone love.
Chapter 17. Camilla. It's been 3 days since I discovered the truth about Eli, and the pit in my stomach hasn't stopped churning. I can't sleep, I can't think straight, and I definitely can't figure out what to do about this devastating ache that's become my new companion. Midnight prowls around my apartment, glaring at every squeak of the floorboards, as if the building itself offended her. If she's reflecting my own mood, she's doing a perfect job. I sit at my desk, laptop open, rereading my manuscript for the 1,000th time. My eyes keep sliding off the words. The story that once sparkled with hope now feels hollow. Usually at this stage, I'd be texting or calling Eli, teasing him about a plot point I can't quite nail, or sending him a snippet to get his perspective. Instead, I'm staring at a blinking cursor, remembering that the same man who once gently guided my revisions is also the one who shredded my first precious book. Midnight leaps onto the windowsill, letting out a discontented meow. I sigh, rolling back in my chair. She's barely eaten since the fight. Some bizarre cat protest, I guess. Watching her mope just drives home how deeply this issue has affected us all. The only creature benefiting from this heartbreak is my couch, which has finally dried out from the last protest puddle. My phone dings with a message from Rhea. "Hey, any progress on final chapters? Also, we have that agent-publisher mixer next week. Are you prepared?" A bitter laugh escapes me. Prepared? I'm about as stable as a water balloon on a cactus. Still, I type a quick reply. I'll send the manuscript soon. Just polishing. Send lying. Because the only polishing happening is me glaring at my draft, wishing I had the energy to do anything but brood. A flicker of frustration surges. Enough, Camilla. You can't let his betrayal freeze your career, right? I rub my temples, inhaling slow. Then I make a swift, impulsive decision. I attach my incomplete manuscript to an email for Rhea and hit send. Eli's notes be damned. I can't stand to read them anyway. Not after everything. She wants progress. She'll get whatever I have. My chest cramps when I imagine Rhea discovering a messy middle, glaring at me through FaceTime. but I can't muster the strength to make it perfect. That sense of perfection was always fueled by the person who's no longer in my life. Midnight meows again, louder this time. "Stop judging me," I grumble, wincing at how testy I sound. She flicks her tail, unimpressed. "You're hungry, aren't you?" I mumble, stumbling into the kitchen to fill her dish. She sniffs it like I've offered stale bread, then walks away, tail hoisted in indignation. Great. My cat's on a hunger strike, apparently. Another reminder that everything's falling apart. I'm about to slump back to my desk when someone knocks on my door. My heart seizes. Part of me hopes it's Eli, but the rest of me screams it can't be. If he had any sense, he'd stay far away. Adrenaline spikes. I cross the living room in quick strides and yank the door open. It's the landlord, wearing a bored expression. "Miss Torres, I have a notice for the first floor tenant. Do you know if Eli Walsh is in? He's moving out early. Says he'll be gone before the weekend. But I can't seem to catch him." My blood runs cold. "Moving out?" I echo, voice wavering. The landlord shrugs, extending a piece of paper. "Says something came up, wants to break the lease. Usually we need 30 days, but he offered a penalty fee. Just need him to sign. If you see him, ask him to drop by my office." My hand shakes as I take the notice. "Sure," I whisper. "I'll let him know." He nods, disappearing down the hallway. The door closes softly, leaving me alone with a sudden onslaught of panic. Eli's leaving. He's actually leaving the building, the city, maybe my entire existence. A swirl of emotions, anger, sorrow, something else I can't name, surges. I clench the paper in my fist, leaning against the door. How dare he run off without speaking to me? Then again, I did tell him to leave me alone. Or maybe not in so many words, but I definitely didn't roll out the welcome mat last time we spoke. My stomach twists as I imagine him, packing up all his boxes and hauling them away. The heartbreak intensifies. I swallow a lump in my throat, ignoring Midnight's inquisitive stare. I set the landlord's notice on my coffee table, shaking. My mind races. Should I confront him, demand an explanation for this abrupt exit, or let him vanish? The latter might save me further agony, but I can't quell the rising panic that I'll never see him again, never get closure. Finally, with trembling resolve, I grab my keys and slip out into the hallway. My steps echo on the worn-down stairs until I reach 1C. The door stands half open, a sign of someone in mid-move. Carefully, I push it, stepping inside. The living room is a shell of what it used to be, bare walls, boxes half packed. Heart thudding, I call, "Eli?" My voice sounds tiny. No reply. I spot a stack of boxes labeled books, some taped shut. Others flaps open, revealing battered paperbacks. The entire place has that hollow, echoing vibe, like the occupant is already gone in spirit. My chest aches. I inch forward, noticing on the coffee table a small pile of manuscripts. My name is on top. Pages from my current draft, scribbled with red pen notes in Eli's familiar scrawl. My heart seizes. He's been editing my manuscript even after everything. Confusion and hurt stir inside me. I reach for the pages, flipping through them. The edits are gentle, insightful, the kind of notes that used to spark my creativity. A pang of sorrow hits so hard I can barely breathe. He's done so much behind the scenes, and I can't even look at it without my chest twisting painfully. Movement in the hallway. Footsteps. I spin around just as Eli appears, carrying a rolled rug under one arm. He stops dead when he sees me, shock and guilt flickering across his face. "Camilla," he breathes, letting the rug drop with a dull thud. My cheeks burn. I hold up the manuscript pages. "So you've been editing anyway, even though everything that happened?" My voice tremors with rage and heartbreak. He runs a hand through his hair, eyes haunted. I couldn't stop myself, he admits quietly. I never wanted to stop helping you, but I knew you wouldn't want it now. So I just ended up doing it alone. Anger wells up, tears prickling behind my eyelids. That's your brilliant plan, to fix my draft silently, then vanish? The landlord said you're moving out. His gaze drops. I was going to leave a note, he says, voice choked. I'm too raw to stay here. I hurt you too deeply. Being around you and not being able to fix it, it's killing me. I figured you'd be better off if I disappeared. A bitter laugh escapes me. So you get to run away and leave me with the fallout? I see how that works. My hands tremble, pages rustling in my grip. How can you stand there and say you're doing this for my benefit? That's not your call to make. He swallows, stepping forward. I back up involuntarily, pressing my spine against the empty bookshelf. I can't look at you without wanting to beg forgiveness, he whispers, voice hollow. Every time I think of you, I remember that letter, how I destroyed your confidence. I hate myself for it. Tears threaten to blur my vision. You think I don't hate you sometimes? I hiss, nails biting into the manuscript pages. But that doesn't mean you get to slink away. You owe me, I don't even know what, an actual conversation? Some sense of closure? He nods, eyes reddening. I'm not running to avoid giving you closure. I can't stand seeing your heart break every time you look at me. We stand there, tension pulsing in the air, broken furniture and half-packed boxes around us. A tear slips down my cheek. Well, guess what? I'm heartbreak incarnate right now. I snap, voice wavering. Look all you want. He closes his eyes, sorrow etched in every line of his face. Midnight appears at my feet, letting out a plaintive meow that echoes the anguish in the room. She rubs against Eli's shin, as if scolding him for packing up. I choke back a sob, anger resurging. Are you done? Because I have a million things swirling in my head, and none of them make sense. He exhales shakily. I'm not done, but I also don't want to force my presence on you. If you want me gone, I'll respect that. I stare at the boxes around us, the stark emptiness of his once cozy space. My voice trembles. So that's it? You vanish, and I'm left with an incomplete draft and a heart that's in pieces? His eyes flick to the pages in my hand, sorrow flaring again. I left the final input for you. It's the best I could do, he murmurs. I know you might never want to read it, but I couldn't bear not to finish. I shake my head, tears slipping free. I sent the manuscript to Rhea this morning. Your notes are irrelevant. The words come out harsher than intended. His face falls. Silence stretches, heavy and painful. Midnight steps away, tail flicking in annoyance at the tension. She slinks into the kitchen, as if offended by our inability to find common ground. I draw a ragged breath, then thrust the pages back onto the coffee table. There, keep them, I say, voice cracking. None of this helps. You should just go, if that's your plan. He presses his lips together, tears glinting in his own eyes. I guess I will, he murmurs, voice thick. But for what it's worth, I never stop believing in you or your talent. I wish I could... Stop, I hiss, raising a hand. No more talk of my talent. You lost the right to sing my praises when you wrote that letter behind your fancy editorial desk. And you definitely lost it when you lied to me for months. He flinches like I struck him. My tears flow freely now, cheeks damp. This is so cruel, I whisper. To trust you, sleep with you, plan a future that you never deserved. I feel like an idiot. His voice breaks. You're not an idiot. You're amazing. That single word releases a fresh wave of hurt. I glare at him, chest rising and falling with the force of my sobs. "Get out of my sight," I whisper. "Pack your stuff and go. I can't watch you anymore." He nods, tears slipping down his cheeks as well. I'm momentarily shocked to see him cry. I never thought I'd witness that. He looks at me like he wants to say a million things. Then, in a trembling motion, he grabs a piece of paper from a box, scribbles a note, and sets it on the coffee table next to the manuscript. Without another word, he turns and heads toward the door, footsteps echoing in the hollow apartment. I stand frozen, arms wrapped around myself, tears dripping onto the floor. The front door closes softly, and I hear his steps retreating down the hallway. My soul screams at me to stop him, but my pride and heartbreak hold me in place. After an eternity, I shuffle over to the coffee table. A single note sits atop the revised pages, scrawled in his messy handwriting. "Camilla, I'm so sorry for everything. I'm leaving so you can be free of my mistakes. The manuscript is yours to keep or toss. If you ever find it in your heart to forgive me, you know where I'll be. Though I can't imagine you'd want that. I wish I could fix this. But I've only ever wanted you to succeed, with or without me. Eli." My tears blur the ink. Midnight pokes her head around the doorway, watching as I stand there, reading his final words over and over. The silent apartment crushes me. He's gone. And the horrifying reality, I question whether I feel relief or devastation. Possibly both. Swallowing hard, I set the note aside and sink onto the dusty couch. My gaze drifts over the box-littered living room. The final input for my manuscript stares at me from the coffee table, taunting me with its existence. I'm frozen at the thought of reading those notes, no matter how beneficial they might be. My pride rejects them. My heart can't handle the reminder of him. An hour passes, or maybe 2. I remain motionless, mind reeling with the finality of Eli's departure. He's left me with a half-finished emotional wreck and an excruciating knowledge that we might have had something beautiful if not for the lie at our foundation. Midnight eventually sidles up, pressing her warm body against my leg. She's clearly hungry, but still refuses to eat from her dish. She's punishing me, or maybe mourning the man who left. I muster enough energy to stroke her fur. "Me too," I whisper, voice hoarse. "I hate this." She meows softly, as though echoing my sorrow. By evening, I manage to shuffle to my own apartment, pages and note in hand. Once inside, I close the door with a final click that sounds like the end of an era. The screen lights up with Ria's message, likely about the draft I sent earlier. I ignore it. No mental bandwidth left. I set the pages on my desk, trembling as I read the first line of his editorial suggestions. Something about funny timing for the jam accident. It's classic Eli. Precise, intuitive, heartbreakingly perfect. A ragged sob escapes me as I toss the pages aside. I can't do this right now. Midnight prowls around the room, still refusing the fancy treats I drop by her bowl. She's punishing the universe, I guess. I get it. We're all casualties of this heartbreak. Late that night, I sprawl on my bed, phone near my pillow in case I gather the courage to speak to someone about this. But I can't. My mind replays every sweet moment with Eli, now overshadowed by the knowledge he wrote that vile letter. Guilt wars with longing, anger with love. Exhaustion eventually claims me, dragging me into a restless sleep. When I wake, sunlight streams through a gap in the curtains. My neck aches, my eyes puffy from crying. Midnight is curled at my feet, staring at me with quiet accusation. I realize with a pang that not only is Eli gone, but the entire building feels emptier, like a gaping hole in my chest. I force myself up, rummage for coffee. My phone dings again. Ria, probably furious I haven't responded. With a sigh, I pick it up and see a flurry of messages. "Mila, what's going on? The pages are good but not polished. You okay? Please call me. I rub my temples, ignoring the sting of tears. No, Rhea, I'm not okay, but I can't break down for her right now. I text back a short lie. I'm fine. Lost my usual editor input, but I'll fix it. Promise. Then I turn my phone face down on the counter. The morning drags on in a haze. I attempt to open my manuscript and tweak something, anything to salvage my sense of control, but my hands shake and I can't concentrate. Frustration boils and I slam the laptop shut. Screw it, I mutter. By midday, I realize I've been ignoring my body's needs. Hunger claws at my stomach. I rummage in the kitchen for crackers, offering a half to midnight to tempt her. She sniffs and turns away, ears drooping. I get it, I say. We're both sulking. Suddenly, the weight of everything crushes me. I slump to the floor, back against the fridge. Why did he have to go? I whisper to the empty air. Why did he have to leave before we could... My throat closes up. Maybe it was inevitable. He never thought I'd forgive him, so he took the coward's route. Or maybe I forced him out with my rage. I can't even be sure if I wanted him to stay. My heart is a war zone, half craving him, half enraged at his betrayal. The tears start again, unstoppable. Midnight pads over, sniffing my knee, giving a half-hearted mew. I bury my fingers in her fur, blinking through the onslaught. Time passes in a blur of numbness. A dull sense of panic hovers, telling me Rhea will eventually demand real progress. But I can't muster the energy. My phone pings multiple times with incoming calls, probably from Rhea, or maybe from my ex. I ignore them all, letting the ringtone fade to silence. By evening, the gloom in my apartment deepens. I flick on a lamp, the warm glow highlighting the chaos. Crumpled tissues, neglected coffee cups, the incomplete pages I never read. This is what all is lost feels like, I guess. Sitting in a fortress of heartbreak, too drained to hope. Midnight sits on the windowsill, tail twitching, refusing even the tuna I tried feeding her. She stares out at the darkening sky, as though expecting him to reappear with boxes. But he's gone, as sure as the hush that settled over the building. With a final sigh, I shuffle to my desk. I stare at the note he left behind, tears threatening again. I read it one more time, each line twisting the knife deeper. He wanted me to succeed, even if it meant never seeing me again. That should be noble. But it feels like a cowardly attempt to skip the real work of atoning. Emptiness opens up in my chest. My trembling fingers close around the note, folding it carefully. Then, in a burst of determination, I tuck it into a drawer I rarely open, slamming it shut. Stay there, I whisper, voice cracking. I don't want to see you right now. I sink onto my bed, grabbing a pillow to hug. As the city lights blink outside, I realize how thoroughly the day slipped away without me doing anything but spiral. Anger flares anew. I'm furious at him, at myself, at the entire situation. Maybe tomorrow I'll handle it better, but tonight, I let the fury simmer. This heartbreak is an endless gnawing presence in my chest, and I'm so tired of the tears. Eventually, I drift into a restless sleep, with midnight curled near my ankles, both of us sullen and disappointed. The finality of Eli's departure hovers like a ghost, and as my eyes slide shut, I wonder if there's any chance we can salvage our tattered story. For now, the answer feels like a resounding no. Chapter 18. Camilla. I wake to a stale hush in my apartment, the kind of emptiness that wraps itself around my chest and squeezes. My eyes are swollen from days of crying, and my lips feel chapped from chewing on them whenever my mind drifts to Eli. I keep replaying the chaos of our final confrontation. He left behind only a note and some pages I refused to read, claiming I was done with his help. Now I'm stuck in this purgatory of heartbreak and stubborn pride. Midnight lounges on the windowsill, tail flicking as if she's irritated by my inability to snap out of it. I stagger into the kitchen for a glass of water, ignoring the rumpled pajamas I've worn for the past day and a half. The water tastes bland. Everything tastes bland without the usual spark in my life, without Eli's presence, or at least the knowledge that he's somewhere nearby in this building. I force myself to sip, reminding my body it needs hydration to function. When I glance at the clock, I realize it's nearly noon, and I have accomplished exactly nothing all morning. Another wave of guilt pricks at me. Ria's messages echo in my head, urging me to keep working on my new novel, to polish it for potential publishers. Yet something holds me back from opening the file. The heartbreak weighs on my fingers, making them numb on the keyboard. My gaze drifts to a lonely stack of pages on my coffee table, the manuscript Eli left behind. According to the landlord, Eli's already gone, moved out quietly like a ghost. He left those annotated chapters with a note saying he couldn't bear to show me earlier. I've avoided even touching them, convinced that reading his margin notes would tear open the wound he caused. But in this silent apartment, the pages feel like a magnet calling me. I hate that I'm tempted to look. My chest aches with the memory of how he once cared enough to revise my words, even when I didn't ask. Midnight leaps down from her windowsill perch, trotting over with a suspicious meow. She nudges the stack of pages like she wants to know why I'm ignoring them. I roll my eyes at her, annoyance mingling with sorrow. "You're supposed to be on my side," I tell her in a husky whisper. She answers with another meow that sounds suspiciously like a challenge. I give in to the pressure from her green-eyed stare. Hands shaking, I slide onto the couch beside the pages, picking up the top sheet. My heart lurches at the sight of Eli's neat red ink, filling the margins with commentary. It's reminiscent of that old rejection letter, but the tone here is different, kinder, more engaged. This is the new manuscript I poured myself into, the one he supported before our world shattered. For a moment, I can't bring myself to scan the words. My eyes sting with fresh tears. The memory of him leaving, the quiet apology on his face slices through me. I inhale deeply, forcing oxygen into my lungs, and turn the page. The first line is a general note. "Your funny timing in the jam incident is spot on. Consider adding a moment of real intimacy after the chaos, revealing the hero's vulnerability." I stare at the red scribble, tears pricking again. He wrote this with so much care, as if he still believed in me. Another line leaps out. "Camilla, you have a unique gift for blending wit with raw emotion. Don't hold back." My throat tightens. I flip to the next page, bracing myself. Each paragraph is dotted with margin comments, but they're not brutal the way that old letter was. They're tender, thoughtful, almost protective of my story's heart. My pulse accelerates as I devour his notes. At times, his words feel like a personal letter disguised as editorial feedback. "Let this heroine show her scars. Readers will love her more for it. Reminds me of how you were vulnerable with me. That intimacy is your strength." My tears slip down my cheeks, leaving hot trails. I can't ignore the quiet love shining through these scribbles. Even after he destroyed my confidence years ago, here he is, championing me in a new era. My anger sputters, replaced by confusion and an ache that's deeper than any I've known. How can the same man who once tore me down also write these gentle, encouraging words? Midnight meows from the couch arm, as if asking what I've discovered. I lower the pages, breath hitching. "He never stopped believing in me," I whisper hoarsely. That's what this is. The final pages have a scrawled note at the top, dedicated to the writer who found her voice again. I cover my mouth with a trembling hand. Dedicated to me? My vision blurs as I realize these notes are more than editorial guidance. They read like a love letter to my talent, a confession that he's believed in my words long after I believed he never would. I think of the times I caught him scribbling on random sticky notes or searching for the right phrase. Now I see that behind it all was a desire to help me shine, to atone for what he did. Fresh tears spill. "Damn it, Eli," I mumble, pressing my lips together to hold back a sob. I was so sure his critique 3 years ago was a sign of permanent disdain, that he never saw value in my stories. But these margin notes paint a different truth. He was harsh once, yes. But now he sees exactly what makes me special, and he cherishes it enough to revise my entire manuscript quietly, even after I rejected him. Midnight leaps onto my lap, purring loudly, as if proud I'm finally seeing reason. She kneads my thighs, and I stroke her fur absently. My tears drip onto the pages, smudging some of Eli's red ink. I can't stop trembling. The heartbreak remains, but it's tangled now with a hopeful warmth that's impossible to ignore. Shakily, I set the manuscript aside and bury my face in my hands. The quiet is absolute, save for Midnight's low rumble of contentment. My thoughts swirl. If he wrote these notes with genuine care, then maybe he truly regrets that old rejection. Maybe he left because he thought he'd done irreversible harm. Another sob catches in my throat. This heartbreak might be more complex than a simple betrayal. Suddenly, Midnight hops off my lap and disappears into the other room, tail held high. I blink, chest still tight from crying. She returns a moment later, dragging something in her mouth, a black pen I recognize as Eli's favorite. I watch, astonished, as she drops it at my feet and meows pointedly. The significance hits me with a jolt. This pen is the one he used to scribble notes, the one he clicked nervously whenever he was mulling a plot twist. It's like Midnight is urging me to keep writing, keep revising not just my story, but our story too. A strangled laugh escapes. "Are you telling me to rewrite the ending, Kitty?" I murmur, sniffling. She blinks, offering a soft chirp. It feels eerily like a yes. My heart aches. Do I even want to rewrite the ending? Part of me is so tired of the pain, of trusting someone who cut me so deeply, but then I recall the softness in his eyes, how he typed those margin notes, as though each line was a gift to me, not a condemnation. He left me a partial blueprint, an honest attempt at righting his past mistake. With trembling hands, I pick up the pen Midnight delivered and stare at it. "What do I do with this?" I whisper. She meows again, tail swishing impatiently. I almost imagine her rolling her eyes, if cats had that ability. Setting the pen gently on top of the manuscript, I draw a shaky breath. Maybe I can't fix what happened overnight, but I can at least give his notes a real chance. Because one thing is clear. Despite everything, he understood my story intimately, and maybe he understands me just as deeply. The weight in my chest lessens slightly, replaced by a flicker of determination. For the past few days, I've let heartbreak freeze my creativity, but reading his margin notes stirred something. He saw the best in me, even if he once saw the worst. Maybe I can harness that spark to reclaim my narrative, not just on the page, but in my life. I stand, wiping tears from my cheeks, and walk to my desk. Midnight prances behind me, swishing her tail like a proud parade leader. I open my laptop, scanning the new draft I sent to Rhea. My eyes shift between the screen and the printed pages, noticing how each of Eli's suggestions seamlessly resolves issues I ignored when I was lost in heartbreak. The funny jam accident, he suggests, weaving in a subtle emotional beat that ties the characters together. The black moment, he prompts me to explore deeper layers of trust and forgiveness. I feel raw as I start typing small changes, merging his red ink into my actual draft. It's not easy. Every note is a reminder of his presence, of the gap he left in my life, but my chest flutters with a faint hope, like maybe forging ahead is possible. The more I integrate his suggestions, the more the story resonates. I catch glimpses of the funny spark I once loved, laced with the heartfelt tension we developed together. Hours pass in a blur of typing and referencing. My tears eventually dry up as I lose myself in the process. Midnight curls on a chair beside me, occasionally glancing over, as if she's my supervisor. Each revision feels like a step toward reclaiming the partnership I cherished, minus the heartbreak. By late afternoon, I realize I'm ravenous. My stomach growls, so I scramble some eggs and butter toast, sharing a pinch of egg with Midnight. She finally accepts a bite, purring loud. We've both been punishing ourselves with hunger strikes, so this mini feast feels like a truce with reality. After the makeshift meal, I return to my desk. A flicker of exhaustion presses on my eyelids, but I push through, determined to finish. My phone buzzes again, Rhea calling. I hesitate, then answer, bracing myself for the onslaught. She greets me with her usual energy, but I detect an undercurrent of concern. "Mila, you sound wrecked. Are you okay?" I swallow, voice shaky. "I've been better." She exhales. "I saw the pages you sent. They're decent, but missing that final polish. I know you said you lost your usual editorial input. Are you sure you don't want to wait or hire a new editor?" Her question stabs a fresh wound. "I'm making changes right now," I say. "I might have something to send by tomorrow." She hesitates. "And you're sure everything's fine? You know I'm here if you need to talk about anything, right?" My throat tightens. I'm tempted to spill about Eli, but I hold back. "I appreciate it, Rhea. I just need to focus." "All right," she says gently. "Take care of yourself." We hang up, leaving me alone with the hush again. I exhale, turning back to the pages. I glimpse a small scribble at the end of the manuscript in red pen. "You told me once you stopped writing love stories because yours never lasted, but maybe you just need to write a new ending." My eyes burn with tears I thought I'd run out of. Another heartbeat passes, and I collapse into my chair, pressing a hand over my mouth to stifle a sob. This man who once shattered me now believes in a different version of my story. My entire body shakes with conflicting emotions: longing, fury, remorse, a flicker of optimism. Midnight decides this is the moment to leap onto my lap, purring like an engine. She nudges my chin, and I stroke her fur, tears sliding silently down my cheeks. "I don't know if I can forgive him," I whisper. She meows softly as though saying, maybe forgiveness isn't about him alone, but about letting yourself breathe. I let the silence cradle me for a bit. Finally, I set aside the pages and pick up the black pen again. My reflection in the computer screen shows puffy eyes and a sorrow I can't hide. Still, a spark of determination flickers in my gaze. This heartbreak won't define me. Maybe Eli and I are beyond repair. Maybe not. But I won't let his departure erase everything I've rebuilt since that old rejection. With that resolve, I open a fresh document, a new scene that ties in the funny jam accident and reveals a deeper emotional heartbeat. I type furiously, inspired by the margin notes I read, weaving in a moment of redemption for my fictional couple. The heroine realizes that the painful critique she once received only sharpened her voice, that she can rewrite her future instead of running from it. Each keystroke feels like therapy, letting me process what I'm feeling in a fictional realm. I scribble lines about heartbreak turning into clarity, about discovering that sometimes the person who hurt you most ends up showing you your own strength. My tears drop onto the keyboard, but I don't stop. Midnight curls closer, eyes half-lidded in approval. When I finish the scene, my heart is pounding. It's raw, funny, and bizarrely full of the hope I thought I'd lost. I reread it, biting my lip. There's an echo of Eli in every line, Will I ever separate his influence from my writing? Should I even try? A trembling laugh escapes my lips as I realize the journey I'm on. Maybe I can't fix everything at once, but I can reclaim the narrative I want, for my book, for my life. The heartbreak is real. The pain is huge. Yet I feel a tiny bud of possibility sprouting in my chest. He might be gone, but he left me with a roadmap to believing in myself again. Shakily, I save the new scene, sending it to Rhea with a quick note. Added a major revision. Tell me what you think. My finger hovers over the send button, a flicker of anxiety swirling. Then I press it, shoulders sagging. She'll either see the improvement or think I'm unraveling. At least I'm trying. Exhaustion washes over me. I collapse onto the couch, ignoring the random papers scattered around. Midnight hops onto my chest, kneading gently, her purr rumbling. I bury my fingers in her fur, letting out a soft breath. Thank you for the pen, I murmur. She rubs her cheek against mine, as if acknowledging that she's the mastermind behind everything. Outside, the afternoon sun shifts to evening glow. My phone buzzes with Rhea's messages. This new scene is amazing. You found your voice again. Keep going. A faint smile curves my lips. Tears spring in again. Rhea's words echo the sentiment behind Eli's margin notes. No matter how much I want to hate him, I can't deny he helped me discover my spark. The question is, can I let go of the betrayal enough to see the bigger picture? The letter he wrote me was cruel, but his later notes champion my growth. I glance at the manuscript pages piled on my coffee table. A sob tangles in my chest, remembering the dedication. For the writer who found her voice again, did he always have faith in me, even before meeting me in person? Or is this a new epiphany he had after falling for me? Midnight nudges my hand again, a reminder that I'm not alone in this chaotic heartbreak. We'll figure it out, I whisper, stroking her fur. My heart is still battered, but for the first time since the confrontation, I sense a path forward. Maybe it involves rewriting the ending, figuratively and literally. A quiet determination settles in my chest. I don't know if forgiveness is possible, but I can't cling to bitterness forever either. If the story can change for my fictional couple, maybe there's room for a new chapter in real life too. I rub a thumb over Eli's black pen, the one that ironically helped me fix my biggest story flaws. And maybe, just maybe, it can help me fix the flaw in my own heart. For now, I'll keep writing. I'll let the funny jam accident blossom into a moment of real vulnerability and redemption, letting my characters find a resolution that resonates. And maybe if I can write that for them, I can eventually write one for me too. The heartbreak doesn't vanish, but the possibility of hope emerges. As night falls, I stretch and gather the annotated manuscript again. My tears have dried, leaving a dull ache in their wake. I close my eyes, pressing the pages to my chest for a moment. All right, I whisper. I'll read them. I'll let you show me the best version of my story. Midnight meows softly, like an agreement. With that vow, I open the pages, ready to see every single note, every line he cherished enough to revise. It hurts, but it also heals in small increments. My heart flutters painfully, but that tiny glimmer of hope remains. Somewhere out there, Eli might still be carrying his own heartbreak, believing I'll never forgive him. That might be true or false. I'm not sure yet, but reading his words, I know he believed in me, even if he once did the exact opposite. The contradiction tears at me, but it also guides me to an undeniable conclusion. He's not the villain I thought. He's a flawed man who tried to atone in the only way he knew, by editing the story he helped break. A shaky laugh escapes me, the tears slipping again. Rewrite the ending, I murmur, echoing the lines scribbled in red. Guess I'll try. And with that, I set pen to paper, or fingers to keyboard, determined to refine not just the next chapter of my manuscript, but maybe the next chapter of my life. It's terrifying, but the alternative is to let heartbreak win. So I choose the rewrite. Midnight purrs in approval, and in the small glow of my living room lamp, I start forging a new path, one hopeful sentence at a time. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 19. Eli. I'm hiding out in my favorite indie bookstore, this tiny hole-in-the-wall place that smells like dusty hardcovers and fresh coffee beans. The owner, Janet, gave me a sympathetic smile when I walked in, probably reading the heartbreak on my face. Now I'm slouched in a corner chair behind the local authors display, a worn paperback in my lap that I'm not actually reading. Outside, the bright autumn sun flickers through the windows, lighting up floating motes of dust. I keep glancing at the clock on the far wall. Each time the minute hand jumps, my chest tightens a little more. My suitcase is already in my car, half stuffed with disorganized clothes and half with regrets. I promised the landlord I'd be out of the apartment by tomorrow, so I guess this is my last day as a resident here. My last day in a city that unexpectedly gave me everything, including heartbreak. I realize I'm gripping the paperback too hard when the cover crinkles beneath my fingers. I try to ease my hold, but the tension won't leave my shoulders. I left Camila that note, my feeble attempt at a farewell. She's either thrown it in the trash or read it and laughed bitterly. Maybe both. A hollow ache pulses behind my ribs. I can't believe I fell for her so deeply, only to shatter that trust with my old betrayal. Maybe leaving is the only mercy I can give her. Janet passes by, shooting me a concerned look. "You need more coffee, hun," she murmurs gently, her floral apron swishing. I force a ghost of a smile, shaking my head. If I drink any more caffeine, I might spontaneously combust. She nods and shuffles off, leaving me alone with my swirling thoughts. I close my eyes, leaning back in the chair. My memory replays Camila's face when she found out I was the editor who once slashed her manuscript. The pain in her eyes, the anger trembling in her voice, both etched themselves into my heart. I can still feel the sting of her tears on my skin when we collided in that last desperate moment. The heartbreak is all-consuming. No wonder I'm skipping town. I'd rather run than keep tasting that agony every time I see her door across the hall. A faint jingle at the bookstore entrance pulls me out of my reverie. I glance over, expecting another customer or maybe the mailman. Instead, I see Camila storming in, hair in a fierce bun, her face set in grim determination. And she's not alone. Clasped against her side is a very irritated black cat I recognize all too well. My heart stops. I freeze in the corner chair, half hoping she hasn't spotted me yet. But she zeroes in on me instantly, eyes blazing like she can see through shelves of used novels. My breath stutters. She's brandishing a stack of pages in her free hand. That can only mean one thing: the annotated manuscript I left behind. So she read it. My gut twists. Janet glances between Camila and me with wide eyes, then politely scurries to the back room. She must sense the vibe. I slowly rise, the paperback slipping from my lap to the floor with a dull thump. Midnight lets out a disgruntled mew, struggling in Camilla's hold. Camilla tightens her grip on the cat, striding across the store in purposeful steps. When she's close enough that I can see the slight tremor in her hands, she slams the manuscript pages onto a nearby table, ignoring the curious stares from the lone customer flipping through fantasy novels. The pages ruffle, some falling to the floor. She spares them no glance, eyes locked on me with a furious brightness. "You," she says, breath ragged. "You arrogant idiot." I blink, pulse thudding. "Camilla!" She stomps closer, Midnight squirming in her arms. "You think you can just leave?" Pack up and vanish, all the while editing my entire book behind my back like some guilt-ridden guardian angel. "Are you insane?" Her voice cracks on the last word, betraying the heartbreak beneath her anger. My throat constricts. I thought you didn't want me around. After everything, I assumed you'd be better off without me." She exhales shakily, eyes glistening. "Better off? Did it ever occur to you that maybe I wanted a chance to process, to read your notes, to decide for myself if this is salvageable? Instead, you tried to solve the problem by running." I swallow hard, glancing at the wriggling cat in her arms. Midnight fixes me with a disdainful glare as if personally offended by my exit plan. I didn't want to keep hurting you every day," I say softly. "Knowing I caused so much pain. I can't stand seeing it in your eyes." Camilla's lips tremble. "You think watching you walk away doesn't hurt? God, you're such a clueless jerk." Midnight squirms again, meowing loudly, and Camilla finally sets her down. Midnight immediately trots over to me, tail swishing, and leaps at my chest with surprising force. I catch her reflexively, heart jolting. The cat curls her paws into my shirt, giving me a warning meow. I stroke her fur, momentarily stunned. "Traitor," Camilla mutters at the cat, though her voice holds an undercurrent of relief. She wipes a tear from her cheek, stepping forward. I clutch Midnight, feeling a pang of longing for Camilla's touch instead. My voice hitches. I never wanted to run. Not really. But after that last fight... I'm so sorry. She studies my face, tears brimming. "I read your margin notes," she whispers, glancing at the stack of pages. "All of them. And the dedication, you jerk." Her voice cracks again, leaving the insult sounding more affectionate than I deserve. "You poured your heart into those pages. Why hide them?" I close my eyes, inhaling the cat's faint smell of fur. "I thought showing them to you would be presumptuous. Like, who am I to try helping after what I did? I was afraid you'd toss them in the trash or resent me more." She sniffs, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. "Well, I almost did. But then I actually read them, and I realized your critique now is nothing like that brutal letter. It's basically a love letter to my writing." Another tear slips. "A love letter to me in some twisted editorial form." My heart clenches. "Because I do." The words lodge in my throat. "Camilla, I never stopped believing you're brilliant, even when I wrote that vile rejection. I was too blind and ambitious then, but after getting to know you, I see how wrong I was. That's why I had to fix it in any way I could, even if you never forgave me." She exhales, gaze flicking from the manuscript to me. Midnight squirms in my arms, leaping down with an annoyed meow, like she's done her part. My chest tightens at the cat's betrayal, or maybe endorsement, I can't tell which. Then Camilla steps closer, bridging the gap. Her expression wavers between fury and something else. Maybe love, maybe disbelief. "You're an arrogant idiot," she repeats, voice thick with emotion. "But you're also the first person who made me feel unstoppable, despite all the heartbreak. And then you turned out to be the one who nearly destroyed me. Do you know how messed up that is?" Pain lances through me. "I do," I say, voice cracking. I know it's messed up, contradictory, impossible to forgive. I force myself to keep meeting her eyes. But if you can find it in you to try, I'd do anything to rewrite our ending. Tears glimmer on her lashes and she nods slowly. You and your rewriting metaphors, she mumbles, half a sob, half a laugh. Midnight paws at her shin as if urging her on. She sucks in a breath, then lifts her chin. I'm not promising it'll be easy to forgive, but I realize something as I read your notes. You never wrote off my talent, not really. Your old letter was brutal, yes, but these margin notes show you saw more potential in me than I saw in myself. She chokes up again, tears spilling. I hate that it took us so long to get here, and I hate that you lied. But I also can't deny I love you. Her voice shakes on the final words. I love you, you arrogant idiot. My heart nearly stops. She said the L word. My entire body trembles with relief, disbelief, and a raw longing. I step closer, tentatively reaching for her, terrified she'll vanish. Camila, I love you too. I never thought I'd deserve your love after everything I did. She exhales shakily, tears slipping again. We're a package deal now, me and the cat and our messy hearts. If you're leaving town, you'd better say goodbye to the both of us. But if you're staying, then you'd better stay for real, not half-baked. No more secrets. My chest aches with hope. I'll stay, I vow, grabbing her hands. If you'll let me. I'll do the actual work of earning your trust again. No more running, no more half-truths. She bites her lip, then yanks me forward in a fierce hug that knocks the breath out of me. I wrap my arms around her, burying my face in her hair, which smells like coconut and fresh tears. You are the absolute worst, she mumbles against my shoulder, voice trembling. And I can't believe how much I need you. A wet laugh escapes me, half tears, half joy. I need you too, I whisper, pressing my lips to her temple. Thank you for giving me this chance. We cling to each other, the bookstore around us fading into the background. Midnight circles our legs, tail twitching in smug satisfaction. I catch a glimpse of Janet peeking from behind a shelf, beaming quietly like she's witnessing a rom-com scene come to life. Camila steps back, swiping at her tears and attempting a wobbly grin. But if you ever pull a stunt like this again, disappearing or lying, I swear I'll let Midnight ruin every shoe you own. I grin through my own tears. Fair. A wave of relief surges as I realize I'm not alone in the swirl of heartbreak anymore. We're rewriting it together. I glance at my watch. Well, I guess I should get my suitcase out of the car. Unless you want me to break the lease and bounce for real. She narrows her eyes. You're not going anywhere. We're not done. Her gaze softens. We've got a lot to talk about. My heart flutters. I'm all yours. She glances down, noticing Midnight poking her muzzle at the manuscript pages on the table. Camila gathers them up, shaking her head at the cat. You're a meddler, she mutters, though a faint smile graces her lips. The cat meows, sounding pleased with herself. We turn to find the other bookstore customer gawking at us. Camila snorts a short laugh, swiping a tear off her cheek. Let's get out of here, she suggests, hooking an arm around my waist. I'm too emotional to handle a public meltdown. We'll talk properly, somewhere less dusty. I nod, swallowing the tightness in my throat. Deal. As we exit the store, Janet waves us off, winking like a proud aunt. The autumn air outside feels brighter, almost celebratory. Camila tucks her arm through mine, Midnight in her other hold, the cat's ears flicking as she scans the sidewalk. My heart is pounding with a mix of euphoria and leftover pain. We cross the street, the sun warming our shoulders, the traffic hum providing a gentle background noise. Halfway down the block, I stop, turning to Camila. She blinks up at me, brow furrowed. What? I lean in, pressing a soft kiss to her lips. This time it's not frantic desperation. It's a tender vow that I'm here to stay. She exhales shakily, returning the kiss with a sigh that sounds like relief. Midnight squirms, letting out a huffy meow, so we break apart with a giggle. "You're ridiculous," Camilla murmurs, though her eyes shine with a watery smile. "But I guess I love that about you." I cradle her cheek, nodding. Ridiculous is a step up from arrogant idiot. She rolls her eyes but can't help smiling. "Don't push your luck." We head toward my car, where my suitcase stands propped against the curb. She eyes it, a flicker of sadness crossing her face. "You were really about to vanish, huh?" Shame tugs at me. I was. But not anymore. She exhales, looks me straight in the eye. "Then let's fix this. Together." My throat tightens. I want to promise her the world, but for now I just nod. We load the suitcase into the trunk. Midnight perched on the passenger seat like she's claiming it. Camilla slides in next to me, resting a hand on my leg. My head buzzes with disbelief that she's here, that she actually hunted me down and forgave me enough to try again. "Well," she says, voice shaky, "I guess we should talk about living arrangements. Or do we need separate places for a while?" A half laugh escapes me. One step at a time. I still have to uncancel my lease. But yeah, let's not move in together and freak you out. She smirks. I'm not that easily freaked, but point taken. The smirk dims, replaced by lingering pain. We'll go slow. Sort out the old heartbreak. I squeeze her hand. Yeah, slow. But I won't run from the conversation. I promise. She nods, tears glinting again, but this time they seem hopeful. Midnight meows in the back seat, tail twitching as if scolding us for ignoring her. We both laugh, the tension lifting further. Camilla shifts to face me fully. "In case you're wondering, I read every note you wrote on my pages. You see so much more in my writing than I ever dared to see myself. It's terrifying to think how easily we almost lost this. Pain and gratitude well in my chest. I'm not letting go again," I say firmly, voice trembling with conviction. "I'll do the work to earn your trust. For real." She exhales, leaning her head on my shoulder. "Good," she whispers. Midnight scrambles up front, planting herself between us, purring loudly as if claiming a victory. We exchange a small grin, letting the cat wedge in. Camilla lifts her head, eyes darting across my face with tenderness and a hint of sass. "So, is this the part where we do something outrageous? Like brandish our flawed hearts in a grand gesture on a city rooftop?" I chuckle, pressing a kiss to her temple. "We might be able to arrange that. But maybe let's settle for real conversation, real plans, and some funny jam accidents in your next chapter." She snorts. "We're still stuck on that jam storyline, huh?" "Always," I tease gently. Then, sobering, I stroke her cheek with my thumb. "Thank you for chasing me. I didn't deserve it, but you did it anyway." She closes her eyes briefly, inhaling. "I had to. Couldn't let you slip away like some tragic figure in the epilogue. You deserve a chance to rewrite the ending, too." My heart feels like it might burst. I glance at the restless cat, who's now perched on my lap, purring so hard it's like a mini-engine. "I guess we owe our success to her," I say. "Your cat is the real mastermind. She probably orchestrated all of this from day one." Camilla laughs through a tear, nodding. "Undoubtedly. She might be an evil genius," Midnight chirps in agreement, so we dissolve into a fit of giggles. The weight of heartbreak remains, but it's softened by relief, by possibility. Janet peeks out the bookstore door, giving us a goofy thumbs up. Camilla waves sheepishly, turning back to me with a grin. "We should drive somewhere, get coffee, or find a quiet park to talk. I have a million questions about your old editorial days, how you ended up rejecting me, and how we can move forward." My chest tightens with a rush of love and guilt. "Anything. I'll answer it all I start the car, adrenaline thrumming. But can we get a snack first? My nerves are shot, and I'm starving. She bursts into laughter, shaking her head. You're a dork. But yes, we can absolutely get snacks. She meets my eyes with a wobbly smile. We can figure the rest out as we go. My throat tightens. We will, I murmur, shifting into gear, carefully weaving us away from the curb. Camilla's hand remains clasped in mine, the cat balanced precariously on the passenger seat. This is messy, complicated, and a little bit funny, just like us. But for the first time since the heartbreak erupted, I feel a glimmer of certainty that we can rewrite our story. The engine hums, the streetlights pass overhead, and Camilla leans on my shoulder, midnight purring in her lap now. The annotated manuscript lies in the back seat, a testament to the heartbreak we overcame, and the new chapter we're daring to create. Maybe it won't be perfect, but it'll be ours. She squeezes my hand. I squeeze back, swallowing tears of gratitude. Our ridiculous triad, me, her, and one meddling cat, cruises into the city traffic, determined to see if funny jam accidents and heartbreak can coexist with real love. And maybe, just maybe, this time we'll land on a real the end that doesn't shatter us, but brings us closer than ever.
Chapter 20. Camilla. I wake up with my head on Eli's shoulder, sunlight trickling through the blinds. We're in my living room, collapsed on the couch we once fought on, laughed on, nearly broke a couple times. Midnight snoozes on the coffee table, paw over her nose, as though exhausted by our emotional drama. My heart stutters when I recall the events of the last few days. Heartbreak, confessions, and that heated reunion in a dusty bookstore. It feels unreal that he's still here. But I see the rise and fall of his chest, the rumpled shape of his t-shirt, and I know it's real. My phone jumps slightly on the side table, and I reach over groggily, peeking at the screen. Ria's name flashes with about 50 exclamation points. Over the past week, she's hammered me with texts about the new version of my manuscript. How Book Talk is apparently going wild for the teaser we accidentally leaked. Or maybe not so accidental. Someone in our writing group posted it, and it's ballooned into an unexpected frenzy of, who's this co-author we're hearing about? My eyes go wide as I realize we left the pen snippet on a public folder that fans can comment on. The comments are abuzz with speculation about my so-called secret editor friend. They want more details, and Ria is capitalizing on the hype. Warmth flutters in my stomach. I glance at Eli, who's stirring awake, eyelashes fluttering. I gently nudge him with my shoulder. Rise and shine, editor guy. We have a situation. He blinks, pushing up on an elbow. The memory of last night's confessions flickers in his gaze. He softens, then sees my phone and tenses. Situation? Good or bad? I let out a shaky laugh. Potentially good. Book Talk discovered our collaborative romance. Everyone's freaking out, demanding more details. Ria's losing her mind in excitement. I scan a text from Ria that says, "We should brand this as a co-written love story. Readers are obsessed with your IRL romance." Another beep arrives. "Call me now or I'll show up with a megaphone." Eli's eyebrows shoot up. They want to brand us, as in turn our battered relationship into a marketing campaign? I snort. I guess so. If romance readers find out the editor is also my formerly anonymous rejection letter man, we might break the internet in more than one way. I swirl my phone in the air. But apparently, hype is hype. Ria says the partial excerpt we posted racked up 1 million views on TikTok in one day. My heart pounds, half laughing at the absurdity. He rubs his neck, worry lines creasing his forehead. I want you to succeed, but I don't love the idea of exposing our private heartbreak for clicks. His face softens. Though, if you want it, I'll deal. A tender wave rises in me. We've grown a lot. He's not insisting on vanishing or controlling the narrative. I rest my hand on his knee. I don't want to exploit our story either, but maybe there's a middle ground. We do have a good angle, a funny romance co-written by the same pair who once nearly destroyed each other. That's weirdly intriguing, and fans love a weirdly intriguing story. He chuckles, though there's a faint grimace. We'll talk to Rhea, figure out boundaries. The cat meows loudly, probably insisting we feed her. I stand, stretching out a kink in my spine. Yes, Your Majesty, I say, shuffling to the kitchen. Eli follows, rummaging for cat treats we keep in a jar on the counter. He passes me a handful and we both watch as midnight devours them with a smug purr. A wave of warmth floods me, a quiet domestic moment overshadowed by relief that we're together, not at each other's throats. Even so, I sense the tension simmering below. How do we shape a future out of heartbreak and editorial notes? Yet the uncertainty pulses with hope now, not dread. We share a quick breakfast of cereal and coffee while discussing next steps. We need to finalize the manuscript, I say. You left all those margin notes in your version, and I merged some, but we never actually hammered out a cohesive final draft. He nods, pushing aside an empty bowl. We can do that? Then we talk to Rhea about next steps, like a formal co-author credit, or maybe just co-editor, though I'd do it only if you want. A flicker of vulnerability shows in his eyes. I don't want to overshadow your name on the cover. It's your book. I cringe slightly at the word overshadow, but I quell the reflex. We're rewriting the end, remember? That includes not letting old triggers hold us back. I tease gently, placing my hand on his. I want us to publish this together. It's as much your blood, sweat, and tears as mine. I see the relief that flickers across his face, and it nudges my heart into overdrive. Besides, I like the idea of telling the world, yes, this is the guy who once wrote me the worst rejection letter ever, but also the guy who taught me to believe in my talent again. It's messy, but it's real. Eli exhales, shoulders loosening. I love messy if it's with you. My cheeks heat. I stand abruptly, clearing the bowls from the table. Okay, let's not get all sappy. He grins, rising to help with the dishes. We bump elbows at the sink, exchanging shy smiles that morph into laughter. The phone rings again, probably Rhea. I hurry to grab it. Let's get this call over with, I say, pressing the green button. Rhea's voice bursts out immediately. Mila, finally. Are you ignoring me for your secret co-author rendezvous? Eli snickers in the background, rummaging for a dish towel. I roll my eyes. Relax, Rhea. We're both here. The pages are nearly done. We just need a day or two to unify everything. She squeals into the receiver, making me wince. Perfect. Book talk is swirling with rumors. I keep seeing #Camilla's co-author trending, and people are shipping you two so hard. The moment we announce your co-publishing, it'll explode. Let me set up a teaser post about how you overcame a big heartbreak to create this collaboration. It's catnip for romance readers. Eli's lips quirk at the mention of catnip, and I stifle a giggle, remembering our meddling feline who's now batting at his shoe. We're in, I tell Rhea. Just keep the personal details minimal. We want the story out there, but not a spectacle. Rhea hums. I'll talk to the publisher, but trust me, a little personal flair sells books. I won't air your dirty laundry, promise. I only have a mild obsession with your love life. We finish the call with a plan. Finalize the manuscript in 2 days, reveal our co-author status on social media, watch the hype roll in. A swirl of nerves and excitement seizes me. I hang up, turning to Eli. So it begins. He sets aside the dish towel, crossing the room to wrap me in a warm hug. You ready for the world to know about us? The messy us? My throat tightens. Ready as I'll ever be. We spend the rest of the morning spread out on my living room floor, laptops and printed pages forming a fortress around us. Midnight swishes her tail in mild annoyance at the chaos, but otherwise dozes on a cushion. We compare notes, fix small continuity errors, laugh at each other's funny suggestions, and occasionally pause to share gentle kisses. The air buzzes with synergy. I can't believe how smoothly we work together when we're not busy fighting heartbreak. By late afternoon, we produce a final draft, complete with both our names on the title page. A rom-com of errors by Camila Torres and Eli Walsh. I stare at the line, tears pricking my eyes. We really did this, I murmur. We took the worst heartbreak and turned it into a funny romance. He gently squeezes my hand. We'll see if readers buy it. But for me, this is already a victory. My heart flutters. The city sun slants through the window, lighting up the dusty, swirling air. Let's send it to Rhea before we second-guess ourselves. He nods, so I attach the final draft to an email, hitting send with trembling excitement. Then I slump back, relief and adrenaline swirling. God, that's terrifying. We just unleashed our book baby into the wild. Eli grins, leaning in to kiss my forehead. No matter what happens, we overcame the worst. I swallow, exhaling. Yeah, and I guess we have to trust our funny jam accident to enthrall readers. He laughs, sliding an arm around my waist. Midnight meows, climbing onto his lap as if demanding attention. I grin, ruffling the cat's fur. Look at us, the unstoppable trio. By dinner time, we've hammered out some logistics with Rhea about a public statement. My phone dings nonstop with social media pings. Apparently the rumor that Camilla and her mysterious editor are an IRL romance is picking up steam. I open TikTok to see countless videos of people squealing about author gossip. My face flames, but also a giddy thrill courses through me. This is the modern romance world, I guess. Eli orders takeout from our favorite Thai spot, and we collapse on the couch with steaming boxes of spicy noodles. I scroll through book talk reactions, reading comments like, OMG, the drama. They wrote a co-romance after a savage rejection. I need this book. We keep snorting at the dramatic reenactments some users have created. Between mouthfuls of noodles, Eli coughs, clearing his throat. So I have a question, he says, voice trembling with an undercurrent I can't read. I raise an eyebrow. Shoot. He sets his takeout aside, meeting my gaze with an intensity that makes my stomach flip. We're co-authoring a romance. We're apparently cohabitating half the time. My suitcase is still in your closet, and I can't imagine living anywhere else. So I was thinking, maybe we take this a step further. My heart skips a beat. A step further, like a small shy grin curves his mouth. Like we keep rewriting the ending together, forever. His ears turn pink, and he fumbles in his pocket. I know we're still figuring out forgiveness, but I also know I don't want a future that doesn't have you in it. So it's not exactly a formal ring or anything, but he pulls out a small battered box, popping it open to reveal a simple band. Marry me? When you're ready, no pressure, no timeline, just be my partner in every sense. My eyes widen, a flutter of shock and delight cascading through me. Midnight meows loudly, as if to say, get on with it. Tears well in my eyes, and my chest feels too tight for words. Eli, I whisper, you're insane. He cringes, pulling the box closer. Maybe, but I can't imagine going forward without you. Funny jam accidents and all. A watery laugh escapes me. We literally just hammered out the final draft. The heartbreak is still raw. We're still figuring out trust. And you want me to marry you? He swallows nervously. Yes, I do. We can wait a year or two or do it next week. I just want to know we're rewriting everything for real. A brand new storyline. Me, you, and the cat? Possibly overshadowing the entire romance genre. He grinned sheepishly at the word overshadow, but I let it slide. I let out a trembling breath, glancing at Midnight, who's perched on the coffee table, tail flicking impatiently. Then I look into Eli's earnest face, seeing the mix of fear and love shining in his eyes. My heart flips. You want to overshadow the entire romance genre with me? He laughs, voice shaking. In the best funny way possible, yes. Tears slip down my cheeks, but I'm smiling so wide my cheeks ache. Then yes, you ridiculous man, I'll marry you. The relief that floods his face lights up the entire room. He exhales, pulling me into a fierce hug that nearly sends the takeout crashing. Midnight scampers off the table, letting out an indignant meow. We dissolve into breathless laughter, tears mixing with the taste of chili sauce. He slides the band onto my finger. It's a little loose, but we can fix that. The significance floods me with warmth. I love you, he breathes, voice thick. I promised not to propose again in such a random setting, but I couldn't wait. I sniff, wiping at my tears with the back of my hand. This is perfect, I whisper. We're messy. We're half crazed from heartbreak and jam accidents, but it's us. We seal the moment with a tender kiss, ignoring the beep of my phone. The world can wait a minute while we cling to each other, giddy and emotional. Finally, I break away, laughter bubbling up. Oh God, Ria's going to scream when she hears about this. He tucks a stray curl behind my ear. We can handle her meltdown, and the meltdown of book talk. They'll do 1,000 shipping memes. I snort. As long as they don't overshadow my actual writing. He smirks. We can overshadow them right back. We're unstoppable now, right? Yes, unstoppable. My tears start anew, but they're tears of joy this time. We share another kiss, deeper, pressed up against each other in the cozy nest of pillows. Midnight leaps onto my lap mid-kiss, whining for attention, so we break apart, doubling over with laughter. All right, child, I say, stroking her fur. You're included in this engagement, I suppose. Eli nods solemnly. The cat gets a ring too, maybe a custom collar. She meows, flicking her tail. If cats could grin, I swear she would. We spend the rest of the evening calling Ria to announce the co-authorship, the final draft, and, quietly, our engagement. She shrieks so loudly I have to hold the phone away from my ear. I catch Eli's amused grin from across the couch, his eyes twinkling with a mixture of triumph and relief. After Ria's done squealing, she says she'll line up 1,000,000 promotional opportunities, maybe a big book talk reveal, or a special cameo on a romance podcast. When we finally hang up, both of us are exhausted, collapsed side by side on the couch. The ring on my finger still feels surreal, but the weight of it comforts me. We're really doing this, I mumble, head resting on his shoulder. He kisses the top of my head. We are. And we'll figure out the rest day by day. For now, let's celebrate with leftover Thai, or maybe we can actually cook something ourselves for once. I raise an eyebrow. You can't cook? And my attempts usually lead to funny food incidents that might overshadow everything. I catch myself wincing at overshadow. Darn it, that word again. He chuckles, pulling me closer. We can ban it from our official vocabulary, but it might slip out sometimes. We'll cope. Also, who needs cooking skills when we have DoorDash? Fair? I exhale, letting the day's tension recede into a warm bubble of contentment. Midnight decides to nestle between us, purring softly. I stroke her ears, glancing at Eli. So, fiancé, I say, testing the word on my tongue. Ready to co-publish a chaotic romance that started with a savage rejection letter? A wry grin twists his lips. If that's not the tagline of the century, I don't know what is. We might break the internet, but at least we'll do it together. A burst of laughter escapes me, tears prickling again. We'll be unstoppable, I echo, leaning in to kiss him gently. My heart flutters with love and relief and a brand new sense of purpose. This might not be the conventional route to happily ever after, but it's ours. Flaws, heartbreak, funny jam accidents, meddling cat, everything. As the evening unwinds, we finalize a social media post Rhea wants us to share. We take a selfie with the cat, perched on my shoulder, the annotated manuscript in the background, and a playful caption, "When your ex-editor becomes your fiancé and co-author, #rewrite the ending." My stomach flips at the prospect of going public, but I also feel a strange thrill. This is our story, messy and real, and if it resonates with readers, all the better. Midnight meows with disapproval at the phone camera's flash, then scampers off to the windowsill, presumably to judge us from a safe distance. We cozy back onto the couch, pressing send on the post. My phone buzzes with immediate likes and shares. We watch the notifications roll in, hearts racing. Book Talk is about to blow up, but for the first time, I'm not scared. I have him by my side, my complicated, once cruel, now devoted editor fiancé. He holds my hand, studying my ring as if memorizing every gleam. I rest my head against his shoulder, letting out a deep breath. I never thought I'd say it, I whisper, but I'm glad we rewrote this ending. He kisses my temple, voice thick with emotion. Me too. Even if the road was insane, I'd do it again for you. A gentle hush settles. Midnight, perhaps sensing the moment, leaps back onto the coffee table and plops down, eyeing us with bored contentment. I stroke Eli's arm, realizing how natural it feels to be here, planning a future. The heartbreak lingers, but it's softened by hope, outshone by the love we've chosen to embrace. Laughing quietly, I slip my phone onto the side table and curl into his embrace. Tomorrow, we can start searching for a bigger place, one with an office for me, a reading nook for you, and a private cat lounge for Miss Midnight. He raises an eyebrow playfully. You sure she deserves her own lounge? She's the reason half of our drama escalated. I grin. True, but she's also the reason we're here right now, rewriting everything. She deserves a throne. We share a conspiratorial smile. The tension eases further, replaced by a warm hush. I close my eyes, letting the flutter in my chest settle into a steady hum of contentment. The future seems terrifyingly open, but I know I won't face it alone. Eli presses a soft kiss to my forehead, murmuring, I love you, Camila Torres. Thanks for rewriting the ending with me. I take a moment to just breathe him in. I love you too, I whisper, words thick with emotion. Now hush. Let's enjoy this quiet before Book Talk demands our souls. He chuckles, hugging me tighter. Midnight yawns, curling her tail around her paws, as if giving us permission to rest. We sink into the couch cushions, the newly minted manuscript glimmering on the coffee table, symbolic of all we overcame. In the swirl of notifications from Book Talk, Rhea's unstoppable ideas, and the memory of heartbreak that still tugs at the corners of my mind, I find solace in his warmth. The ring on my finger is a little loose, but so is my sense of what the next chapter holds. And that's okay. We'll fix it, rewrite it, or do whatever it takes. Because if there's one thing we've learned, it's that a broken story can be mended, a tragedy can become comedy, and a savage rejection letter can bloom into a brand new future, complete with cat, funny jam accidents, and a ring that says we're not afraid to bet on each other. As the night deepens, I drift off in his arms, my heart calm. We're rewriting the ending, and this time, we're writing it together. We might be hilarious, chaotic, and messy, but we're ours, and that's more than enough for me.
Chapter 21. Eli. I'm not sure how many tiny twinkle lights you can fit into one backyard, but apparently Camila's family decided the answer is all of them. They strung them from every branch, fence post, and rickety trellis, transforming this patch of grass into a sparkling wonderland. I stand in the center, heart hammering, turning in slow circles just to take it all in. Tomorrow this space will be filled with people. Her abuela, Ria, half the romance world if rumor is correct. They'll watch us say I do, hopefully without incident. But tonight, it's just me, Camila, and a smug cat prowling along the fence, making sure we're following her instructions to the letter. I run my fingers through my hair, letting out a measured breath. The night air is warm, thick with the scents of fresh grass and faint rose petals someone scattered earlier. My tie feels unnecessary right now, so I tug it loose, shifting from one foot to the other. The wedding rehearsal dinner ended hours ago, and everyone else retreated to their hotel rooms or found air mattresses in Camila's grandma's living room. Yet here we are, unable to sleep, fidgety with excitement and leftover nerves. The screen door creaks open. Camila steps out, a grin dancing across her face. She's wearing a loose sundress that drapes over her curves, shoulders glowing in the twinkle lights. My chest constricts at how effortlessly she steals my breath. Midnight hops down from the fence, meowing at her, tail swishing as though she can sense the shift in the atmosphere. "Are you admiring my family's questionable lighting choices?" Camila asks, coming to stand beside me. Her eyes shine, reflecting the sparkle overhead. I turn, breathing in her coconut and jasmine scent that's become my personal drug of choice. "I was just thinking how it looks like the sky threw a confetti party on your grandma's lawn," I say softly. "But I kinda love it." She laughs under her breath, hooking an arm through mine. "They definitely went overboard." My cousins demanded a fairy wonderland vibe. I'm not complaining, though. It's magical. She leans her head on my shoulder, and a wave of tenderness floods me. Tomorrow we'll be saying vows in front of everyone, but right now, it feels like we're practicing one more time in private. Two co-authors rewriting their final chapter before it's revealed to the world. Midnight gives an impatient meow, then hops onto a low table stacked with potted plants, glaring at us. "Fine, we're paying attention," Camila calls. "Don't get your whiskers in a twist." The cat flicks her ears, apparently satisfied she's in control. We share a conspiratorial smile. Camila nudges me gently, voice dropping. "Want to walk around? I need to burn off some energy." I nod, offering my arm. We wander along the edge of the yard, passing a row of folding chairs that'll be filled with guests in less than 12 hours. My stomach does a slow flip. I catch Camila's expression, a similar nervous thrill beneath her confident stance. She stops, pressing a hand to my chest. "You nervous?" A shaky laugh slips past my lips. Terrified, I admit, but also weirdly calm because it feels right. Terrified and right, like our entire relationship, basically. Her grin turns wry. Exactly. We never do anything the normal way, she exhales, glancing up at the starlight and the endless cascade of strings twinkling overhead. Think about it. The editor who once broke me with a letter is now my fiancé, co-author, and tomorrow my husband. If that's not hilariously gold, I'm unclear what exactly is. A soft chuckle escapes me. Book Talk would lose their minds if they knew the full funny timeline. Maybe we'll write a behind the scenes someday. She arches a brow, eyes gleaming. We might. Once we're done launching our brand new imprint, writing our own stories side by side, and possibly adopting more cats. You know, after tomorrow's official chaos. Warmth floods my chest. We've joked about starting an indie publishing imprint, combining her fierce love of romance with my editorial precision. The idea started as a fantasy, but now it feels possible. A next chapter we're building together. I swallow around a lump in my throat, overwhelmed by how far we've come. Midnight leaps off the table, crossing the grass to rub against my leg. I stoop to scratch under her chin, murmuring, "Thanks for orchestrating everything, you meddling furball." She arches contentedly, as if accepting my gratitude. Camila snorts, hooking her arm through mine again. We move deeper into the yard until we reach a small clearing where the lights are slightly dimmer, leaving a pocket of soft shadows. An ancient oak tree stretches overhead, its branches shimmering with dozens of tiny bulbs. I catch the scent of fresh earth, the hum of cicadas, and my pulse quickens. Camila turns to face me, her expression shifting from playful to earnest. She slides her hands up to rest on my shoulders, gaze intense. Tomorrow we're publicly vowing all the big stuff. But tonight, I just want one more private moment to ground ourselves. My throat tightens with emotion. Agreed. My hand settles on her waist, drawing her closer. You sure we won't traumatize your grandma if we're out here too long? Her laughter trembles. She's half deaf, half asleep, and fully prepared for any romantic nonsense. We're safe. A flush creeps up her neck, eyes flickering with that slow burn I recognize. Do you want to, I don't know, talk about the future? Or skip straight to the physical vow? My breath catches. Physical vow? You mean... She nods, cheeks heating. I mean, the wedding is tomorrow, but maybe we can have one final night of just us. Before the entire universe descends. A rush of longing floods me. I slip my arms around her, breathing in her hair's familiar fragrance. I'd love that. My voice shakes with both humor and desire. But in the yard, under fairy lights, your neighbors might get a show. She snorts. We can be discreet. Or we can find that little gazebo in the corner. My grandma used to store garden tools there, but it's mostly empty now. A mischievous glint dances in her eyes. A bubble of laughter escapes me. You're serious? Dead serious, she murmurs, pulling me toward the far corner where an old wooden gazebo stands half hidden by climbing ivy. The beams are strung with subtle lights, creating a flickering canopy. My heart races. This is crazy, but then again, everything about us has been. Inside the gazebo, the floor is swept clean, a few stray crates stacked along the edges. Camila flicks off one string of lights to dim it further, but there's enough glow to see the curves of her face, the sparkle in her eyes. Midnight pads up to the entrance, peeking in curiously. Camila waves her away. No peeping, you little demon. The cat gives a disgruntled meow as if to say, I orchestrated your entire relationship, I deserve front row seats, but grudgingly wanders off behind a bush. I hold in a laugh, heart thumping with raw anticipation. Camila turns back, cheeks flushed. She steps closer, looping her arms around my neck. My hands find her waist, and I feel her tremble against me. We can stop if you'd rather keep it modest, she whispers, voice quivering with a mix of teasing and vulnerability. I brush her curls off her forehead. I want you. Always. No moment is more perfect or more ridiculous than this, which is exactly our brand. Her laugh is soft, husky with longing. We do have a brand for chaos. She presses a gentle kiss to my jaw, trailing her lips along my throat in a way that sends sparks through my veins. My breath stutters, fingers sliding down the back of her sundress. Tomorrow, I rasp, we stand in front of everyone and vow to share our lives. Tonight, let's vow to share everything else. She smiles against my neck. Yes, let's. Our lips meet in a slow, tentative kiss that quickly deepens. All the leftover tension from heartbreak and wedding nerves flows through us, fueling each breathy exhale. I back her against one of the gazebo's wooden posts, cradling her face with one hand. The night hums with crickets, the glow of the lights dancing over her skin. Her fingers slip into my hair, tugging in that way that always unravels me. A soft moan escapes my throat. We both laugh quietly, half in disbelief that we're here, making out like teenagers in a secret corner of her grandma's yard. The funny absurdity somehow makes it sweeter.
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines. to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylawalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Her laughter is husky, arms still around my neck. I can't believe we just... in a gazebo? The night before our wedding? I huff a soft laugh. She giggles, burying her face in my shoulder. Then she lifts her head, eyes shining. We're so messed up. Utterly messed up, I agree, pressing a tender kiss to her lips. But it works. We linger in that warm haze, letting the hum of insects and the gentle glow of the yard lull us into calm. Eventually, we straighten out our clothes, exchanging shy grins at the mischief we pulled off. I help her to her feet, dusting off her sundress. The string lights overhead flicker softly, reminding me of the big day tomorrow. My nerves jolt, but one glance at her face steadies me. She tugs me against her for one more languid kiss, then leans her forehead on my chest. We should probably get some rest, she whispers. Don't want to look like zombies at our wedding. I nod, exhaling. True, but let's do a quick check of the yard. Make sure we're not leaving behind any suspicious evidence for your grandma to find. Camila snickers. Good call. She scans the gazebo floor. No suspicious evidence, she declares after a moment, hooking her arm through mine. We step out into the open yard, where midnight awaits, perched on a folding chair with a regal aura. Yes, we're done, Camila tells her, rolling her eyes. You can have your yard back. The cat meows in that long-suffering tone, as though telling us to hurry up. Then she leaps from the chair, trotting toward the house. We follow, giggling at how she leads us. Camila tilts her head up, gazing at me with eyes still hazy from our intimate moment. Tomorrow's going to be chaos, you know, she murmurs. Family drama. Cameras everywhere. Rhea probably orchestrating a million TikTok posts. I smile, brushing a stray curl from her forehead. I can handle it if you can. We'll face it together. She nods, taking a steadying breath. I'm glad we have tonight. The real vow was here. Under those silly lights, her voice thickens with emotion. I cradle her cheek. The best vow, I whisper, leaning in for a soft kiss. Let's go inside. We slip into the house, quiet as we can, so we don't disturb any sleeping relatives. Midnight scampers ahead, turning to glare at us as though warning us to keep it down. We tiptoe down the hallway to Camila's bedroom, carefully shutting the door behind us. Her bed is piled with half-folded clothes for tomorrow, random wedding paraphernalia, and a tangle of ribbons for who knows what decoration. She snorts at the mess, pushing it aside so we can collapse onto the mattress. My heart slows to a content thrum as she drapes herself beside me, arms winding around my waist. I'm excited, she confesses softly. Scared, but excited. I press a kiss to her temple. Me too. I'm sorry again for everything that came before. She shakes her head, placing a finger to my lips. No regrets tonight. We have a second chance. That's all that matters. A flood of warmth fills my chest. I bury my face against her neck, inhaling her soothing scent. We talk quietly, half whispering dreams. How we might start a small publishing imprint for new romance writers, or co-author another funny novel that highlights the chaos we endured. She mentions the possibility of having a family someday, kids who might appreciate funny jam accidents. My throat tightens with awe. I never pictured fatherhood, but with her, anything seems possible. Midnight curls at the foot of the bed, occasionally stirring as if verifying we haven't vanished. I stroke Camila's hair, letting her voice wash over me. Each confession of our future plans cements how far we've come. How tomorrow's vow is just one step in a long line of rewriting our story. Eventually, our conversation dies down. We lie there in a tender hush, bodies entwined, hearts beating in unison. My eyelids droop, lulled by her warmth and the cat's soft purr. Before I drift off, I press one last kiss to her cheek. "Tomorrow," I whisper, the word thick with promise. She smiles, eyes half closed. "Tomorrow," she echoes, gripping my hand. "We do this big, ridiculous wedding, then keep writing new chapters." I can't help a soft laugh. "I'm all in," I murmur, the last coherent thought before sleep claims me. It's been ages since I last rest without nightmares of heartbreak or old regrets. Instead, I hold her close, aware that we're heading into a bright, unpredictable future. And I couldn't be happier to greet it, chaos or not.
Chapter 22. Midnight. I'll admit I have excellent taste in real estate. Take this new house, for instance. 2 years ago, these humans cowered in their cramped apartments, bickering over manuscripts and stolen Wi-Fi connections. Now they share a cozy home with big windows, perfect for napping in sunbeams, my personal favorite feature. They claim they chose it for the open floor plan and office potential, but I know they wanted a backdrop that would adequately highlight my presence as Queen Cat Overlord. Yes, it's me. Midnight, the mastermind behind their entire romance. I'm perched on the windowsill in their shared home office, my tail curled neatly around my paws. The office is bright, thanks to a splash of sunlight pouring through the bay window, catching the edges of their matching desks. Well, one desk, really. It's a giant L-shaped contraption they insisted on building together, complete with drawers for sticky notes, color-coded pens, and a surprising amount of cat toys I've stashed for my amusement. It's been exactly 2 years since I forced them into each other's arms, via missing Wi-Fi cables, stolen manuscript pages, and a few pointed accidents. And by forced, I mean gently nudged. The result? They're happily married, co-authoring romantic comedy bestsellers, and making hard eyes at each other whenever they edit chapters. Humans. It took them long enough. From my perfect vantage, I watch them in the office, each seated at their respective side of the shared desk. Camilla's hair is twisted into a loose bun, a pencil tucked behind her ear for easy access. Eli's leaning over a stack of printed pages, red pen in hand, scribbling notes with that familiar concentration. Occasionally, he glances at Camilla with a goofy half-smile, and she pretends not to notice. I've learned that's how they flirt, teasing each other in small gestures that escalate into stolen kisses if I'm not around to remind them who's boss. Suddenly, Camilla sets her laptop aside and stands, pressing a palm to her lower back. Eli's gaze snaps up, concern flickering in his eyes. "You okay?" he asks, voice soft. I watch her arch an eyebrow, giving him that sassy look I've grown to adore. She murmurs something about being perfectly capable of standing, but there's a tenderness in her tone that implies she's still adjusting to the changes in her body. Changes indeed. My whiskers twitch smugly as she picks up a tiny onesie from her desk. It's pale yellow, with a cheeky cartoon cat on the front that oddly resembles me. Her lips curl into a shy smile, and Eli stands too, slipping an arm around her waist. They gaze at the onesie, exchanging a look so full of warmth it even makes me, the self-declared aloof feline, feel a flutter of sentiment. Yes, there's a baby on the way, another human minion, presumably. I can't say I'm thrilled about sharing the spotlight with a hairless kitten, but I suppose I'll tolerate it if the child learns to revere me properly. Camilla jokes that the baby's first word better be midnight, but we'll see about that. I leap down from the windowsill and stalk across the office. They're too busy cooing over the tiny garment to notice me at first, so I let out a disgruntled meow, just to remind them who deserves top billing. Camilla laughs, stooping to scoop me up. She shifts me carefully, mindful of her belly. I allow it. Rarely do I let them pick me up these days, but I'm feeling charitable. "Midnight," she says in a low, affectionate tone, running a hand over my glossy fur. "Don't worry. You're still the first baby of this household." She presses her nose gently to the top of my head, and I purr despite myself. Eli smiles softly, scratching under my chin. "Hear that, troublemaker?" he says. "You're first in our hearts, most of the time." His eyes spark with mischief, glancing at Camilla like she might disagree. She just rolls her eyes, though her grin gives her away. I purr louder, enjoying the attention, then wriggle free, hopping onto the wide desk to sprawl across their notes. Camilla tries to nudge me aside with a gentle push. "You're messing with Chapter 6's layout," she warns, shaking her head. "We've got a timeline to finalize before the big manuscript reveal next week, remember?" Eli sets down his red pen, crossing his arms in mock exasperation. "And we can't finalize anything if Midnight insists on getting cat hair in the margins." I give him a bored stare, flicking my tail in a silent retort that if they truly valued me, they'd incorporate my fur into the design. They share a laugh at my expense. I can handle it. Observing them from the vantage of their desk, I feel a smug satisfaction. They've come a long way from sabotage, heartbreak, and overwritten editorial notes. Now they run a small publishing imprint, Midnight and Company, if you can believe it, where they champion new authors and collaborate on romance scripts. Their dual names on the covers of multiple bestsellers, and Book Talk continues to fangirl over their epic love story. It's all very dramatic, but in a pleasant way. Camilla slides the onesie onto the desk beside me, smoothing it out with her palm. "We still need to pick a middle name," she murmurs to Eli, biting her lip. "Abuela wants something that honors our Caribbean heritage, and you want something that nods to your Irish side. We can't name the baby after a cat, though." "Obviously not," Eli says, deadpan, "unless you want to traumatize them with a name like Midnight Jr." He winks at me, as if I'd ever allow such a travesty. Camilla snorts, rolling her eyes. "Hush. I'm serious." She drags a finger over the cat illustration on the onesie. "I just want something that feels like us, you know?" Eli's expression softens. He rests a hand on her belly, leaning in to kiss her forehead. "We'll figure it out together. Or we can flip a coin. That works for jam incidents, so maybe it works for baby names." She giggles, cheeks coloring. "We do have a track record of flipping coins over funny events, but maybe naming a baby deserves more than chance." She glances down at me, a playful spark in her gaze. "Midnight, any suggestions?" I stretch languidly, feigning disinterest, but secretly I consider Midnight the Second to be a fine name. These humans never listen to me, though, unless it's to feed me or do my bidding. They return to their desks, flipping pages of the next funny romance they're co-writing. They plan to incorporate a cameo from a meddling black cat. Subtle, right? I lounge across a folder of sticky notes, watching them banter about synonyms for punctual. The air is filled with that easy synergy they once thought impossible, snarky jokes underlined by unwavering affection. Occasionally, Camilla rubs her belly absent-mindedly, and Eli's gaze lingers on her with a quiet awe I remember him wearing on the day they said, "I do." Eventually, the day transitions to golden late afternoon, the sun slipping through the tall windows, illuminating dust motes dancing around my tail. They decide to take a break, stepping onto the porch to admire the greenery, some attempt at garden-variety vegetables, which the cat, me, resolutely ignores. I pad behind them, tail swishing, as we stand on the porch. The yard is alive with bird chatter, a gentle breeze rustling the leaves. A couple of boxes from new authors line the porch rails, waiting for tomorrow's unboxing video. Because yes, they do unboxing videos now. Humans will do anything for Book Talk views. Camilla sighs contentedly, leaning her head on Eli's shoulder. He curls an arm around her, pulling her in close. "We should get dinner started," he says softly, I have that recipe your abuela gave me, the one that's basically guaranteed to humiliate me if I fail. She smirks. I'd pay to see you attempt it. But you can't blame me if it turns out inedible. Meanwhile, I'll direct from a safe distance with my feet up. I tilt my head, meowing pointedly as if to say, feed the cat first. Camilla pats my back. Yes, we'll feed you too, drama queen. They turn to head inside, but a sudden chirp from Camilla's phone distracts them. She pulls it out, scans the screen, and grins. Rhea says the sales on our latest co-written book just exploded. We're trending again. Something about a cameo from Midnight that fans went wild for. She shows the screen to Eli, who laughs in disbelief. Apparently we're unstoppable, he says, voice laced with pride and amusement. Camilla locks the phone, slipping it into her pocket, then turns to me, brow raised. See that, you manipulative furball? The cameo from you is the big crowd pleaser. I rub against her ankles, purring. Of course it is. I'm the star of this show after all. If I wasn't around to orchestrate their entire romance, they'd still be glaring at each other through walls. She strokes my head and continues inside, with Eli trailing behind. I follow, flicking my tail in contentment. In the kitchen, they engage in their typical cooking accident. This time, Eli attempts to sauté onions, and Camilla stands beside him, offering unsolicited commentary. Your heat's too high, she warns, a playful smirk on her face. He grumbles good-naturedly, adjusting the flame. I perch on the windowsill, sniffing the air for possible treats. If they drop any morsels, I'll graciously accept. While the food sizzles, they slip into a gentle banter about tomorrow's schedule. Final baby checkup in the morning, a Zoom meeting with their co-editor, then drafting the next funny chapter in the afternoon. Their daily routine weaves around this new pregnancy, around co-managing a small press, around a cat who demands attention at 3 a.m., for no apparent reason. And they manage it with laughter, the heartbreak of the past thoroughly outshone by the love that's grown between them. Eventually, dinner is served, some flavorful dish that Camilla warily tastes and declares shockingly edible. Eli bows dramatically, referencing the recipe instructions. I told you, I'm unstoppable in the kitchen, now that we've banished jam collisions from our life. They share a grin at that memory, eyes lighting up with a sense of shared history. We end up in the living room, me sprawled across the coffee table, them sinking onto the couch with satisfied sighs. Outside, twilight deepens, the yard aglow with a single floodlight near the fence. Their discussion drifts from baby talk to future expansions of their publishing imprint. They dream of discovering fresh voices, hosting writing retreats, maybe even launching a funny jam-themed anthology. I purr softly, half listening. Time passes, and eventually they mosey back to the home office for one last round of email checks. I hop onto a nearby armchair, curling up to observe. They sit side by side at their shared desk, fingers dancing over keyboards. The glow of the screen highlights Camilla's content expression, Eli's proud posture. I recall how 2 years ago, he typed furiously alone in a dingy apartment, and she typed alone upstairs, hearts both closed off. Now they type as a team. All that heartbreak turned into a funny, affectionate partnership. She yawns, rubbing her belly, and he brushes a gentle kiss on her temple. Let's call it a night, he says, voice tender. Don't want you overexerting yourself, especially with the baby so close. She gives him a half smile. I'm not made of glass, but I agree. I'm exhausted. She stands, wincing slightly at a stiff back, and sets her laptop aside. Come on, Midnight, she calls. Bedtime for you too. I slink forward, letting them guide me out of the office. The overhead light clicks off, leaving the desk in shadow, the faint glow of the screensaver dancing over the walls. They lead the way to the bedroom, soft footsteps echoing in a house that feels impossibly warm for a place that once sheltered heartbreak. In the doorway, I pause, glancing back at the office. The cozy lamp on the desk reveals their shared notes, their manuscripts, their hopes for the future. A swirl of satisfaction purrs in my chest. This is exactly how I planned it from the start, meddling cat that I am. Sure, I had to sabotage a few routers, deliver stolen pages, and occasionally pee on an ex's expensive shoes. But in the end, these two found the love story they deserved. We settle in the bedroom. I jump onto a window ledge, peering out at the quiet street. Behind me, Eli's voice drifts in hushed conversation with Camilla, sweet and teasing as they get comfortable. She laughs softly, and I hear him murmur something about tomorrow's reading schedule, plus that new manuscript from an author we discovered on Book Talk. I can sense the excitement in their voices. They truly love their imprint, love nurturing new voices, and they love each other in that funny, unstoppable way. Camilla flicks off the lamp, and the room dims, leaving only moonlight across the bed. I turn, stepping onto the mattress with regal grace, choosing my usual spot near the foot. They shift, making room for me, neither complaining that I'm hogging the blankets. They never do. I let out a contented sigh, needing the comforter. Camilla's phone screen glows, and she lifts the tiny onesie again from the nightstand, showing it to Eli. They exchange quiet whispers about baby names, how many cat-themed baby items are too many, and whether the child will inherit Camilla's dramatic flair or Eli's brooding editor genes. She jokes that they'll raise a mini cat whisperer, or maybe a funny genius. Eli just chuckles, placing a tender palm over her belly, voicing hopes for a healthy, happy baby who might read romance novels someday. My whiskers twitch at the sappiness, but I allow it. With a gentle hum, they relax into each other's arms, the phone screen fading into darkness. I nestle in my spot, letting out a satisfied meow. They murmur final goodnights, drifting towards sleep, the hush of the house wrapping around us like a lullaby. I close my eyes too, reflecting on how these clueless humans overcame heartbreak and editorial betrayal, forging an improbable, funny romance that soared beyond what anyone imagined. They run a thriving publishing imprint, have fans clamoring for their co-written chaos, and now they're on the brink of bringing a new little human into this world. It took them forever, but I suppose they finally got it right. I yawn, my purr reverberating softly in the quiet. Tomorrow, they'll juggle manuscripts, baby prep, and cat worship in equal measure. That's how it should be. I flick my tail one last time, a contented swirl in the moonlight. Yes, humans, you may rest easy. Midnight, your ultimate matchmaker and muse, approves of your new chapter. With that satisfied thought, I close my eyes, tail wrapping around my paws, drifting off to peaceful dreams. They better appreciate all the meddling I did, because I expect full credit in every dedication henceforth. But for now, I'll settle for a comfortable bed, a warm household filled with laughter, and the knowledge that some romances are worth rewriting, especially when a cat leads the way. I release a quiet, regal purr, content in my domain. Tomorrow, we continue our funny conquest of the romance world, plus the arrival of a future cat-worshipping baby. Humans. It took them long enough, but they learned to co-write their love story, and that's all I ever wanted.